Chapter 249. The treasure of the Luochin sword sect, the Celestial Sword, was an extremely special sword. It had been passed down from the first ancestor of the Luochin sword sect. According to the legends, the ancestor of the Luochin sword sect roamed the pugilistic world alone with his sword. In the end, he achieved supremacy in the way of the sword and stood at the apex of the ancient sword continent. He then retired from the pugilistic world and returned to his homeland, the Golden Crown Kingdom, where he founded the Luochin sword sect. When the Luochin sword sect was first established, the entire ancient sword continent was shaken. At the time, the Luochin sword sect was a holy land that countless cultivators in the way of the sword dreamed of. However, as time went on, the Luochin sword sect gradually declined after the ancestor's death. Now, the sect's influence was extremely small. It was basically only slightly famous in the Golden Crown Kingdom. However, although the Luochin sword sect had fallen to such a state, people would still think of the sect's treasure, the Celestial Sword, when they mentioned it. The Celestial Sword was the sword that the ancestor of the Luochin sword sect had once carried. It had accompanied the ancestor for his entire life. In the end, when the ancestor was on the verge of death, he stabbed the Celestial Sword into the mountain where the Luochin sword sect resided. Ordinary cultivators could not even approach the Celestial Sword. Even a few experts would be rejected when they approached the Celestial Sword. In the beginning, many powerhouses had their eyes on the Celestial Sword. However, the ancestor of the Luochin sword sect had already anticipated this situation. He had set up a startling formation around the Celestial Sword. Apart from the disciples of the Luochin sword sect, no one could touch the Celestial Sword. Now, the current sect master of the Luochin sword sect had actually said that he had discovered this information from the Celestial Sword. It was easy to imagine just how shocked the upper echelons of the King Kong sect were. It was discovered in the Celestial Sword, the sect master exclaimed. The sect master nodded slowly and said, "Our Luochin sword sect has a special group of elders. The group of elders was established to study the Celestial Sword. They hoped to obtain the legacy of the Celestial Sword and completely grasp it so that the Luochin sword sect could regain its former glory. After countless years of research, these elders have certain understanding of the Celestial Sword. However, not long ago, when they were studying the Celestial Sword, an obscure piece of information suddenly emerged from the Celestial Sword. When they discovered this obscure piece of information, they were overjoyed and began to study it day and night. Finally, a few days later, they discovered an important piece of information," continued the master of the falling dust sword sect. At this moment, all the senior members of the King Kong sect, including the sect master, stared at the sect master of the falling dust sword sect, waiting for him to continue. "There's a treasure trove somewhere in the Training Mountain Range," said the sect master of the falling dust sword sect. "What kind of treasure is it?" the Vajra sect master asked anxiously. If the King Kong sect master and the others hadn't believed the falling dust sword sect master in the beginning, they were completely convinced now. This news came from the Heavenly Sword, so it must be true. "We don't know exactly what treasure it is, but since the news came from the Heavenly Sword, I can vaguely guess that the ancestor is guiding us," said the master of the Luochin sword sect sternly. The reason why he revealed such important information to the King Kong sect was because the sect master of the falling dust sword sect believed that even if the falling dust sword sect disciples found the treasure trove, they wouldn't be able to protect it. That was why he chose to work with the King Kong sect. After the King Kong sect master and the others learned of this matter, they discussed it and decided to work together. Perhaps the treasure trove was left behind by the falling dust sword sect's ancestor. If they could obtain it, the strength of the King Kong sect disciples would increase. "Since that's the case, let's work together this time," said the King Kong sect master slowly. The falling dust sword sect master smiled when he heard the King Kong sect master's attitude. Very soon, the the two sides finished discussing some details. Ever since Yi Ming lost to Fang Qin, he had constantly pestered Fang Qin, wanting to become his disciple. However, how could Fang Qin accept him as a disciple? However, in the end, Fang Qin still agreed to give him some guidance. After a period of guidance, Yi Ming's strength had clearly increased. This made Yi Ming even more excited, and he stayed in Fang Qin's courtyard almost every day. When the Falling Dust Sword sect master learned that Yi Ming had been defeated by Fang Qin in one move, he couldn't help but sigh. Fang Qin's potential was too great. The King Kong sect would definitely send Fang Qin to the Southern Trial this time. With a powerful cultivator like Fang Qin leading them, their chances of obtaining the treasure trove would increase. During this period, the people of the Falling Dust Sword sect simply stayed in the King Kong sect. All the disciples of the King Kong sect were cultivating nervously because they knew that the trial would arrive soon. This time, the King Kong sect had offended the Wuji sect. The latter would definitely ambush them in the trial mountain range. Moreover, Fang Qin had killed Wu Sheng from the ghost-killing sect. The ghost-killing sect might also attack the King Kong sect. While Fang Qin was giving guidance to Yi Ming, he was also cultivating. Other than the King Kong sect, the other 5 top sects were also preparing nervously. In a certain mountain range in the south, this mountain range was filled with a sinister aura. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a sect. This sect was called the Ghost-Killing Sect. The Ghost-Killing Sect, one of the top 5 sects, was located in this sinister mountain range. At this moment, in a courtyard within the Ghost-Killing Sect, a murderous aura suddenly shot up to the sky. Following that, a hearty laughter spread throughout the entire Ghost-Killing Sect. Ha ha ha! I, Gui Kui, have finally broken through to the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm. In the middle of the courtyard, Gui Kui stood quietly with a wild smile on his face as he spoke loudly. When they were fighting for the inheritance in the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, Gui Kui was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi Hai realm. However, with the strength of his fiend god body, Gui Kui was able to be ranked alongside the other 4 prodigies. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong Gui Kui was. However, because of his inferior cultivation, Gui Kui had always been at the bottom of the 5 prodigies. This time, after Gui Kui returned from the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, he went into seclusion for a period of time and finally broke through to the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm. Although he was only at the beginning of the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm, his current strength was comparable to a warrior at the peak of the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm. Qing Lufeng, Hai Wuwei, Huang Zhen, Xingyan, in this trial, I will definitely trample all of you under my feet and become the leader of the 5 prodigies. Gui Kui said with a hoarse voice. Just as the murderous aura shot up to the sky, the higher-ups of the Ghost-Killing Sect all noticed this scene. They looked around and discovered that this powerful aura came from Gui Kui's courtyard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a while, the higher-ups of the Ghost-Killing Sect all appeared in Gui Kui's courtyard. When they felt Gui Kui's aura, their faces were filled with wild smiles. Gui Kui, you broke through? The Ghost-Killing sect leader asked hurriedly. Sect leader, I have broken through to the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm. Gui Kui cupped his hands and said to the sect leader, Ha ha ha, good, very good. You have broken through to the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm. Among the 5 prodigies, you can be considered one of the best. As expected of our Ghost-Killing sect's most outstanding disciple in the past 100 years, with your potential, you will definitely be able to train your fiend god body to the transformation realm. Before the trial, you broke through to the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm. In this trial, you are destined to be number 1. Haha, my ghost-killing school can finally rise up in this trial. In the previous trials, the ghost-killing sect had always been at the bottom of the 5 top sections. But this time it was different. Gue Kuei had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Chi High realm, and his strength had increased tremendously. Gue Kuei's breakthrough made the higher-ups of the ghost-killing sect extremely happy. Of course, other than the ghost-killing sect, the other 4 sects were also preparing for this trial in the south. In one of the famous forbidden grounds of the ancient Sword Continent, a woman in white clothes was being chased by an old man. Her body was covered in blood, and her chi was slightly weak. Witch, hand over the inheritance, and I can spare your life. The old man's chi was very thick. With one look, one could tell that he was a Chi High warrior. The woman in white who was being chased by the old man had a face full of pain. If Fang Chan was here, he would definitely recognize that this woman in white clothes was Star and Moon, who had trained with him in Kamikaze Kenbu. When Fang Chin became an invincible Chi transformation warrior, Star and Moon knew that their own strength had been left behind by Fang Chin. Thus, Star and Moon chose to leave the Shangfeng country and go out to train. The ancient Sword Continent was very big, and the Shangfeng country was only a small area. After Star and Moon left the Shangfeng country, they accidentally entered a famous forbidden ground of the ancient Sword Continent. In this forbidden ground, Star and Moon constantly fought on the edge of life and death, and finally broke through to the Chi High realm. After breaking through to the Chi High realm, Star and Moon accidentally found an inheritance left behind by an ancient almighty. After going through untold hardships, she finally obtained the inheritance. However, after obtaining the inheritance, she was chased by an old man. This old man wanted to force Star and Moon to hand over the inheritance, but Star and Moon definitely wouldn't agree. The old man was very strong, and Star and Moon were no match for him. If Star and Moon hadn't obtained some life-saving methods from the inheritance, they would have been killed by the old man. At this time, Star and Moon was already at the end of her rope, but the old man behind her was about to catch up. I can't die. Star and Moon's mind was a little muddled. She shook her head hard and said to herself. She held a long sword in her fair hand. Suddenly, she ignited the liquefied spirit energy in her Chi High, and her speed suddenly soared. Humph, even if your speed soars, it won't help, the old man said coldly. Whoosh! Star and Moon's speed was very fast, and she disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the old man's face was full of confidence, and he quickly chased after Star and Moon. After a minute, Star and Moon suddenly stopped because she found that she was heading towards a bottomless abyss. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me. Witch, hand over the inheritance. You can't keep it, the old man said eerily. Star and Moon struggled for a moment, then made a decision, and softly called out Fang Chen's name. Then, Star and Moon jumped into the bottomless abyss. Damn it! Seeing this, the old man wanted to catch Star and Moon, but it was too late. He roared in anger. He knew very well how dangerous this place was. The bottomless abyss was even more dangerous. It could be said that even a Chi High Realm warrior would die if he jumped into it. Chapter 250. Southern part of the Golden Crown Nation. King Kong Sect. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a month left until the annual Southern Trial. During this time, Fang Chin had been cultivating. However, Fang Chin did not cultivate the fire and water sword arts or the wind and cloud mental cultivation method, but his soul. Fang Chen's soul had reached the peak of the normal level when he was in the Chi transformation realm. He was only one step away from reaching the red rank. In this short period of time, Fang Chen had reached a bottleneck in other areas, so he focused on cultivating his soul. However, cultivating his soul was very difficult. Fang Chen had searched for many spirit herbs and pills, but his soul still could not reach the red rank. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to go out and train today. Not far from the King Kong sect, there was a mountain range. Fang Chen's target was this mountain range. There was still half a month left, so he wanted to cultivate his soul to the red rank. Of course, there was another reason. After the little mouse's transformation, Fang Chen wanted to increase the little mouse's combat experience. After a brief discussion with the King Kong sect master, Fang Chen left the King Kong sect and came to the mountain range. After entering the mountain range, Fang Chen began to search for monsters. If he encountered a Qi transformation realm monster, he would let the little mouse kill it. If he encountered a stronger monster, Fang Chen would kill it himself. Just as he entered the mountain range, Fang Chen encountered a monster. This monster was at the first level of the Qi High Realm. Just as Fang Chen was about to attack, the little mouse appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder. With a swoosh, it jumped onto the monster's head. Golden Sheep Tribe. Fang Chen recognized this monster. It was a member of the Golden Sheep Tribe. The Golden Sheep Tribe was a relatively strong tribe. He did not expect to meet a monster from the Golden Sheep Tribe here. The Golden Sheep Tribe was most famous for the 2 horns on their heads. These 2 horns were very powerful and indestructible. Under normal circumstances, warriors would avoid coming into contact with their horns. However, before Fang Chen could speak, the little mouse jumped onto the Golden Sheep Tribe monster's head and started to chirp nonstop. Roar! The Golden Sheep Tribe monster roared and wanted to use its horns to hit the little mouse. However, the little mouse's next actions stunned Fang Chen. Fang Chen watched as the little mouse grabbed the horns of the Golden Sheep Tribe demonic beast. Then, with a crunching sound, the little mouse bit down on the horns of the Golden Sheep Tribe demonic beast. Fang Chen was stunned. The Golden Sheep Tribe's horns were famous for their toughness. Even Fang Chen was not sure if he could break the Golden Sheep Tribe monster's horns. He did not expect the little mouse to use its mouth to bite. While Fang Chen was in a daze, the Golden Sheep Tribe monster let out a miserable cry. Fang Chen looked over and saw that one of its horns had been bitten off by the little mouse. Crunch! The little mouse held the Golden Sheep Tribe monster's broken horn in one hand and kept biting. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Sheep Tribe monster's horn was swallowed whole. It can even eat this? Fang Chen was shocked. What kind of tribe was this little mouse? How could it eat something so tough? While Fang Chen was thinking, the little mouse also ate the other horn of the Golden Sheep Tribe monster. In an instant, the Golden Sheep Tribe monster fell to the ground and rolled around. The little mouse ate the Golden Sheep Tribe monster's horns and rubbed its stomach. It nodded with satisfaction. Finally, it stuck its little hand into the Golden Sheep Tribe monster's head and defeated it in an instant. You can do that. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Little Mouse was only at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, but he was able to easily kill a demon beast of the 1st level of the Qi High Realm. Most importantly, the little mouse had used such a strange method to kill the Golden Sheep Tribe's demonic beast. It can even bite the Golden Sheep Tribe monster's horns. Fang Chen looked at the little mouse as if he was looking at a monster. The little mouse, on the other hand, had a big belly and a proud expression on its face. Finally, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder and started chirping. Fang Chen racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out what kind of tribe the little mouse was. Could it be a mutated tribe? Why was it so mysterious? Since he couldn't figure it out, Fang Chen didn't want to think about it anymore. He brought the little mouse deeper into the forest. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, Fang Chen had truly witnessed the power of the little mouse. No matter how hard something was, the little mouse could bite it into pieces and swallow it. Fang Chen even thought that there was nothing in this world that the little mouse couldn't bite into. In these 10 days, Fang Chen's gains were also great. His soul had broken through to the red tier a day ago. After reaching the red tier, Fang Chen's soul was abnormally powerful. He could even temporarily let his soul leave his body. The so-called soul leaving his body was to use his mind to control his soul and let it leave his body for a short time to check his surroundings. After his soul reached the red tier, Fang Chen found that his soul could leave a range of 1 meter from his body. Any further, and he wouldn't be able to leave. The Tao of the soul really is wondrous, muttered Fang Qin to himself. Now that his soul had reached the red tier, it was time for Fang Chen's training to end. He prepared to return to the Vajra sect. However, just as he was about to leave the mountain range, his soul suddenly trembled. Following that, his soul left his body. He sensed that there were two figures not far away. They were in the middle of a discussion. Big brother, the falling dust sword sect's people have already been in the Vajra sect for a while. Could it be that they're joining forces? Should we report this to the sect? Whispered one of the cultivators. Not for now. Our goal is to monitor the Vajra sect's disciples and see how many of them will enter the training mountain range, said the other cultivator. No matter how many of them enter the training mountain range, they'll all die without a doubt, said the first cultivator. After Fang Chen's soul caught this information, a playful smile appeared on his face. He hadn't expected the ghost-killing gate to send disciples to monitor the Vajra sect. Crash! Fang Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the two ghost-killing gate disciples. Who are you? Fang Chen's appearance attracted the attention of the ghost-killing school disciples, and two of them said coldly, "The person who's going to kill you," sneered Fang Chen. "Humph, you're courting death." The ghost-killing gate disciples snorted and prepared to attack and kill Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen's finger moved slightly, and a tyrannical finger glow instantly floated in front of him. After that, it blasted towards one of the martialists. Finger of death. Whoosh! A finger light instantly pierced through the head of one of the martial warriors, instantly killing him. Seeing this, the other cultivator's body trembled uncontrollably. His heart was filled with fear. Who the hell are you? I'm a disciple of the ghost-killing gate. Don't kill me. Fang Chen walked step by step in front of the ghost-killing gate disciples and asked coldly, "Your ghost-killing gate is monitoring the Vajra sect. What exactly are you plotting?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the disciple knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "If I tell you, can you let me live?" "Do you have a choice?" Fang Chen said coldly. I'll talk. The disciples said in fear. The disciples of the King Kong sect killed Wu Sheng of the ghost-killing school. This time, the ghost-killing school is preparing to kill all of the younger generation of the King Kong sect after the training mountain range. After the training is over, we will destroy the King Kong sect. Hearing the disciples' words, Fang Chen was slightly startled. He never thought that the ghost-killing gate would have such vicious thoughts. "You can die now." Fang Chen raised his finger and said coldly, "You said you wouldn't kill me." Before the disciple could finish speaking, he was killed by Fang Chen's finger. Soon after, Fang Chen returned to the Vajra sect. After returning to the Vajra sect, Fang Chen told the Vajra sect master about this matter. "What? You said that the ghost-killing gate is going to attack my Vajra sect's disciples in the training mountain range?" The Vajra sect master's face changed as he asked in a deep voice. "On the way back, I met two disciples of the ghost-killing gate. They were sent by the ghost-killing gate to monitor our Vajra sect. I got this information from them." Fang Chen said, "Damn it, the ghost-killing gate is relying on their status as one of the top 5 sects to actually attack my Vajra sect." The Vajra sect master was furious. "Sect master, you don't have to worry about the training mountain range. The strongest member of the ghost-killing gate's younger generation is Gue Kue. With me here, Gue Kue won't be able to do anything," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Vajra sect master's face softened a little. He then said, "Fang Chen, you must be careful in this training." "Sect master, you don't have to worry about the training mountain range. What you need to think about now is how to deal with the ghost-killing gate," Fang Chen said. "I will convince the other sects to work together to deal with the ghost-killing gate," the Vajra sect master said in a deep voice. After chatting with the Vajra sect master, Fang Chen returned to his own courtyard. Within the Qingtian alliance, a ray of light shot into the sky. Countless warriors were shocked as they looked towards a courtyard in the center of the Qingtian alliance. "Is that Qing Lufeng?" "He broke through," many elders said. After a while, they received the news that Qing Lufeng had broken through. His cultivation level had reached the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Feng, or broke through before the training. In this training, he will definitely be able to show his prowess, the Qingtian Alliance Master said. At the same time, the other 4 geniuses had also broken through. Hai, Wu Wei, Huang Zhen, and Xingyan had all broken through to the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High realm. They were all preparing for this training. As for Gue Kue, he had broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High realm long ago. The closer it was to the training, the heavier the atmosphere in the south. Normally, no one would enter the training mountain range. It was considered a forbidden area in the south. But at this moment, in the depths of the training mountain range, there was a black shadow. He stood there like a demon from hell, emitting a terrifying aura. Chapter 251. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the annual Southern Trial. The southern region of the Golden Crown Nation held a grand trial every year. All the young disciples of the Southern sect, big or small, would participate. Every time the trial was held, some young disciples would rise above the rest and become the cream of the crop. The current 5 great prodigies of the southern region had also emerged from the Southern Trial. There would be a ranking at the end of each Southern Trial, and martialists who made it into the top 3 would be rewarded handsomely. Therefore, every younger generation was trying their best to squeeze into the top 3. However, ever since the emergence of the 5 great heavens prides, the top 3 spots had almost been monopolized by the 5 great heavens prides in the past few years of trials. It was simply impossible for other martialists to get a share of the top 3 spots. Countless young disciples were standing on a square in the Vajra sect. At the front of the square were many upper echelons of the Vajra sect. The Falling Dust sect master had already selected the Falling Dust Sword sect disciples to participate in the trial and brought them to the King Kong sect. They could set off at any time. Today was the day the King Kong sect disciples set off. Because the trial mountain range was still some distance away from the King Kong sect had to set off a day earlier. By the time Fong Qin arrived at the plaza, everyone had already arrived. The King Kong sect master began to speak when he saw that all the disciples had arrived. The annual Southern Trial will begin tomorrow. Today, we will head to the trial city to participate in the trial, the King Kong sect master announced loudly. The trial is not only an exchange between the younger generation, but also a competition between sects. There are countless opportunities in the trial mountain range. Of course, these opportunities are also accompanied by danger. I hope that all of you can help each other after entering the trial mountain range. The King Kong sect master continued. Then, the King Kong sect master briefly introduced the trial mountain range to the disciples before the group left the King Kong sect in a grandiose fashion. The King Kong sect master led the group and left alongside the Falling Dust Sword sect. Half a day later, the disciples of the King Kong sect and the Falling Dust Sword sect arrived at the trial city, one after another. Training City was a relatively famous city in the south. The reason why this city was called Training City was because every year the Southern Trials would be held in this city. This year was no exception. When the Vajra sect and the Falling Dust Sword sect arrived, countless sects in the south had already arrived at the trial city. The trial city is right in front of us. Let's go in, the Vajra sect master said slowly. Then, the group of people entered the city of trials in a majestic manner. Just as he entered the training city, Fong Qin felt a heavy aura rushing towards him. The training city was packed with people. So many people. Fong Qin was extremely puzzled. He did not expect that a Southern Trial could actually attract so many martial artists. The Southern Trial is an annual event in the Southern region. Of course, there will be many warriors. Jean Tai said slowly from behind Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded. Just as the disciples of the King Kong sect were about to leave, a group of people suddenly entered the trial city through the city gates. The Wuji sect had just entered the trial city when they discovered their archenemy, the King Kong sect. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. When the Wuji sect master saw the King Kong sect, a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He quickly walked over to the King Kong sect. King Kong sect master! How dare the King Kong sect participate in the southern trial? The Wuji sect master mocked. Since the Wuji sect is participating, why can't the King Kong sect participate? The King Kong sect master said icily. King Kong sect master, the Wuji sect will pay you back 100-fold for seizing our city, the Wuji sect master said icily. The King Kong sect master sneered when he heard the Wuji sect master's words and turned to leave. The Wuji sect master smiled sinisterly as he watched the King Kong sect master leave. Humph! I want to see how long the King Kong sect can last. The King Kong sect naturally didn't fear the Wuji sect. However, the Wuji sect had the backing of one of the top 5 sects, the Ghost Killing Gate. This required the King Kong sect master to take them seriously. However, Fong Chen had promised the King Kong sect master that he didn't need to worry about the safety of the King Kong sect master in the Trial Mountain Range. With him around, the ghost sunflower wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, the King Kong sect master didn't care about the Wuji sect master's threat at all. What he cared about the most now was that the Ghost Killing Gate would make a move on the King Kong sect after the trial ended. Therefore, the King Kong sect master had already thought it through. During the trial, he would try his best to contact some sects that had a good relationship with the King Kong sect and join forces to resist the Ghost Killing Gate. Shortly after, the King Kong sect master led the group to a manor. This was an independent manor that belonged to the King Kong sect. The members of the Falling Dust Sword sect followed the Falling Dust sect master to the Falling Dust Sword sect manor. This is where we will rest. Everyone, have a good rest and prepare for the trial in your best condition. The King Kong sect master said a few simple words before leaving. Soon, many disciples went to rest while others went out for a stroll. The Liang family's 4 young masters said goodbye to Fong Chen before turning to leave as well. Just as Fong Chen was about to rest, the chief disciple of the Luochen sword sect, Yi Ming, suddenly appeared. Brother Fong, let's go out for a stroll. Yi Ming looked at Fong Chen and smiled. Fong Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Yi Ming continued, Brother Fong, tomorrow is the trial. Don't you want to take advantage of today to see the geniuses of the various sects? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fong Chen originally wanted to refuse, but when he heard Yi Ming's last sentence, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately nodded and said, all right. Then Yi Ming and Fong Chen left the manor and appeared on the streets of the trial city. The entire trial city was bustling. The trial city in the south did not belong to any sect. It was jointly owned by the various sects. In the trial city, one could see the properties of the various sects every time. Even the 5 top sects did not dare to forcefully occupy the trial city. Where are we going? Fong Chen looked at Yi Ming, who was walking quickly, and asked, Follow me, and you will know. Yi Ming's face revealed a trace of a smile. Then, Fong Chen did not ask any more questions and directly followed Yi Ming. In a short while, the 2 of them appeared on a small mountain peak in the trial city. This mountain peak was very famous in the trial city. It was called the Genius Peak. Genius Peak. The reason why it was called Genius Peak was because every year before the trial, a large number of martial artists would come to the trial city to train. Some geniuses would choose to gather on this mountain peak for exchanges. Over time, this mountain peak was called Genius Peak. Of course, not every cultivator had the qualifications to set foot on the Genius Peak. Only the top powerhouses of the younger generation could ascend the genius peak. As the chief disciple of the falling dust sword sect, Yi Ming's strength was extremely powerful. Naturally, he had the qualifications to set foot on the genius peak. When Yi Ming brought Fang Qin to the foot of the genius peak, he raised his head and looked over. There were already over 20 cultivators on the genius peak. These cultivators were the top of the younger generation in the south. Of course, the 5 great prodigies were not included. This was because the 5 great prodigies did not care about such a gathering of geniuses. In their eyes, besides the 5 of them, no one else in the south could be mentioned in the same breath as them. At this moment, there was a pavilion on the genius peak. Over 20 cultivators were in the pavilion. Some were standing, while others were sitting on stone benches and chatting with each other. Brother Jilei, your strength has increased again. Looks like Brother Jilei's ranking will rise again in this trial, a cultivator with a smile said. Yeah, Brother Jilei's strength is really amazing. Brother Bai Ming's strength is not bad either. Among the 20 cultivators, Jilei and the others were naturally the focus. This was because their strength was practically unparalleled under the 5 great prodigies. However, just as everyone was chatting and laughing, they suddenly saw 2 cultivators coming up from the foot of the mountain. It's Yi Ming from the falling dust sword sect. A cultivator recognized Yi Ming and said softly. They were not at all surprised by Yi Ming's arrival. With Yi Ming's strength, it was sufficient for him to set foot on the genius peak. However, when they saw that Yi Ming had brought another person with him, some of the cultivators' expressions changed slightly. Yi Ming, you're here, a cultivator asked. Yi Ming nodded and prepared to set foot on the genius peak with Fang Qin. However, at this moment, someone finally could not hold back anymore. Yi Ming, you have the qualifications to set foot on the genius peak, but it doesn't mean that you can casually bring random people up there. That's right. Not every cultivator can set foot on the genius peak. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry can set foot on the genius peak, then what's the point of the genius peak gathering? Yi Ming, you can come up, but he can't. The many cultivators chimed in one after another. Yi Ming frowned slightly when he heard this. He immediately said, he's the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. Could it be that he doesn't have the qualifications to ascend the genius peak? Hearing Yi Ming's question, someone said, isn't Jean Tai the chief disciple of the King Kong sect? Where did this kid come from? In the pavilion, many cultivators were questioning Fang Chen's origins. Only Ji Lei's expression was a little ugly. He did not say a word. A trace of fear actually flashed in his eyes. That's right. Genius Peak is indeed not a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can ascend. At this moment, Fang Chen opened his mouth to speak. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a disciple near Fang Chen's face changed. He angrily shouted, Kid, since you know, then hurry up and get down. Otherwise, I won't be polite. For example, a Tom, Dick, or Harry like you doesn't have the qualifications to set foot on the Genius Peak. Fang Chen looked at the cultivator and said with a cold smile, this cultivator's cultivation was also at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi-Hai realm. He was only a step away from the 4th level of the Qi-Hai realm. He was the chief disciple of the Puyun Island. His name was Pu Xiang. He was very arrogant and looked down on those weaker cultivators. At this moment, hearing Fang Chen's mockery, Pu Xiang's face changed. He said, coldly, Kid, I am the chief disciple of the Puyun Island. My cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi-Hai realm. You say that I am a Tom, Dick, or Harry, then what about you? Do you think that being the chief disciple of the King Kong sect is something great? Pu Xiang looked at Fang Chen with an overbearing aura. His eyes were spitting fire. Is being the chief disciple of the Puyun Island really something great? Fang Chen asked back. You are many times stronger than being the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. Pu Xiang snorted and said, Kid, you only have two choices now. Either you get down yourself, or I will kick you down. Yi Ming knew Fang Chen's strength and did not interrupt. He also did not like Pu Xiang. He could use this opportunity to let Fang Chen teach Pu Xiang a lesson. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. This kind of trash was everywhere. Chapter 252. He had two choices. He could either roll off or be blasted off. Pu Xiang gave Fang Chen two choices, and Fang Chen gave Pu Xiang two choices as well. He did not want to be too high-profile, but Pu Xiang was overbearing. Ji Lei's face was gloomy at the moment. No one knew what he was thinking. He had not said a single word since the beginning. Of course, all the cultivators on Genius Peak did not know that Ji Lei had been defeated by Fang Chen not long ago. This made Ji Lei very wary of Fang Chen. Pu Xiang's face was filled with disbelief when he heard that. He then asked coldly, "What did you say?" "Get off my back." "You can choose not to." "I'll blast you off," Fang Chen said. Pu Xiang was completely enraged when he heard Fang Chen's words. He looked at Fang Chen and roared furiously, "Brat, you're dead for offending me, Pu Xiang." Pu Xiang activated all the strength in his body as he spoke and blasted Fang Chen. He wanted to blast Fang Chen off Genius Peak. Bang! Just a casual punch from Fang Chen was enough to make Pu Xiang feel a strong pressure. After a loud bang, Pu Xiang's body fell on Genius Peak and rolled down the mountain. This sudden scene shocked more than 20 martialists. They did not expect the cultivator that Yi Ming had brought to be so powerful that he could defeat Pu Xiang in one move. Pu Xiang was furious after being blasted off the peak. However, his rationality told him that he was no match for Fang Chen. How is this possible? Pu Xiang stood up slowly and looked at Fang Chen, who was on Genius Peak. At the moment, his face was burning, as though he had been slapped by Fang Chen. It was ridiculous that he had thought that Fang Chen was not qualified to step onto Genius Peak. However, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had blasted him off Genius Peak. Just you wait. After being blasted off Genius Peak, Pu Xiang naturally didn't have the face to continue climbing the peak. He glared fiercely at Fang Chen before turning to leave. After Pu Xiang left, Fang Chen smirked as he looked at Ji Lei. "I wonder if I have the qualifications to step onto Genius Peak now?" Fang Chen asked softly. This brother's strength is formidable, so he naturally has the qualifications to ascend Genius Peak. Not bad. To be able to defeat Pu Xiang so easily, this brother must be at least at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. When did such a tyrannical disciple appear in the Vajra sect? This is truly shocking. Many martial artists who had looked down on Fang Chen earlier cupped their hands towards Fang Chen. In this world, strength was revered. If one was strong enough, they would be respected everywhere. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ji Lei and asked, "I wonder what brother Ji Lei thinks?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ji Lei's heart tightened. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said, "Brother Fang's strength is tyrannical. If even you don't have the qualifications to ascend Genius Peak, then I'm afraid that no one here has the qualifications to ascend Genius Peak." Ji Lei's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. They didn't think that Ji Lei would have such a high evaluation of Fang Chen. Of course, they didn't know that Ji Lei said this because he was afraid of Fang Chen. "You guys continue." Fang Chen signaled for everyone to continue talking. As for Fang Chen, he sat in a corner of the pavilion. Fang Chen wasn't interested in this kind of gathering at all, so he didn't participate. If it wasn't for Yi Ming bringing him here, he definitely wouldn't have come here. In the following time, many martial artists wanted to befriend Fang Chen, but Fang Chen simply ignored them. In the end, Fang Chen and Yi Ming left Genius Peak. This so-called gathering of geniuses didn't have any substantive meaning. It was just a bunch of people who liked to show off and flaunt their strength on Genius Peak. Early the next morning, the entire trial city was filled with a solemn atmosphere. There was a very wide plaza in the center of the trial city. This plaza was the place where the trial would begin. Martial artists continuously came to the plaza. Before long, all the sect members had arrived. The King Kong sect and the Infinity sect were together, and Fong Qin was among them. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the platform and waved his hand at everyone, indicating for them to be quiet. Today is our Southern Region's annual trial competition. Every year there will be some dark horses. This year we will still choose the top 3 of the trial competition and give them generous rewards, said the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was a highly respected lone traveler in the Southern Region. His cultivation base was very high, and all the sect members in the Southern Region jointly elected him as the host of the trial competition. This year's trial competition will be the same as before. All the participating martial artists will have to enter the trial mountain range for a month. During this month, as long as the demonic aura in a martial artist's token completely disappears, they will be automatically eliminated, continued the white-haired old man. Before long, Fong Qin and the others received a palm-sized token. This token was a special token for the trial competition. This token stored a strand of demonic aura. This strand of demonic aura was collected from a demonic beast and forcibly sealed in the token by an almighty. After listening to the white-haired old man's explanation, Fong Qin had a better understanding of the trial competition's rules. In the trial competition, every participant would receive a token. Every token contained a strand of demonic aura. Participants who entered the trial mountain range could hunt demonic beasts to collect demonic aura. They could also steal the demonic aura of other participants. In short, as long as there was demonic aura in the token, they could continue to cultivate in the trial mountain range. However, once the last strand of demonic aura in the token was stolen by someone else, the participant would be automatically eliminated. The array in the token would be activated instantly, and the participant would be transported out of the trial mountain range. After a month, the ranking would be based on the amount of demonic aura in the token. The top 3 martial artists would receive generous rewards. Although they didn't know what the rewards would be, according to the past years, it wouldn't be too bad. Within the trial mountain range, there were many demonic beasts. The weaker ones were at the 1st level of the Chi-Hai realm, while the stronger ones were at the 5th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Of course, killing demonic beasts of different levels would result in different amounts of demonic aura. Killing a demonic beast at the 1st level of the Chi-Hai realm would result in 1 strand of demonic aura. Killing a demonic beast at the 2nd level of the Chi-Hai realm would result in 2 strands of demonic aura. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the more demonic aura one would receive. Of course, if one wanted to kill a high-level demonic beast, there was a huge risk. All right, you all know the rules. Next up is the last test before the trial competition. Only by passing this test will you be qualified to participate in the trial competition. The white-haired old man's voice traveled into everyone's ears. Fong Qin heard this and was confused. What kind of test was this? At this moment, a big drum appeared in the middle of the square. After the big drum appeared, the white-haired old man said, "Everyone use all your strength. As long as you can make the big drum sound 3 times, you will pass the test." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, some of the disciples began to participate in the test. This was a 1st-level Chi-Hai warrior. He stood in front of the big drum and clenched his fist. All the strength in his body was gathered in his fist. He roared and punched the big drum. Dong on the big drum. There was a deafening sound, followed by a second sound. Just as everyone was watching, the sound of the big drum stopped abruptly. The warrior's face changed slightly, and his eyebrows were filled with displeasure. 2 sounds eliminated. The white-haired old man's voice sounded. This warrior made 2 sounds and was eliminated. Next, countless other warriors began to participate in the test. Dong, the sound of the big drum, was endless. Fang Chen observed carefully. Basically, all the warriors above the first level of the Qi-Hai realm could make 3 sounds. Most of the people who were eliminated were at the first level of the Qi-Hai realm. It seemed that this test was to eliminate the weak. Warriors who were able to enter the trial mountain range were all extremely strong. After about half an hour, the square finally exploded. Because this time, one of the 5 geniuses, Gue Kue, was participating in the test. Gue Kue stood in front of the big drum. Countless warriors widened their eyes and stared at Gue Kue. Before Gue Kue, the highest number of sounds was 5. Everyone was guessing that Gue Kue would be able to break this record. At this moment, Gue Kue's face was gloomy. Suddenly, his body was covered with a layer of gray qi. Boom under everyone's gaze. Gue Kue's fist smashed onto the big drum. Immediately, the sound of the drum filled the sky. Dong in the blink of an eye, the drum sounded 5 times, easily surpassing the previous record. The sound of the drum was still there. Dong, dong, the 6th sound, the 7th sound, the 8th sound. When the drum sounded 8 times, all the warriors' faces were filled with shock. The drum sounded 8 times. Just as everyone was still in shock, the 9th sound rang out. At this moment, the whole square was in an uproar. This was because the limit of the big drum was 9 sounds. Warriors who could make 9 sounds were the best of the younger generation. As expected of Gue Kue, he can make 9 sounds. Yeah, the 5 geniuses are really strong. The ghost-killing sect specializes in body refinement. Gue Kue's divine devil body refinement seems to have reached an even higher level, leaving others in the dust. Many warriors exclaimed after recovering from their shock. Gue Kue was too strong. Everyone was still immersed in Gue Kue's strength. What happened next made them even more dumbfounded. After Gue Kue made 9 sounds, the other 4 geniuses of the 5 geniuses all made their moves. Without exception, they all made 9 sounds. The 5 geniuses combined forces to complete the test. Chapter 253. This test was enough to show the strength of the 5 great prodigies. After the 5 great prodigies, other than a few warriors who could sound the drum 7 times, there was not even a warrior who could sound it 8 times. Next, the warriors began their tests one after another. Every now and then, a first-level Qi-Hai warrior would be eliminated. After 2 hours, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. When it was Fang Chen's turn, Jilei and the others all looked at Fang Chen. The eyes of the disciples of the King Kong sect and the Luo Chun sword sect were filled with hope. They thought that even if Fang Chen could not compare to the 5 great prodigies, he could at least sound the drum 7 times. However, after Fang Chen sounded the drum, the disciples of the King Kong sect and the Luo Chin sword sect were confused. This was because Fang Chen only sounded the drum 3 times. This was too unbelievable. Even Ji Lei could sound the drum 7 times, but Fang Chen, the warrior who defeated Ji Lei, only sounded the drum 3 times. Of course, the warriors who did not know Fang Chen thought this was normal. Only Yi Ming and the others knew that Fang Chen was hiding his strength. This is only a test. As long as I pass, I don't need to attract the attention of others. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the test just now, Fang Chen deliberately controlled his strength and only sounded the drum 3 times, barely passing the test. After an entire morning, the test finally ended. There were more than 20 warriors eliminated, and the remaining warriors all passed the test. Next, it was time for the test to officially begin. All the warriors held a token in their hands. All right, let's begin. Everyone enter the training mountain range. The white-haired elder said loudly. The training mountain range was within 100 meters of the training city. It was very close. Following the white-haired elder's command, all the participating martialists left the trial city and entered the trial mountain range. As for the leaders of the various sects, they continued to stay in the trial city. Under Fang Chen's lead, the numerous disciples of the King Kong sect and the falling dust sword sect entered the training mountain range one after another. After everyone entered the training mountain range, Fong Qin discovered that the training mountain range was very strange. What he saw from the outside was completely different from what he saw inside. Furthermore, only after entering the training mountain range did they realize that it was filled with dangerous auras. Fong Qin turned his head and glanced at the disciples of the King Kong sect and falling dust sword sect. He nodded and said, "Looks like the formation in the token separated all of us when we entered the mountain range." This was an empty space at the edge of the training mountain range. Fong Qin led the disciples from the King Kong sect and the falling dust sword sect to a brief survey of their surroundings before continuing onwards. After walking for about an hour, Fong Qin suddenly stopped. "Brother Fong, what's wrong?" Yi Ming asked immediately when he saw Fong Qin stop walking. There were dangers everywhere in the training mountain range. If they could foresee the dangers ahead of time, they would be sufficiently prepared and their losses would be minimized. "There's the sound of flowing water ahead," Fong Qin said softly. Doubt filled his face. "Do you want to take a look?" Yi Ming asked. Fong Qin nodded. Although the training mountain range was dangerous, it was also accompanied by opportunities. The sound of flowing water might be an opportunity for them. Afterwards, everyone quickly advanced under Fong Qin's lead. The further they advanced, the hotter Fong Qin felt. "Why is it so hot?" Fong Qin was extremely puzzled. He had already secretly used the concept of fire to resist the scorching heat. Many disciples behind him could no longer withstand it. "Brother Fong, this place is very strange. The air is too hot. They can't withstand it any more," Yi Ming said with a heavy voice. Fong Qin pondered for a moment, then said, "Go back first and find a safe place to rest. I'll go take a look." With that, Fong Qin turned and left. Yi Ming led the disciples of the King Kong sect and falling dust sword sect to find a safe place to rest. Fong Qin was alone, and his speed was very fast. Before long, Fong Qin arrived at the source of the flowing water. When he saw this scene, his face was filled with shock. At this moment, there was a river in front of Fong Qin. It wasn't flowing water, but fiery red magma. Why is there magma here? Fong Qin was extremely puzzled. The surroundings of the river were relatively empty. The river wasn't very large, and the river was filled with fiery red magma. The magma constantly flowed downstream. No wonder the air nearby is so scorching. "So that's why," Fong Qin said softly. Fong Qin wrapped his body with the concept of fire and approached the magma. He was prepared to check if there were any opportunities within the magma. However, just as Fong Qin approached the magma, the concept of fire around him suddenly trembled. When Fong Qin saw this scene, he was extremely puzzled. However, when he saw a flame within the magma, he finally became excited. "A fire seed. There's a fire seed in the magma," Fong Qin said excitedly. A fire seed was a very mysterious flame. The reason why Fong Qin was excited when he saw a fire seed was because consuming a fire seed could increase one's concept of fire. Right now, Fong Qin's concept of fire had reached the first minor realm. If he could devour enough fire seeds, his concept of fire could reach the second minor realm. At that time, the power of his fire and water sword technique would be even stronger. What a pleasant surprise! Fong Qin shook his wrist and directly took out a fire seed from the magma river. This fire seed was like a flower, quietly lying in Fong Qin's palm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fong Qin used his mind to control the concept of fire and instantly absorbed the fire seed. After absorbing the fire seed, his concept of fire improved a lot. This is really good stuff. For the concept of fire, a fire seed was definitely a great supplement. He had just entered the training mountain range when he encountered such a strange magma river. Moreover, there was a fire seed in the magma river. This made Fong Qin very excited. After that, Fong Qin began to check. He didn't know if he didn't check, but when he did, he was shocked. Within the magma, there were countless fire seeds. These fire seeds were floating freely, absorbing the scorching aura within the magma. Let's collect some fire seeds first. Fang Qin thought to himself. Since he had encountered a fire seed, he had to let his concept of fire absorb enough fire seeds to make a breakthrough. Once his concept of fire reached the second minor realm, his strength would skyrocket. In the following time, Fang Qin constantly searched for fire seeds. In just half an hour, Fang Qin had absorbed more than 30 fire seeds. After absorbing these fire seeds, Fang Qin clearly felt that his concept of fire had greatly improved. In this way, Fang Qin continued to search for fire seeds. 2 hours later, Fang Qin finally felt that his concept of fire had reached a bottleneck. After absorbing a large amount of fire seeds, his concept of fire had reached the bottleneck of the first minor realm. He could no longer absorb fire seeds. Why can't I break through? Fang Qin thought to himself. Just as Fang Qin was thinking, several sounds of breaking air suddenly came from the distance. Then, Fang Qin discovered that some of the participating warriors had discovered this place and were rushing over. Everlasting sect disciples! Fang Qin could see that these disciples were rushing over from their clothes. Their clothes were very similar to the everlasting sect's disciples. At the same time that Fang Qin discovered the everlasting sect's disciples, the everlasting sect's disciples also discovered Fang Qin. However, Ji Lei wasn't among them. Yes, these everlasting sect's disciples didn't recognize Fang Qin. "Brat, obediently hand over the things you obtained here," said one of the everlasting sect's disciples coldly. The aura here was scorching hot, and there was even a river of lava. They were certain that there was a supreme treasure here. When they arrived, they discovered that Fang Qin was already here. So they guessed that Fang Qin might have obtained something here. "What are you standing there for? Are you courting death?" asked another everlasting sect's disciple. Fang Qin frowned, a bit displeased. "You're the ones courting death." "I'll kill you." One of the everlasting sect's disciples was infuriated. He directly attacked, wanting to kill Fang Qin and steal Fang Qin's demonic qi. Puchi Fang Qin only needed to lightly point a finger to instantly kill this everlasting sect's disciple. Seeing this, the other everlasting sect's disciples were infuriated. They directly joined forces to kill Fang Qin. Whoosh! Several rays of light shot out, and the 5 everlasting sect's disciples were all killed. After doing all this, Fang Qin took their tokens and clenched his hand. Immediately, 5 strands of demonic qi appeared in front of him and entered Fang Qin's token. As expected, the demonic qi comes faster when stealing from others. Fang Qin grinned. The everlasting sect's disciples actually dared to target him. This made Fang Qin very angry, so he cleanly killed the 5 disciples. Just as Fang Qin collected the 5 strands of demonic qi, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Immediately after, a figure shot over from afar. When this figure saw the 5 people lying on the ground, his expression changed. He looked at Fang Qin and said coldly, "You killed them." "That's right, I killed them." Fang Qin looked at the person and said indifferently, "Very well. Since you killed them, then you'll pay with your life." The person said with a cold smile, "I'm afraid you don't have that right." Fang Qin said, "Ha ha ha, you dare to say such words in front of me, the demon ghost. You're courting death." The demon ghost said coldly. The demon ghost was one of the elites of the younger generation of the ghost-killing sect. He had also reached the early 4th level of the Qi High realm. When Fang Qin killed Wusheng, the demon ghost was in seclusion and had no idea. When he entered the training mountain range this time, he was with these everlasting sect's disciples. Just now, he let these disciples go first while he went ahead to take a look. He didn't expect that when he returned, the 5 of them had already been killed. Chapter 254. Hearing the demon ghost's words, Fang Qin felt that it was ridiculous. An early 4th level Qi High warrior actually wanted him to commit suicide. The current Fang Chen's strength had increased. Even if he met the 5 great geniuses, he would not be afraid, not to mention the small fry in front of him. Even if Gui Kui came, I would not be afraid, not to mention you. Fang Chen said, "Looks like you won't give up until you see the end." The demon ghost said coldly, "If that's the case, then I'll let you know how powerful I am." As soon as Ghost Hunter's voice fell, an incomparably dense aura instantly appeared around his body. His fiend god body refinement was instantly activated. Crash! The demon ghost clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. He punched towards Fang Chen. So childish. Fang Chen looked at the demon ghost's attack and waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared in the sky. 3-sword realm, sword explosion. With a crackling sound, the flash of sword light collided with the demon ghost's fist and exploded. You. At this moment, the demon ghost felt a strong force enter his body and destroy all his defenses. This feeling he had only felt from his senior brother, Gui Kui. Could it be that the person in front of him was as strong as senior brother Gui Kui? No. In an instant, the flash of sword light exploded with a wild aura. The air wave blasted the demon ghost's body into the magma river. The demon ghost saw this scene and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! With a loud sound, the demon ghost's body fell into the magma river. Then a miserable cry was heard. In a moment, a skeleton floated on the surface of the magma river. Ignorant. Fang Chen said in his heart. The demon ghost's cultivation was only at the early 4th level of Qi High, the same as Gui Kui, but he obviously did not leave. What a pity. Ever since he knew about the divine demon body of the ghost-killing sect, Fang Chen had always wanted to see how powerful the body of the ghost-killing sect was. However, this demon ghost was too weak. With one sword strike, he was blasted into the lava river and lost his life. Just as Fang Chen was sighing, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed on the ghost hunter skeleton. In the blink of an eye, this glimmer of light surrounded the skeleton. Yes, this is. When Fang Chen saw this, he felt the heat of the light and was puzzled. It's absorbing the energy from the demon ghost bones. Fang Chen exclaimed when he saw the light absorbing the energy from the bones. Boom! Fang Chen clenched his hand into a fist and punched at the light. Suddenly, the bones fell apart and the light turned into a flame. Fire seed, Fang Chen asked doubtfully when he saw the flame. This flame was completely different from the fire seed he had obtained before. The difference was huge. Could this be a mutated fire seed? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this time, Fang Chen remembered the history of the continent that he had read before. There was information about fire seeds in it. Suddenly, Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the flame in disbelief. Mutated fire seed. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Fire seeds were a special kind of flame. When a martial artist absorbed a fire seed, their concept of fire would be greatly improved. Of course, after reading the history of the continent, Fang Chen knew that not only could martial artists absorb fire seeds, but even demonic beasts could absorb fire seeds. And this mutated fire seed in front of him had absorbed other fire seeds and mutated into such a strange fire seed. A mutated fire seed was very powerful. It was not something an ordinary fire seed could compare to. I wonder how many ordinary fire seeds this fire seed has absorbed, Fang Chen said. At this time, the mutated fire seed discovered that someone was attacking it and wanted to drill into the lava river. However, how could Fang Chen let go of such a good opportunity? Want to leave? Fang Chen shouted. Then his figure flashed, and he waved the hidden dragon's sword in his hand. He instantly released the 3rd level of the water fire sword technique. The 3 sword beams of water and fire penetrated the magma river and hit the mutated fire seed. After the mutated fire seed was hit, It emitted a fanatical aura and constantly struggled. Fang Qin flicked the hidden dragon sword and took the mutated fire seed out of the lava river. He then placed it in his hand. The mutated fire seed in his palm wanted to escape, but it was restrained by Fang Qin. Feeling the scorching aura, Fang Qin could not help but sigh. As expected of a mutated fire seed, its temperature was more than 10 times that of an ordinary fire seed. Otherwise, after absorbing ordinary fire seeds and greatly improving his concept of fire, he would not have been able to withstand the heat of this mutated fire seed. Fang Qin activated his red level soul and drilled it into the mutated fire seed to check how many ordinary fire seeds it had absorbed. According to the records of the continent's unofficial history, once a mutated fire seed absorbed 100 ordinary fire seeds, it would undergo a true transformation. At that time, it would reach a whole new level. His soul drilled into the mutated fire seed and instantly checked the number of ordinary fire seeds it had absorbed. 99. When he heard this news, Fang Qin's face was filled with shock. He did not expect that the mutated fire seed attracted by the bones of the demonic ghost would absorb 99 ordinary fire seeds. If it absorbed another ordinary fire seed, it would complete a perfect transformation. At that time, even if Fang Qin encountered it, he would not be able to capture it easily. As Fang Qin controlled the mutated flame, his eyes were filled with a fiery glow. If I absorb this mutated fire seed, will my concept of fire break through the bottleneck and reach the second minor realm? Fang Qin thought to himself. However, Fang Qin rejected his idea in an instant. This was because it was very difficult to break through from the first minor realm to the second minor realm, unless there was a great opportunity. Fang Qin did not think that this mutated fire seed could help him break through his concept of fire. However, at this moment, a trace of madness flashed across Fang Qin's eyes. Then he said faintly, "If I let this mutated flame seed absorb an ordinary flame seed and undergo a transformation before devouring it, I'm confident that I'll be able to break through my fire intent." Through observing the mutated fire seed, Fang Qin had already discovered that the reason why the mutated fire seed did not devour the last ordinary fire seed was because it did not have enough energy. Therefore, it was attracted by the bones of the demonic ghost and was captured by Fang Qin. I don't know if it will work. Thinking of this, he began to act. Fang Qin held the mutated fire seed in one hand and found an ordinary fire seed in the magma river with the other. Then he kept moving his hands together, trying to make the mutated fire seed absorb the ordinary fire seed by force. However, when the two fire seeds came into contact with each other, the mutated fire seed began to reject the ordinary fire seed. The rejection was very strong. How can this be? Is the mutated fire seed lacking energy? Fang Qin was puzzled. Then Fang Qin took out some spirit stones and let the mutated fire seed absorb them. However, it was to no avail. Just as Fang Qin was puzzled, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly and an invisible aura spread out instantly. When this invisible aura spread out, the mutated fire seed in Fang Qin's hand began to become active. Fang Qin's eyes revealed a trace of a smile when he saw the mutated flame jumping continuously and absorbing the formless aura. This works too, Fang Qin said in surprise. Bit by bit, he watched the mutated fire seed absorb the invisible aura. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the mutated fire seed absorbed enough energy. Next, Fang Qin let the mutated fire seed absorb the ordinary fire seed. The process was very smooth. Before Fang Qin could do anything, the mutated fire seed absorbed the ordinary fire seed on its own. Rumble just after the mutated fire seed absorbed the last ordinary fire seed, the mutated fire seed suddenly underwent an earth-shaking change. Hiss! Fang Qin felt a scorching aura coming from the mutated fire seed, making him feel a little suffocated. Fang Qin tried hard to control the mutated fire seed. but the latter was struggling, trying to escape from Fang Chen's palm. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the mutated fire seed underwent a perfect transformation. A purple flame appeared in the center of the fire seed. Is this the perfect state of the mutated fire seed? Fang Chen could feel the tyrannical power of the mutated fire seed. Damn it, it's struggling. At this moment, Fang Chen found that the mutated fire seed was struggling. The purple flame in the center of the fire seed was so hot that even Fang Chen, who was surrounded by the concept of fire, felt a tingling pain. I can't go on like this, or it will escape. Fang Chen thought quickly in his mind. Suddenly, Fang Chen had a crazy idea: to devour the mutated fire seed. At this moment, this was the only way. It was not easy to get a perfect mutated fire seed. Fang Chen did not want to give up, let alone let the mutated fire seed escape. After making the decision, the concept of fire around Fang Chen instantly turned into a strong flame, burning fiercely. Then, Fang Chen quickly put the mutated fire seed into his mouth. After the mutated fire seed entered his mouth, it went down his throat and into Fang Chen's dantian. The scorching flame burned his dantian, and Fang Chen let out a miserable scream. Burn! Fang Chen tried hard to stabilize his body and shouted in a low voice, trying to let the concept of fire absorb the mutated fire seed. However, it was not that easy to absorb a perfect mutated fire seed. The mutated fire seed was struggling, trying to burn Fang Chen's sea of qi, and the concept of fire was helping Fang Chen block the mutated fire seed's burning. For a time, a confrontation occurred in Fang Chen's dantian. After the mutated fire seed burned his sea of qi, the liquefied spirit energy kept rolling, and Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. Chapter 255. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen felt the concept of fire in his body rumbling. He then realized that the mutated fire seed that was burning his sea of energy in his dantian had completely disappeared. "I've finished devouring it," Fang Chen muttered softly. At this moment, a flame that soared into the sky instantly appeared around him. The powerful flame caused the surrounding trees to wither and turn yellow in an instant. Concept of fire, the second minor realm. After devouring the perfect mutated fire seed, Fang Chen's concept of fire finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the second minor realm. After reaching the second minor realm, the concept of fire became even more powerful. Rip! Fang Chen immediately withdrew the concept of fire, but the smile on his face became even wider. "Although my energy sea is damaged a little, it's all worth it." Fang Chen grinned. While devouring the perfect mutated fire seed, his energy sea was burned and damaged a little, but it could be repaired. "When I get out of here, I'll find some spiritual herbs to repair my energy sea," Fang Chen thought to himself. After reaching the second minor realm of the concept of fire, Fang Chen could not wait to test the power of the water fire sword technique. Swoosh! The hidden dragon sword danced, and the water fire sword technique was instantly displayed by Fang Chen. The second minor realm of the concept of fire was directly integrated into it, and the power of the water fire sword technique instantly increased. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a wild smile. Because of the breakthrough in the concept of fire, the third level of the water fire sword technique had also reached the perfection realm. Perfection realm, ha ha ha. Fang Chen laughed loudly. If he cultivated normally, it would be too difficult to cultivate the third level of the water fire sword technique to the perfection realm. However, this time, by chance, the third level of the water fire sword technique had reached the perfection realm. Now that the water fire sword technique had reached the perfection realm, Fang Chen's strength was even more powerful. "Even if I encounter the 5 great sky prides, I won't be afraid," Fang Chen thought to himself. It had been half a day since Fang Chen left. Yi Ming had been waiting for Fang Chen where he was. "It's been half a day. I wonder if anything happened to Fang Chen," Yi Ming thought to himself. However, just as Yi Ming was deep in thought, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared in the distance. These cultivators were dressed in black, and their faces were filled with gloomy smiles when they saw the disciples of the Windfall Sword Sect and King Kong Sect. "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect to encounter disciples from the Falling Dust Sword Sect and the King Kong Sect here. The heavens are really helping me." The leader laughed wildly. Black Spirit Mountain. Yi Ming's face turned grim when he saw the people walking over from far away. The Black Spirit Mountain was a formidable sect in the south, and its strength was similar to the Dustfall Sword Sect. But the head disciple of the Black Spirit Mountain's younger generation, He Hu, was slightly more formidable than Yi Ming. At this moment, Black Tiger was leading a group. When he discovered the disciples of the King Kong Sect and Luochen Sword Sect, he was all smiles and wanted to snatch their demonic chi. "Yi Ming, hand over the demonic chi if you know what's good for you," Black Tiger said coldly. "Black Tiger, don't go overboard. Our Dustfall Sword Sect and the King Kong Sect are not afraid of your Black Spirit Mountain, even if we join forces," Yi Ming said coldly. Black Tiger revealed a mocking expression when he heard this. He then said, "Trash like you dare to go against our Black Spirit Mountain? Black Tiger, do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Yi Ming said coldly at this moment. Black Tiger sneered when he heard Yi Ming's words. "What if you lose?" "If I lose, the demonic chi is yours," Yi Ming said. Yi Ming was actually stalling for time. Once Fong Chun returned, they would no longer be afraid of the Black Spirit Mountain. However, if Fong Chen did not return before he lost to Black Tiger, then the Dustfall Sword Sect and King Kong Sect were destined to be annihilated. "All right, it's a deal." As soon as Black Tiger finished speaking, he activated his monstrous aura and fought with Yi Ming directly. The battle between the two was very intense. In the beginning, Yi Ming was still able to fight Black Tiger to a draw. However, after more than 10 moves, Black Tiger clearly began to gain the upper hand. In the end, Black Tiger firmly gained the upper hand and firmly suppressed Yi Ming. "Yi Ming, you've lost." Black Tiger growled as he clenched his fist tightly and threw a punch at Yi Ming. Instantly, Yi Ming's body was sent flying by Black Tiger, and he fell to the ground. "Release your demonic chi!" Black Tiger looked at Yi Ming, who had fallen to the ground, and said condescendingly. Yi Ming's defeat made many disciples of the King Kong Sect and Dustfall Sword Sect feel indignant. However, they were no match for the Black Spirit Mountain. "Senior brother, Yi Ming," some of the Dustfall Sword Sect disciples called out. Yi Ming slowly stood up, a bitter smile on his face. He then took out his token. He thought that he could buy some time, but the result disappointed him. Black Tiger's strength was much stronger than his. "Hand over all of your demonic chi," Black Tiger said arrogantly and coldly. At this moment, a voice rang out. "I want to hand over my demonic chi too." Hearing this voice, Yi Ming and the rest were overjoyed. They turned around and saw a young cultivator standing not far away. "Brother Fong, you're finally back," Yi Ming said excitedly when he saw Fong Chen. Fong Chen's return meant that the Dustfall Sword Sect and King Kong Sect were no longer in danger. "Who are you?" Black Tiger stared at Fong Chen and asked coldly. Fong Chen said, "Ain't nobody dares to challenge me, Black Tiger." "Hand over your demonic chi obediently," Black Tiger said domineeringly. Yi Ming, who was about to hand over his demonic chi, quickly put away his token and walked in front of Fong Chen. His meaning was clear. He was not going to hand over his demonic chi. Seeing the reactions of the King Kong Sect and Dustfall Sword Sect disciples, Black Tiger's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, "Looks like you're all courting death. Yi Ming, how do you think we should split the demonic chi of Black Spirit Mountain?" Fong Chen suddenly asked. Yi Ming was stunned. "It's all thanks to Brother Fong. It should all go to Brother Fong." Fong Chen shook his head. "You can split the demonic chi of the ordinary disciples. Black Tiger's demonic chi is mine." Fong Qin didn't care about Black Tiger at all. Hearing Fong Qin ignore him and split the demonic chi of Black Spirit Mountain with Yi Ming, Black Tiger's expression darkened even more. "Brat, you'll pay the price for your choice," Black Tiger said in a deep voice as a wild aura erupted from his body. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Before you act, you should be prepared to die," Fong Qin said. "If anyone is going to die, it's you." Black Tiger was completely enraged by Fong Qin. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous aura erupted from his body. Following that, a thunderous attack was launched towards Fong Qin. Even though Black Tiger's strength was strong, it was only on par with the demonic hunter. To Fong Qin, it was simply sending him to his death. Level 3 of the Fire-Water Sword technique. Fong Qin executed the level 3 of the Fire-Water Sword technique. As expected, Black Tiger's body was directly shattered by the domineering Fire-Water Sword technique. Crack! With a single strike, Black Tiger's body fell to the ground instantly, losing all signs of life forever. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists of Black Spirit Mountain were completely shocked. To kill Black Tiger with a single strike, how strong was this young martial artist before them? Crash! Without waiting for Fong Qin to speak, all the disciples of Black Spirit Mountain crushed their tokens one after another, releasing their demonic chi. After that, their bodies disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, Yi Ming and the rest shook their heads helplessly. Any sect would be unlucky to meet a monster like Fong Qin. Fong Qin's forceful killing of Black Tiger had forced all the disciples of Black Spirit Mountain to hand over their demonic chi. "You guys distribute the demonic chi," Fong Qin said softly after taking away Black Tiger's demonic chi. Not long after, the demonic chi of the disciples of Black Spirit Mountain were distributed by the disciples of King Kong Sect and Falling Dust Sword Sect. At this moment, after obtaining Black Tiger's demonic chi, Fong Qin had a total of 10 demonic chi. Before the trial began, he had 1 strand of demonic chi. After killing 5 disciples of the Wuji sect, he had obtained 5 strands of spiritual chi. After killing the ghost hunter, he had obtained 3 strands of demonic chi. Including Black Tiger's strand of demonic chi, he had obtained 10 strands of demonic chi. While Fong Qin and the rest were happily distributing the demonic chi, the outside world was in an uproar. In just half a day after the trial started, the entire Black Spirit Mountain was annihilated. This news shook the entire trial city. Chapter 256. Within the city, all the sect leaders were gathered in the plaza, waiting for the trial to end. Some of the sect leaders were chatting with each other. "Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord, this time your Black Spirit Mountain will definitely be able to enter the top 10. "That's right. Black Spirit Mountain's head disciple, He Hu, is incomparably strong. Entering the top 10 will be extremely easy. He might even be able to enter the top 8. A few sect leaders who had good relationships with the Black Spirit Mountain were happily chatting with the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord. The 5 Peak sect leaders didn't even bother to mingle with weak factions like theirs. Thus, the ones who were more active in the plaza were the Black Spirit Mountain's factions. Whoosh! Just as everyone was chatting, countless figures suddenly appeared in the Trial Mountain range outside the Trial City. "Someone's coming out of the mountain range," cried a cultivator. Instantly, countless sect leaders looked over. For someone to appear in the mountain range at this time, there was only one possibility: they had been eliminated. "I wonder which sect's disciple it is." A playful smile appeared on the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord's face. No matter which sect it was, it definitely wasn't their Black Spirit Mountain. He had high hopes for the Black Spirit Mountain's younger generation, especially He Hu and the others. They were extremely strong. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the eliminated warriors entered the City of Trials from the mountain range. When they appeared in the square, countless warriors widened their eyes and stared at the scene in disbelief. The the Black Spirit Mountain's mountain lord, who had been chatting with the other sect leaders, suddenly stopped smiling and was replaced with fury. That's right, fury. Why is it like this? Intense fury surged in the Black Spirit Mountain's mountain lord's heart. The Black Spirit Mountain's disciples lowered their heads and walked in front of the Black Spirit Mountain's mountain lord. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became gloomy. Just what is going on? The Black Spirit Mountain's mountain lord's eyes were filled with boundless fury as he coldly asked. In the surroundings, countless practitioners were also curiously looking towards the Black Spirit Mountain region. Even the leaders of the top 5 sects were looking towards this area thoughtfully. In the past Southern trials, an entire sect was annihilated. This was something that had never happened before. A sect would have at least a few dozen martial artists participating in the trial competition. Even if they were unlucky, there would still be a few survivors. However, all the disciples of the Black Spirit Mountain had been eliminated. No, among these disciples, only the head disciple of Black Spirit Mountain, Heihu, was not present. After seeing this scene, all the cultivators in the sect believed that Hei, who had not been eliminated. How did you all get eliminated? Black Tiger? Black Spirit Mountain's master also noticed that Black Tiger wasn't among them. Said one of the martialists in a low voice when they heard the Black Spirit Mountain's mountain lord's angry roar. Mountain Lord, we crushed our own tokens and came out. Why? Roared the Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master. In the Trial Mountain Range, we encountered a powerful practitioner. He killed senior apprentice brother Hei, who in one move. We had no choice but to do this, said that disciple. Hearing that disciple's words, the entire plaza was thrown into an uproar. Countless sect leaders widened their eyes as they looked at the Black Spirit Mountain region. To be able to kill Black Spirit Mountain's head disciple Hei, who in one move, that person was definitely one of the 5 heavenly geniuses. Thinking of that, they all looked towards the 5 Peak sect leaders. However, the 5 Peak sect leaders were completely calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Who killed Hei, who in one move? Is it one of the 5 heavenly geniuses? Raged the Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master. Not only had all the Black Spirit Mountain disciples been eliminated, but even their head disciple Hei, who had been killed in one move. This was the greatest humiliation of the Black Spirit Mountain in 100 years. That disciple quickly shook his head and said, "It's not one of the 5 heavenly geniuses. It's a disciple of the Vajra sect." What do you mean the person who killed Hei, who isn't one of the 5 heavenly geniuses, but a disciple of the Vajra sect? The Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master was filled with shock. Then he icily said, "What nonsense! How could a disciple of the Vajra sect be a match for Heihu?" "This disciple personally witnessed it," said that disciple hastily. The Vajra sect leader instantly thought of Fong Qin. He bitterly smiled. He hadn't expected Fong Qin to cause such a huge commotion as soon as he entered the Trial Mountain Range. The Vajra sect! The Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master looked deeply at that disciple. Seeing that he wasn't lying, he turned to the Vajra sect leader and icily said, "I want an explanation." The Vajra sect leader shrugged and said, "This is how the Trial Mountain Range is. My Vajra sect's disciples can't possibly not fight back against your Black Spirit Mountain's disciples. Furthermore, my Vajra sect's disciples don't seem to have broken the Trial Mountain Range's rules," said the Vajra sect leader as he looked at the white-haired elder. In the Trial Mountain Range, you can use any method to obtain your opponent's demonic chi. So the Vajra sect's disciples don't violate the rules. The white-haired elder nodded. The Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master did his best to suppress his fury. He icily said, "This matter isn't over." The Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master was incomparably depressed. He had just been saying that his Black Spirit Mountain would definitely obtain a good result in the Trial Mountain Range. He hadn't expected all his disciples to be eliminated in the blink of an eye. Even his head, disciple He, who had been killed. That made him feel the greatest humiliation. However, now wasn't the time for him to explode. He would wait until the trial mountain range was over. On the other hand, the 5 Peak sect's disciples all fell into deep thought. They couldn't understand when such a powerful disciple had appeared in the Vajra sect. To be able to kill He Hu in one move, that kind of strength could even compare to the 5 heavenly geniuses. However, it was only a fleeting thought. It was extremely difficult to shake the position of the 5 heavenly geniuses. The outside world was in a frenzy over the matter of the Black Spirit Mountain's disciples. Meanwhile, in the Trial Mountain range, Fang Chen was leading the Vajra sect's disciples and the Luoqin Sword sect's disciples in a certain direction. Before entering the Trial Mountain range, the Luoqin sect's sect master had passed on the information he had obtained from the Sky Sword to Yiming. Then, under the Luoqin sect's sect master's instructions, Yiming shared the information with Fang Chen. In other words, only Fang Chen and Yiming knew the specific details. At that moment, under the lead of Fang Chen and Yiming, the crowd flew towards the inheritance ground. As long as they could find the inheritance ground, they would have a chance of obtaining the inheritance. Once they obtained the inheritance, the winners of this Trial Mountain range would be the Luoqin Sword sect and the Vajra sect. How much longer? Yiming looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Based on our current speed, we will need at least 3 days." Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's continue." Yiming said. Then, the crowd continued to walk quickly. At that moment, in the Trial Mountain range, the 5 prodigies were constantly searching for warriors from the opposing factions to steal their demon chi. The amount of demon chi that the 5 prodigies had was constantly increasing. Of course, while the 5 prodigies were stealing demon chi, they were also searching for the inheritance ground in the Trial Mountain range. To the 5 prodigies, the inheritance was the most important thing. As long as they could obtain the inheritance, they would have a chance of advancing to the 5th level of the Chi High Realm. Once they reached the 5th level of the Chi High Realm, they would be considered to be at the peak of the younger generation in the south. Then, they would be able to enter the legendary Central Region. Every warrior from the other 4 divisions of the Golden Guan country yearned for the most in their hearts to be able to enter the Central Region one day. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and the rest had walked for a day. In this day, they had encountered many demon beasts. However, the strength of these demon beasts was mostly below the 3rd level of the Chi High Realm. Fang Chen could easily kill them with a single strike. While Fang Chen and the rest were hurrying along, they were also constantly observing their surroundings. After all, this was the Trial Mountain Range, a forbidden area in the south. It was extremely dangerous. However, just as Fang Chen and the rest reached the end of the wasteland, Fang Chen, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. "Brother Fang, what's wrong?" Yiming saw Fang Chen stop and asked in a low voice. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked forward. At this moment, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. At the same time, the little mouse in the special space ring appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder and pointed forward. "There is something strange in front." Fang Chen said in a low voice, "There is a valley in front of us." Yiming looked forward. At the end of the wasteland, there was a valley. As soon as Yiming was done speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the quiet valley. As soon as the aura appeared, a mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above the valley. "Let's go and have a look." When Fang Chen saw the mushroom cloud, his heart skipped a beat as he spoke. In the Trial Mountain Range, seeing such a scene, Fang Chen and the rest thought that something was about to appear in the valley. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh under the lead of Fang Chen. The disciples quickly rushed towards the valley. At this moment, in the depths of the valley, there were a few warriors. These warriors' auras were all above the 3rd level of the Chi High Realm. One of them had reached the mid-Chi High Realm. These warriors stood on the ground. In the middle of them, there was a ray of light. The mushroom cloud in the sky was formed by this ray of light. Ha ha ha, we're going to be rich this time. I didn't expect to see something like this in the Trial Mountain Range. One of the warriors laughed loudly. Meteoric iron, it is a meteoric iron, and it is such a big piece. Look at the ray of light around it, it is really shocking. Another warrior said. A smile appeared on the face of the mid-Chi High warrior. He looked at the huge mushroom cloud in the sky and said, the appearance of the meteoric iron and the appearance of the heavens will definitely attract the surrounding warriors. Let's hurry up and take the meteoric iron away before anything happens. Brother Cheng, what are you afraid of? The first warrior said directly. The warrior called Brother Cheng shook his head and said, if it attracted other people, I am not afraid at all. But what if it is the 5 great geniuses? Hearing Brother Cheng's words, the faces of the other warriors changed. They all started to move, trying to take the meteoric iron. Chapter 257. When Fong Chen and the rest arrived at the valley, they immediately noticed that there was a terrifying glow below the mushroom cloud in the sky. There's a phenomenon above and a glow below. A supreme treasure must have appeared here. Yiming's eyes flashed with excitement as he said, let's go, Fong Chen said. After which, Fong Chen led everyone and quickly rushed towards the depths of the valley. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the valley. There's someone ahead. Yiming saw a few figures in the glow. It's the disciples of the Tianlin sect. Tianlin sect. Seeing the few of them, Fong Chen smiled confidently. As long as he did not encounter the 5 great geniuses, he was not worried at all. The appearance of Fong Chen and the rest finally attracted the attention of Brother Cheng and the rest. Brother Cheng, someone's coming. A sharp-eyed disciple saw Fong Chen and the rest and shouted. At that moment, Brother Cheng and the rest were using all their strength to pull out the meteoric metal that was stuck in the ground. However, the meteoric metal was very heavy and they seemed to be unable to pull it out. Suddenly, Brother Cheng heard a disciple shouting. He turned around and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's the meteoric metal. All of a sudden, Yiming shouted. Fong Chen was also attracted by Yiming's shout. Only then did he notice a piece of black metal in the glow. It's the meteoric metal. Fong Chen was overjoyed when he saw the meteoric metal. He did not expect to find a piece of meteoric metal in this place. It's really good stuff, Yiming said. Fong Chen walked in front of Brother Cheng and the rest. Brother Cheng paused and turned around to look at Fong Chen. He said coldly, I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash from the King Kong sect and the Luochin sword sect. This meteoric metal is mine, Fong Chen said in an incomparably domineering manner. What did you say? You want this meteoric metal? Who do you think you are to say such things in front of me? Chen Yong. Chen Yong's face was full of disdain. Chen Yong was the head disciple of the Tianlin sect. His cultivation had reached the mid-4th level of the Qi-Hai realm. Other than the 5 geniuses, he was not afraid of anyone else. At this moment, hearing that a nobody was actually fighting over something with him, this caused Chen Yong to laugh endlessly. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here. Fong Chen did not want to waste time with the Tianlin sect disciples, so he said directly. Fong Chen's words had thoroughly infuriated the disciples of the Tianlin sect. Brat, you're courting death. One of the disciples at the 3rd level of Qi-Hai shouted angrily. At the same time, he gathered all the strength in his body into his fist and punched towards Fong Chen. Humph. Fong Chen snorted coldly. He used the finger of death and lightly pointed at the body of the 3rd Qi-Hai realm disciple. Pucci under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. The disciple died a violent death. Seeing this scene, Chen Yong's face finally darkened. The person in front of him seemed to be very strong. Who are you? Chen Yong's face was cold as he looked at Fong Chen and asked, You don't need to know. As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, he used the 3rd level of the fire and water sword arts. Swoosh Jingyong could not defend against the transformative level fire and water sword arts. In an instant, he was killed by the fire and water sword. Pucci, after a few sounds, the disciples of the Tianlin sect were all killed. In the blink of an eye, the head disciple of the Tianlin sect was lying on the ground, dead. This scene caused Yiming and the others to be extremely shocked. After Fang Chen collected the demonic qi of these martial artists, he walked to the side of the meteorite iron. This piece of black meteoric metal was as thick as an arm and about 1 meter long. What a huge piece of meteoric metal! Yiming could not help but exclaim. Fang Chen also looked at this piece of meteoric metal with a face full of excitement. Then Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword and held the meteoric metal with both hands, wanting to pull it out. Roar! Fang Chen roared and used all the strength in his body, but the meteoric metal did not budge at all. This surprised Fang Chen. The meteoric metal is so heavy. Fang Chen stared at the meteoric metal and said to himself, "I don't believe it." Next, Fang Chen activated his 2-star Dao body and his strength instantly skyrocketed. Then he used both hands to hold the meteoric metal. Roar! With Fang Chen's roar, the meteoric metal finally loosened a little. Fang Chen struck while the iron was hot and directly pulled the meteoric metal out. Rumble! After the meteoric metal was pulled out, the mushroom cloud in the sky instantly disappeared. Then a rich glow drilled into the meteoric metal. At this moment, the 1 meter long meteoric metal was like a piece of scrap metal, lying quietly on the ground. As expected of the meteoric metal, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Just its weight alone was not something ordinary people could compare with. Just as Fang Chen pulled out the meteoric metal, a figure was rushing far away from the valley. Just now, there was a phenomenon in the north. A supreme treasure must be born. Gue Kuei's eyes were filled with passion. He wanted to rush to the place where the supreme treasure was born as fast as he could. "The supreme treasure is mine," Gue Kuei shouted in his heart. At this moment, Gue Kuei's god-fiend body tempering was pushed to the extreme, and his speed was very fast. In the depths of the valley, Fang Chen was explaining the distribution of the meteoric metal. Originally, according to Yiming and the others, they were able to obtain the meteoric metal because of Fang Chen. Therefore, they did not plan to divide the meteoric metal. However, Fang Chen insisted on dividing it. He could not use up such a large piece of meteoric metal, so he might as well share it with others. However, when Fang Chen was about to divide it, he encountered another problem. Even the top-grade Yuan weapon Hidden Dragon Sword could not cut through the meteoric metal. The group looked at each other. They had actually forgotten such an important matter. "Brother Fang, what should we do? Even a top-grade Yuan weapon can't cut through it," Yiming said. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the little mouse suddenly chirped to Fang Chen. Not long after, Fang Chen understood that the little mouse was saying that it could help Fang Chen by biting through the meteoric metal. However, it had a condition, and that was to eat some meteoric metal. After learning of the little mouse's intentions, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the little mouse in disbelief. "You can even bite through meteoric metal?" Fang Chen was shocked. At this time, the little mouse jumped on top of the meteoric iron and bit down on it with its small mouth. Crack! Just as everyone was dumbfounded, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then the little mouse stood up. Everyone saw that it was holding a small piece of meteoric metal in its mouth. A small gap had appeared on the edge of the intact meteoric iron. Everyone was dumbfounded. This little mouse was too powerful. It could actually bite through meteoric metal. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he saw this. He didn't expect the little mouse's teeth to be so tough. It could actually bite through meteoric metal. Since they knew the little mouse's ability, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Each of the ordinary disciples present had obtained a small piece of meteoric iron. Don't underestimate this small piece. Although it was very small in size, it was enough for them. When it was the Liang family's 4 young masters and Jin Tai's turn, Fang Qin specially instructed the little mouse to bite off a larger piece. The little mouse didn't disappoint. It bit off a few large pieces of meteoric metal and gave them to the Liang family's 4 young masters and Jin Tai. In the end, Fang Qin also gave Yiming a share. When it was distributed to all the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect disciples, only 10% of the meteoric metal had been consumed. There was still 90% left. After receiving Fang Qin's permission, the little mouse directly bit onto the meteoric metal and began to devour it. Many disciples were surprised. What race was this little mouse? Why could its teeth bite through meteoric metal? Brother Fang, meteoric metal is good stuff. If it's smelted into a weapon, it can definitely raise the weapon's grade. Yi Ming looked at the meteoric metal that the little mouse was devouring and said with a smile. Fang Qin naturally understood Yi Ming's words. Meteoric metal was precious because it could be used to refine weapons. It was said that the lowest grade of weapons refined from meteoric metal was a spirit weapon. Spirit weapons were superior to Yuan weapons. Fang Qin's hidden dragon sword was only a supreme grade Yuan weapon, but it was already very powerful. One could imagine how powerful a spirit weapon was. Of course, it was impossible for Fang Qin to refine a spirit weapon with meteoric metal. This was because refining a spirit weapon required the help of a weapon refinement grandmaster. A weapon refinement grandmaster could only refine Yuan weapons, but a weapon refinement grandmaster could refine spirit weapons. In the entire Jin Guan nation, there were probably only a few weapon refinement grandmasters. I'll keep it first. When I meet a weapon refinement grandmaster in the future, I'll ask them for help, Fang Qin said to himself. However, just as Fang Qin was about to put away the meteoric metal, a sudden vibration was heard. Immediately after, Fang Qin discovered that a black shooting star was rapidly approaching from outside the valley. Fang Qin frowned and looked at the black meteor. In an instant, the black meteor appeared in the depths of the valley and turned into a human figure. Ghost Sunflower. Seeing the human figure, a trace of fear appeared on everyone's face. They did not expect it to be Ghost Sunflower, one of the 5 great geniuses. Meteoric metal, the heavens are really helping me. Ha ha ha. Ghost Sunflower came to the depths of the valley and was attracted by the meteoric metal at first sight. When he saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, Ghost Sunflower knew that it must be the birth of a treasure. Fortunately, he came quickly, and the meteoric metal was not taken away by others. Chapter 258. Before entering the training mountain range, the sect leader of the ghost-killing sect had secretly informed Guike that not only did he have to get into the top 3, but more importantly, he had to kill all the participating disciples of the King Kong sect. After entering the training mountain range, Guike was constantly searching for opportunities. As he searched for opportunities, he was also stealing demonic aura. To Guike, demonic aura was secondary. Opportunities were the most important. This was because opportunities were not something that could be obtained just because one wanted to. As for demonic aura, even in the end, he could still steal it from others. As long as the other party was not one of the other 4 geniuses, he could take whatever he wanted. Guike, who was searching for opportunities, suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon in the sky. He instantly determined that under this phenomenon, a treasure must have been born. He hurried to the valley, and, as expected, it did not disappoint him. This time, it was the meteoric iron. The meteoric iron was mostly used as a refining material for ordinary warriors. As long as there was a master blacksmith, he could refine the meteoric iron into a powerful spirit weapon. However, to Guike, the meteoric iron was not only a refining material, but also a material to strengthen his body. That's right, Guike cultivated the ghost-killing sect's divine demon body refinement. It was said that this divine demon body refinement was passed down from ancient times. The divine demon body refinement of the ghost-killing sect was extremely powerful in terms of strengthening the body. Even the King Kong sect, which was also a body refinement sect, was helpless against the divine demon body refinement. In the south, there were countless warriors who wanted to join the ghost-killing sect in order to cultivate the divine demon body refinement. Gue Kue, the chief disciple of the younger generation of the ghost-killing sect, was one of the 5 geniuses of the south. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Chi-Hai realm. If not for the divine demon body refinement, he would not be able to compete with the other 4 geniuses. However, with the divine demon body refinement, Gue Kue's physical strength had reached the terrifying 2-star Dao body. Moreover, before entering the training mountain range, Gue Kue's physical body had strengthened again, reaching the late 2-star Dao body. He was only 1 step away from the 3-star Dao body. One must know that even in the entire ghost-killing sect, there were only a few elders who had reached the 3-star Dao body. They could be counted with one hand. If Gue Kue could reach the 3-star Dao body, he would be able to suppress the other 4 geniuses and become the leader of the 5 geniuses. At that time, his ghost-killing school was definitely the absolute king of the south. As for the meteoric metal in front of him, it could allow the ghost sunflower to fuse with his body and increase the strength of his fleshly body. Of course, all of this originated from the uniqueness of Fiend God body refining. Therefore, Ghost Sunflower was determined to get the meteoric iron. If it weren't for his Fiend God body refinement, Ghost Sunflower wouldn't have been so eager to obtain meteoric iron. Gue Kue's celestial body tempering had already reached a certain level, so he understood it very well. Therefore, he clearly knew that using celestial body tempering, he could fuse his physical body with the meteorite iron. Once the fusion was successful, his physical body would have a chance of reaching a 3-star Dao body. Thinking of this, Gue Kue's heart was filled with excitement. It was as if all the beautiful scenes had already appeared before his eyes. Therefore, when Gue Kue saw the meteoric metal in front of Fangchen, his eyes lit up. Why is Gue Kue here? Yi Ming's face darkened when he saw Gue Kue. Brother Fang, what should we do? The 4 young masters of the Liang family asked worriedly. Although Fangchen was strong, they were still a bit worried about the incomparably powerful Gue Kue. Fangchen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gue Kue. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Ever since his strength had increased, he had yet to truly fight. I was the one who obtained the meteoric iron first, so it belongs to me. As Fangchen spoke, he directly put the meteoric iron into his spatial ring. Seeing that, Gue Kue's expression became incomparably gloomy. He icily said, "Today, none of you will be leaving." Gue Kue's killing intent had been aroused. He wanted to kill all the Vajra sect's disciples and then take the meteoric iron from Fangchen's hands. Fangchen's aura instantly surged out of his body. He stared at Gue Kue with vigilance. A battle could erupt at any moment. Do you think you can stop me with just you? Gue Kue smiled sinisterly. His smile was filled with disdain. Previously, before the Fengyin martial marquis tomb, he had once attacked Fangchen. However, that was just a casual punch. Do you think you have the right to fight me just because you were able to block my punch? Gue Kue questioned coldly. Gue Kue was only at the peak of the 3rd level of Chi-Hai back then. Now he was already at the early stage of Chi-Hai. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the other 4 geniuses, his strength was not inferior. Therefore, in his eyes, Fangchen was just a little ant. You guys leave first, Fangchen said in a deep voice. Hearing Fangchen's words, Yi Ming and the rest pondered for a moment. Then they cupped their hands at Fangchen and said, "Brother Fang, be careful." After that, Yi Ming and the rest led the Vajra sect and Luochen sword sect's disciples out of the valley. However, at that moment, Gue Kue made his move. He clenched his fist tightly and gathered all the strength in his body on his fist. Then he threw a punch at Yi Ming and the rest. I said that none of you can leave, Gui said coldly. His fist was directly aimed at Yi Ming and the rest. Seeing this, the latter's expression changed slightly and blocked it angrily. Bang! Just as Yi Ming used all the strength in his body to block it, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a bang, it blocked Gui's fist. Go! Fang Chen roared again. Yi Ming and the rest did not dare to stay and quickly disappeared from the valley. Seeing this, Gui's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were scarlet and bloodthirsty. He sneered and said, Fang Chen, you're courting death. So what? Fang Chen asked. Gui will kill you today. After I kill you and take the meteoric iron, I'll go after all the Luoqin sword sect and Vajra sect's disciples. Gui said coldly, You can't stop me. Bang! As soon as Gui's voice fell, a tyrannical aura suddenly gushed out from his body. Then, under Gui's control, this aura directly pressed down on Fang Chen's surroundings. Coincidentally, I'm also very interested in your god-fiend body tempering, Fang Chen said softly as he moved slightly and an extremely dense sword intent appeared around him. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Gui's face revealed a wild smile. After so many years, this was the first time he had met a warrior who wanted to snatch his god-fiend body tempering from him. Good, very good. I want to kill you more and more, Gui said coldly. As soon as Gui's voice fell, the surrounding air suddenly froze. Gui's two-star Dao body was instantly activated. Specks of brilliance appeared on his skin. These specks of brilliance contained a tyrannical power that directly pushed Gui's defense to the extreme. Late-stage two-star Dao body. Fang Chen saw the specks of brilliance on Gui's skin and said faintly. Then, Fang Chen also activated his two-star Dao body. However, Fang Chen's Dao body was slightly weaker than Gui's. What? Seeing Fang Chen activate his Dao body, Gui's face was filled with astonishment. Back in the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis tomb, Fang Chen's Dao body was only a one-star Dao body. How long had it been before his body reached the two-star Dao body? If he has God-fiend body tempering, what kind of terrifying realm will his body reach? At this moment, Gui finally realized Fang Chen's heaven-defying potential. In this way, he had no choice but to kill Fang Chen. He couldn't let a tiger return to the mountain. Although Fang Chen couldn't be considered a tiger, Gui didn't want to leave behind future troubles. Therefore, when Gui displayed his god-fiend body tempering, he suddenly clenched his fist. Then, specks of brilliance all over his body converged on his fist. God-fiend fist. Following Gui's shout, the God-fiend fist was instantly displayed. In the sky, the sound of thunder resounded. Wherever Gui's fist passed, space would distort. The God-fiend fist was born from the God-fiend body tempering. Back then, because the ghost-killing gate's ancestor obtained the God-fiend body tempering, he became a peerless expert and established the ghost-killing gate. Afterwards, the ghost-killing gate's ancestor comprehended the God-fiend fist from the God-fiend body tempering. After some modifications, the God-fiend fist could be passed down. After that, the God-fiend body tempering and the God-fiend fist became the two ultimate techniques of the ghost-killing gate. The God-fiend body tempering was a defensive cultivation technique, while the God-fiend fist was an offensive cultivation technique. The two complemented each other, and when combined, their power was extremely shocking. Gui directly used the God-fiend fist against Fang Chen. It was enough to see how much he wanted to kill Fang Chen. Third level of the Water-Fire Sword art. Seeing the incomparably tyrannical God-fiend fist coming at him, Fang Chen didn't hesitate and directly used the third level of the Water-Fire Sword art. The Water-Fire Sword art was originally powerful. Not long ago, Fang Chen had absorbed the perfect variant flame seed, allowing his fire concept to reach the second minor realm. The Water-Fire Sword art's power had increased once again. The third level of the water fire sword art was inconceivably powerful. This was Fang Chen's strongest offensive sword art. Whoosh! The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly danced. The tip of his foot lightly flickered on the ground, and a tyrannical water fire sword light was emitted from the hidden dragon sword. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand carried a majestic sword intent as it fiercely pierced towards Gui Kui. At the same time in the sky, the water fire sword light fiercely collided with the God-fiend fist's light. Crack! When the two collided, a deafening sound immediately erupted. Following that, a fanatical aura instantly exploded, engulfing the entire ground. Gui Kui, who had used the God-fiend fist, felt the power of the water fire sword light. His expression changed slightly, and his fist suddenly blasted towards Fang Chen. Bang! When the terrifying chi wave in the sky completely dissipated, Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword also fiercely collided with Gui Kui's fist. Crack! The hidden dragon sword directly pierced Gui Kui's fist, instantly breaking through the God-fiend fist's defense. Crash! Gui Kui's fist instantly exploded and blood flowed out. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Gui Kui's body rapidly retreated, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. When he looked at his bloody palm, his eyes were filled with scarlet color. What kind of sword art is this? How can it break through my defense? Gui Kui's heart was in turmoil. Not only had Fang Chen's sword art broken through his defense, but it had also broken through his God-fiend fist. It had to be known that apart from the other four great geniuses, no one in the South had ever been able to put Gui Kui in such a difficult position. Originally, Gui Kui thought that he could easily kill Fang Chen. However, the result before his eyes exceeded his expectations. He wasn't this strong last time. Gui Kui thought to himself. He looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of shock. In such a short period of time, Fang Chen had actually grown to this extent. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to crush the five great geniuses. Chapter 259. Looking at his bloody palm, Gui Kui's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. In the next moment, Gui Kui pushed his fiend god body, refining to the extreme, and his palm rapidly recovered. Soon, his bloody palm was restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The fiend god body refining was too tyrannical. Not only was its defense tyrannical, but even its recovery was so tyrannical. If I have the chance, I must obtain the fiend god body refining, Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. After fighting with Gui Kui just now, Fang Chen discovered that although Gui Kui was strong, he wasn't his opponent at all. Therefore, he was confident that he could kill Gui Kui in the following battle. Fiend God Fist. Gui Kui stared at Fang Chen and roared, once again using the Fiend God Fist. This time, Gui Kui's Fiend God Fist was countless times more tyrannical than before. However, Fang Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He used the third level of the water and fire sword art. If it wasn't for the fact that he had absorbed the perfect fire seed, allowing his concept of fire to reach the second minor realm, Fang Chen probably wouldn't have been able to completely suppress Gui Kui. Bang! Bang! After a series of fierce battles, Gui Kui was completely suppressed by Fang Chen. Bang! With a loud sound, Gui Kui's body was sent flying by Fang Chen's sword. At this moment, Gui Kui's body was covered with many wounds, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Damn it, why is he so strong? Gui Kui roared furiously in his heart. Gui Kui quickly stood up, his eyes flickering. He was thinking of a way to escape. Suddenly, he used the Fiend God Fist and bombarded Fang Chen. A majestic fist light shot out from his fist. Gui Kui waved his hand, and suddenly a pitch-black bead mixed with the fist light and shot towards Fang Chen. Boom! Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword stabbed into the fist radiance, and the fist radiance instantly dissipated. However, at this moment, Fang Chen felt a wave of palpitations. Then, Fang Chen's expression changed greatly, and his figure flashed. Just as Fang Chen's figure flashed, the pitch-black bead in the fist light exploded. A majestic force swept across the entire land and broke the hidden dragon sword. Well, fortunately, Fang Chen dodged in time and was not affected by this terrifying power. The only pity was that the hidden dragon sword's body was broken into two. When the majestic power dissipated, Fang Chen looked into the distance. Ghost Sunflower's figure had long disappeared. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, "No matter what, we can't be careless. Even if we are stronger than the opponent, we can't be careless." As one of the 5 great geniuses, Gui Kui definitely had a life-saving treasure. Fang Chen had neglected this point and allowed Gui Kui to escape. Shaking his head helplessly, he picked up the broken hidden dragon sword and put it into his interspatial ring. "The next time we meet, I will definitely take your life," Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen quickly rushed in a certain direction. At this moment, in a hidden place not far from the valley, Gui Kui was exhausted and sat on the ground, panting. "Damn it, Fang Chen, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Gui Kui roared angrily. Fang Chen's attack was too strong. Even with the protection of the fiend god body, he was still injured by Fang Chen. One could imagine how strong Fang Chen's sword technique was. "Not only do I want to kill you, but I also want your sword technique and meteoric iron," Gui Kui said coldly. However, at this moment, Gui Kui suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face. At this moment, on a plain far away from the valley, Yi Ming and the others were moving quickly. Suddenly, they were stopped by cultivators from another sect. Wuji's sect. Yi Ming looked at the cultivators who stopped him and said coldly. The leader of the Wuji sect was the chief disciple, Ji Lei. At this moment, Ji Lei looked at the many disciples of the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect with a sinister smile on his face. "Bastards of the King Kong sect, you stole my Wuji sect's city of rebirth. Now I will send you to hell," Ji Lei said arrogantly. Of course, when Ji Lei discovered the King Kong sect disciples, he secretly observed them. He only dared to appear when he found that Fang Chen was not there. After all, Fang Chen's strength was still fresh in his memory. Without Fang Chen, no one in the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect was a match for him. "Ji Lei, you can only be arrogant in front of us. If Fang Chen was here, would you dare to show yourself?" Jin Tai said coldly. The King Kong sect disciples knew that Ji Lei was defeated by Fang Chen. Hearing Jin Tai's words, Ji Lei's expression changed slightly. "You're courting death." As he spoke, Ji Lei's figure flashed, and he directly used the unbounded celestial phenomenon. In the sky, the head of a celestial phenomenon instantly formed. Under Ji Lei's control, the celestial phenomenons had opened its mouth and bit at Jin Tai. Oh no! Seeing this, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan and Yi Ming all moved, wanting to block this powerful attack. Bang! In just one exchange, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan were sent flying by the celestial phenomenon's head. Seeing the 4 young masters of the Liang clan being sent flying, Yi Ming used the Falling Dust Sword sect's ultimate technique. In the sky, 50 piercing sword lights appeared. Crack! When these sword lights came into contact with the celestial phenomenon's head, they were directly eaten by the celestial phenomenon. "How is this possible?" Yi Ming cried out. Just as he was stunned, the celestial phenomenon's head directly sent Yi Ming flying. In an instant, Jin Tai's figure appeared in front of the celestial phenomenon's head. At this moment, Jin Tai used his Tao body to block the celestial phenomenon's head with all his might. However, with his strength, he couldn't block it at all. Crack! One of Jean Tai's arms was instantly bitten off by the celestial phenomenon's head. Blood spurted out, and Jean Tai let out a miserable cry. Trash! Seeing this scene, Ji Lei sneered. Crack! Another miserable cry was heard. Jean Tai's other arm was bitten off by the celestial phenomenon's head. In an instant, Jean Tai lay on the ground in a miserable state. Arg! Jean Tai let out a miserable cry. He couldn't dodge the attack of the celestial phenomenon's head. However, Ji Lei didn't seem to want to kill Jean Tai like this. Instead, he was toying with Jean Tai. Kill me! Jean Tai didn't want to be toyed with by Ji Lei. He roared in anger. Seeing this, Yi Ming and the others launched their strongest attacks in an attempt to stop Ji Lei. However, it was useless. Ji Lei's strength was too strong. Yi Ming and the others were no match for him at all. Jean Tai! The 4 young masters of the Liang family shouted in anger when they saw Jean Tai covered in blood. I'm going to kill you. The 4 young masters of the Liang family had a good relationship with Jean Tai. Seeing Jean Tai in such a state, they rushed towards Ji Lei without caring about anything else. Courting death! Seeing this, Ji Lei threw out 4 punches. For rays of fist radiance violently hit the 4 young masters of the Liang family. Instantly, the 4 of them were sent flying. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their faces were extremely pale. Ji Lei, are you trying to start a war between the 2 sects? Yi Ming looked at Ji Lei and said coldly, it's just the Falling Dust Sword sect and the King Kong sect. My Wuji sect doesn't care about them at all. Ji Lei said coldly. As he spoke, Ji Lei controlled the celestial phenomenon's head to attack Jean Tai again. Crack! Both of Jean Tai's legs were bitten off. Jean Tai endured the pain and looked at Ji Lei with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, Ji Lei would have been killed by Jean Tai many times over. Ah! Jean Tai screamed miserably. He wanted a quick death, but Ji Lei refused to let him die. He was torturing him. Seeing Jean Tai in such a miserable state, Ji Lei was delighted. He controlled the celestial phenomenon and attacked Jean Tai's chest once more. At this moment, Fong Chun was walking quickly on the ground, not far from the wasteland. Suddenly, he heard miserable cries. Then, Fong Chun sensed the energy fluctuations in the sky. This aura is the peerless celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, Fong Chun realized that the fluctuations in the air belonged to the peerless celestial phenomenon. Thinking of this, his expression changed. They must have encountered danger. Fong Chun was extremely anxious. He pushed his speed to the limit and directly rushed towards Jean Tai and the others. On the way, Fong Chun heard several miserable cries. The closer he got to the source of the sound, the colder Fong Chun's eyes became. When Fong Chun arrived at the source of the sound, he happened to see Jean Tai, who was covered in blood and had lost all 4 of his limbs. Above him, the head of the celestial phenomenon circled around, preparing to attack. Ji Lei! Fong Chun's heart burned with fury. Finger of death. Suddenly, Fong Chun used the finger of death. This was the sharpest finger of the finger of death. Furthermore, Fong Chun attacked in anger. Whoosh! A majestic finger light shot out from Fong Chun's finger and towards the celestial phenomenon's head. Roar! The celestial phenomenon's head let out a roar. Then it opened its mouth and attacked Jean Tai's chest. Bang! Just as its head was about to make contact with the golden platform, it suddenly exploded, and a wild aura instantly spread out. They originally thought that Jean Tai would die under the attack of the celestial phenomenon's head. However, to their surprise, Jean Tai did not die. Instead, the celestial phenomenon's head was smashed. Who is it? Ji Lei roared furiously when he saw the celestial phenomenon's head being smashed. However, when he turned to look at the figure in the distance, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. It's Fong Chun! Yi Ming shouted in surprise when he saw Fong Chun. Fong Qin is here. We are saved. The Liang families for young masters shouted. The disciples of the King Kong sect and the Luo Qin sword sect were also ecstatic. Fong Qin quickly walked towards Jin Tai. He pointed his finger a few times and sealed Jin Tai's blood vessels, stopping the blood from flowing out. Eat this. Fong Qin took out some spiritual herbs from his spatial ring and fed them to Jin Tai. You're here. Jin Tai's face was filled with pain as he whispered. After eating these spiritual herbs, Jin Tai's life was not in danger for the time being. Fong Qin asked the Liang family's 4 young masters and Yi Ming to take care of Jin Tai. Leave the rest to me. Fong Qin nodded at Jin Tai. At this moment, Ji Lei's heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape. Chapter 260. Fong Qin gently patted Jin Tai's bloody shoulder and then turned to look at Ji Lei. Being stared at by Fong Qin, Ji Lei's body involuntarily trembled. His forehead was covered in sweat. Fong Qin walked step by step until he was in front of Ji Lei. There was a strange smile on his face as he looked at Ji Lei. At this moment, Ji Lei felt that the surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive. Fong Qin, don't think that I'm afraid of you. The atmosphere was so stifling that Ji Lei found it hard to breathe. However, when Fong Qin approached him, he finally couldn't help opening his mouth. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart as he looked at Fong Qin and spoke in a low voice. Fong Qin nodded slightly and slowly raised his hand. Because he had slapped Jin Tai before, Fong Qin's hand was covered in blood. When you were torturing Jin Tai, did you think about the consequences? Asked Fong Qin softly. Ji Lei didn't say anything. Fong Qin was giving him a huge pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. No, I obtained an opportunity in the training mountain range. My strength has soared. I don't believe he can kill me. Ji Lei's heart was constantly struggling. In the end, he made his choice. He would fight to the death with Fong Qin. If he allowed himself to be captured, Fong Qin definitely wouldn't let him off. But if he fought to the death, he might be able to escape. Crash! Ji Lei waved his hand, and a wild aura erupted from his body. Then he unhesitatingly used the peerless celestial phenomenon. Fong Qin shook his head and didn't waste any more time. He extended his finger and used the finger of death once more. Swish! With a light tap of his finger, a majestic finger light instantly pressed down on the space above Ji Lei's head. In an instant, the Wuji celestial phenomenon that Ji Lei had just condensed was shattered by Fong Qin's finger light. How is this possible? The peerless celestial phenomenon had been shattered by Fong Qin. Ji Lei's heart was filled with despair. Fong Qin's strength was too tyrannical. Just a simple finger was enough to shatter his strongest attack. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Crack! The majestic finger light pierced through Ji Lei's body, causing him to fall to the ground and lose his ability to fight. Everyone in the distance exclaimed in surprise. Despite knowing Fong Qin's tyrannical strength, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene. Ji Lei's ability was even more powerful than Yi Ming's. However, Fong Qin had defeated Ji Lei with just a light finger. Ji Lei could not fight back at all. Such a technique was definitely comparable to the 5 geniuses. While Fong Qin's finger suddenly touched Ji Lei's arm. Suddenly, Ji Lei's 2 arms were directly crushed. Blood continued to flow, and Ji Lei issued a miserable scream. In the next moment, Ji Lei's legs were crippled by Fong Qin. In the blink of an eye, the chief disciple of the Wuji sect had his limbs crippled by Fong Qin. I'll leave it to you. After doing all this, Fong Qin turned his head and looked at Jin Tai. Jin Tai's face revealed an excited smile when he saw this. Then he walked step by step towards Ji Lei. Ji Lei, when you tortured me, did you ever think of the consequences? Jin Tai asked coldly. His face was filled with anger. Kill me if you want. Ji Lei roared in anger as he screamed miserably. Seeing Ji Lei in such a state, Several disciples of the Wuji sect wanted to escape. However, they were directly killed by Fangchen. "Ji Lei, go to hell!" Jin Tai roared. Then his body suddenly jumped up and sat on Ji Lei's body. With a cracking sound, Ji Lei's chest was instantly crushed by Jin Tai. "Ah!" Ji Lei screamed miserably. As the chief disciple of the Wuji sect, he was considered one of the best among the younger generation in the South. Who would have thought that he would die in such a way? It was humiliating. Although Jin Tai's limbs were crippled, he was a body refinement cultivator. His physical body had already reached a 2-star Dao body. When he jumped up just now, he activated his 2-star Dao body and gathered all his strength on his buttocks. His buttocks crushed Ji Lei's chest, causing Ji Lei to die with hatred. Seeing the scene, Fangchen and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Jin Tai would choose such a humiliating method to kill Ji Lei. After killing Ji Lei, Jin Tai nodded slightly at Fangchen. Then he walked to the center of the King Kong sect disciples. The 4 young masters of the Liang family quickly stepped forward to support him. Crash! Fangchen shook his wrist and collected their demon qi. Then he led the many disciples of the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect forward. Right now, this wasteland was too dangerous and not suitable for resting. Therefore, Fangchen wanted to find a safer place. Finally, after searching for a while, Fangchen found a hidden mountain. The disciples climbed up the mountain and began to rest. "Jin Tai, have a good rest." Fangchen looked at Jin Tai and said. Jin Tai shook his head slightly. He knew that he had become a burden to the sect. Therefore, he made a decision as he walked. "Brother Fang, I'll leave the King Kong sect disciples to you." Jin Tai looked at Fangchen and said, "Jin Tai, you." Fangchen was interrupted by Jin Tai before he could finish his sentence. "I don't want to be a burden to the sect. Therefore, I've decided to give up my demon qi and leave the training mountain range. This way, I won't be a burden to you, and I can go out to heal," Jin Tai said slowly. Hearing Jin Tai's words, Fangchen fell silent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of demonic qi was emitted from the token on the golden platform and entered Fangchen's token. Jin Tai chose to give his demon qi to Fangchen. The moment the demon qi disappeared, Jin Tai's figure also gradually disappeared. After Jin Tai left, everyone fell into silence. After a long while, Yiming said, "Brother Fang, shall we continue?" "Let's continue," Fangchen said. After that, Fangchen and the others continued to walk in the training mountain range. This time, their destination was the land of inheritance that they learned about in the Heaven Sword. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, countless disciples of the sect were looking for opportunities. The 5 prodigies were nowhere to be seen. Some warriors guessed that the 5 prodigies must have received an incredible inheritance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped fighting for the demon qi. During this period of time, Fangchen and the others had encountered many powerful demonic beasts. Among these demonic beasts, there were even some that had reached the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Even Fangchen would find it difficult to deal with them. Along the way, they kept fighting with the demon beasts. Finally, there were casualties. In one fierce battle with the demon beasts, 3 disciples of the King Kong sect died. This incident was a wake-up call for Fangchen and the others. After that, Fangchen discussed with Yiming and the others. In the future, if they encountered powerful demon beasts that normal disciples couldn't handle, they would release the demon qi in the token and use the transportation array to send them out. This way they could avoid death. Although the training was important, their lives were more important. With this plan in place, the disciples of the 2 sects did not suffer any casualties in the following days. However, after 10 days, most of the disciples of the 2 sects had been teleported out. The remaining disciples were all warriors of the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm and above. The deeper they went into the training mountain range, the more dangerous it was. Until now, Fong Qin and the others only had a dozen warriors left in the group. These were the disciples of the two sects combined. After 10 days, Fong Qin and the others finally reached the depths of the training mountain range. At this moment, Fong Qin and the others were standing on top of a mountain peak. They looked at the vast land below the mountain peak and narrowed their eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. Brother Fong, according to the information in the sky sword, the vast land below is the inheritance ground. Yi Ming whispered in Fong Chen's ear. Fong Chen nodded slightly. He also knew about the information from the sky sword. According to the information, this vast land should be the inheritance ground. However, no matter how they looked, they couldn't find anything strange about this vast land. What's going on? The sky sword couldn't have given out wrong information. Yi Ming couldn't understand. Fong Chen was also secretly thinking. In the central square of the training city, countless sect leaders were looking at the stone tablet in the middle of the square. This stone tablet was 3 meters tall. On the stone tablet, there were many small words. Every line represented a person's name, and this stone tablet was the training stone tablet. What was recorded on the stone tablet was the ranking of the participating warriors. The ranking was based on the amount of demon chi on the warriors. This training stone tablet was a very mysterious stone tablet that had been passed down since ancient times. The training stone tablet could sense the amount of demon chi on the warriors who entered the training mountain range. As expected, the 5 great geniuses were ranked in the top 5, while Fong Chen was ranked at the bottom. Qing Fufeng is indeed the leader of the 5 prodigies. His strength is too strong, and his demon chi is ranked first. Rank second is Hai Wei. He is relatively low-key among the 5 prodigies. Ranked third is Xing Yin. He has an easygoing personality and usually doesn't fight. I didn't think he would be so strong in this training competition. Gui actually didn't enter the top 3. How strange. Many sect leaders were discussing amongst themselves. In a corner, the Vajra sect master's expression was a bit gloomy. He looked at the training stone tablet. Fong Chen's name was in the top 50, which made him a bit depressed. With Fong Chen's strength, he shouldn't be ranked so low, right? The Vajra sect master was puzzled. Chapter 261. On the towering mountain peak, the disciples of the King Kong sect and the falling Dust Sword sect, led by Fong Qin, stood quietly as they stared at the empty land below the mountain peak. According to the information from the sky sword, the land of inheritance should be on the empty land, but they hadn't discovered anything yet. What's going on? Yi Ming's eyes were filled with confusion. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the sky sword to transmit the wrong information. Could the elders have misinterpreted it? Thinking of this, Yi Ming turned to look at Fong Qin. However, at this moment, Fong Chen's face was gloomy as he looked into the distance. Following Fong Chen's gaze, Yi Ming discovered that there were powerful auras in the distance. Yes, there's someone here. Just as Yi Ming finished speaking, there were suddenly several sounds of the air being torn apart. The first to appear on the empty land was Qing Fufeng. It's Qing Fufeng of the Qingtian Alliance, Yi Ming cried out. He didn't understand why Qing Fufeng would appear here. Just as Qing Fufeng appeared on the empty land, another figure suddenly appeared quietly. Ha ha ha, I'm not late, am I? As soon as this voice was heard, everyone realized that it was Hai Wei. Seeing these two people, Fong Chen narrowed his eyes as he pondered in his mind. Before long, even Huang Zhen and Xing Yin had arrived. Only Gui Kui was missing from the 5 great prodigies. How did they discover this place? Yi Ming's heart was in turmoil. How did the 5 great prodigies discover this place and come here at the same time? It seems that they should have also received some information, Fong Qin muttered. Just as Fong Qin finished speaking, the empty land suddenly trembled. Then, 5 prayer mats appeared on the empty land. Rumble. A series of deafening sounds came from the empty land. The appearance of the 5 prayer mats was very strange. The moment the prayer mats appeared, an ancient voice entered everyone's ears. The prayer mats preach. The appearance of the praying mat caused Fong Chen's eyes to tremble slightly. Soon after, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed down from the mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen appeared on the open ground. At this time, the eyes of the 4 great geniuses were wide open. Qing Fufeng was the first to flash and directly sat on a futon, Dao imparting on a praying mat. It seemed like only by sitting on the praying mat could one have a chance of receiving the inheritance. Ha ha ha, this inheritance is destined to be mine. Huang Jin grinned. He also chose a futon and sat down cross-legged. Seeing Qing Lufeng and Huang Jin each occupy a praying mat, Xing Yun and Hai Wei also occupy a praying mat. Just as the 4 of them sat down, their bodies were surrounded by dense spirit qi. Strands of formless spirit qi entered their bodies from the praying mats. Praying mat preaching, Fong Chen said softly as he prepared to sit on the last praying mat. But just at this time, the sound of breaking wind came from the distance. Then Fong Chen saw that Gui Kui had also come. Why would the 5 great geniuses all come here at the same time? Fong Chen was completely baffled. The reason they knew about this open ground was because Tian Jian had spread the news. But why would the 5 great geniuses appear here? The last praying mat is mine. Gui Kui shouted when he saw Fong Chen preparing to sit on the last praying mat. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared in front of Fong Chen. Scram! In the face of such an inheritance, how could Fong Chen miss this opportunity? Seeing Gui Kui appear, he sent a punch at him. Gui Kui immediately used his fiend god body, refinement, to fight Fong Chen. Although he had been beaten miserably by Fong Chen, he definitely wouldn't give up on such an inheritance. As long as he sat on the praying mat, he would be able to obtain the inheritance. Fong Chen, leave the praying mat to me. You can have whatever you want, said Gui Kui coldly. I want you to die. Fong Chen snorted coldly. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword in his hand danced violently. The 3rd level of the transcendent level of the water and fire sword technique was instantly displayed. An incomparably powerful water flame, sword light, stabbed toward Gui Kui. This time, Fong Chen was infuriated. He used his fiercest attack to kill Gui Kui. Slash! Gui Kui did his best to block, but in the end, he was unable to block Fong Chen's attack. His shoulder was pierced by the water flame's sword light, causing blood to spray out. Ah! Gui Kui let out a miserable cry as he tried his best to activate his fiend god body, refinement technique, to block Fong Chen's attack. However, the power of the fire and water sword arts was too strong. He simply couldn't block it. Die! Fong Chen shouted in a low voice. The 3rd level of the fire and water sword art was displayed once again. The hidden dragon sword viciously stabbed towards Ghost Sunflower. At the same time, Fong Chen's soul instantly left his body and enveloped Ghost Sunflower. Slash! The hidden dragon's sword stabbed into Gui Kui's body. Gui Kui's eyes widened as his life force rapidly dissipated. No. As one of the 5 heavenly geniuses, he was actually going to die at the hands of Fong Chen. At first, Gui Kui hadn't known about this inheritance ground, but he had accidentally learned that Qing Mufeng had found an inheritance ground. Then he had followed Qing Mufeng here, but he hadn't expected to run into Fong Chen here. That infuriated him. I can't accept this. Ghost Kui uttered his last words before his body crashed to the ground. Fong Chen picked up Gui Kui's spatial ring and sat cross-legged on the last praying mat. Just as Fong Chen sat on the praying mat, a buzzing sound rang out. Then a wild aura drilled into Fong Chen's mind from the praying mat. Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind. Fong Chen instantly understood that this inheritance ground was left behind by Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind. When Marshal Marquis of Heavenly Wind was still alive, his ranking on the Marshal Marquis list wasn't high, but he was still a bit stronger than Marshal Marquis of Wind and Cloud. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin knew that the inheritance left behind by Marshal Marquis of Heavenly Wind wasn't a cultivation technique or comprehension. It was pure energy. Whoever was able to communicate with this energy would be able to obtain this energy, causing their strength to soar. Communicate with this energy, Fong Qin inwardly said. In the following time, Fong Qin began to try to communicate with this energy. The other 4 geniuses were also doing their best to communicate with this energy. For them, the energy left behind by Marshal Marquis of Heavenly Wind was too important. If they could completely absorb it, they would have a chance to break through to the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Of course, they didn't know that Gui Kui, who was as famous as them, had already died at the hands of Fong Qin. At this moment, on the mountain peak, the disciples waiting for Fong Qin saw the scene of Gui Kui's death. Their faces were filled with shock. Gui Kui was killed by Fong Qin. Yi Ming said in disbelief. Oh my God! Gui Kui was one of the 5 geniuses. He was actually killed by Fong Qin. He's so powerful. He killed the 5 geniuses with a flip of his hand. While the disciples were talking, they all headed towards the open land. They realized that the spirit qi around the open land was very dense. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the 5 praying mats were occupied by the 5 geniuses, they could still absorb the dense spirit qi from the open land to cultivate. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the 5 geniuses were all trying to communicate with the energy left behind by Marshal Marquis of Heavenly Wind. However, no one succeeded. At this moment, within Fong Chen's body, the golden heart was beating rapidly. A formless energy gradually appeared around Fong Chen's body. The moment the golden heart appeared, Fong Chen felt that he had made a connection with the praying mat. Just as the energy of the golden heart came into contact with the yellow praying mat, a soft sound of surprise suddenly came from the praying mat. Immediately after, a wild energy instantly entered Fong Chen's body. This sudden situation caused Fong Chen's face to change greatly. Soon after, he became ecstatic. Was the communication successful? Fong Chen was ecstatic. He worked hard to circulate the liquefied spirit qi in his qi sea to digest this energy. Hiss, 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 after about a day, Fong Chen finally succeeded in merging with this energy. Rumble Fong Chen's cultivation instantly went from the 1st level of the Qi High Realm to the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm, Fong Chen's cultivation did not stop growing. It was still rising. Early 2nd level, mid-2nd level, late 2nd level. When Fong Chen's cultivation reached the peak of the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm, it finally stopped growing. At this time, Fong Chen also discovered that the energy left behind by Marshal Marquis of Heavenly Wind had been completely absorbed by him. Crack at this moment, the 5 futons suddenly shattered, and the 5 figures opened their eyes in an instant. What's going on? Qing Fufeng's face changed slightly. He looked around and muttered to himself, I haven't communicated with the energy yet. Why did the praying mat shatter? Xingyun asked, Did you communicate with the energy? Hai Wei asked. The 4 great geniuses all shook their heads. At this moment, the 4 of them saw Gui Kui's corpse in the distance, and their faces changed. Who killed Gui Kui? Qing Fufeng asked in shock. Could it be him? Only now did they discover that the person sitting on the 5th praying mat was Fong Chen. He killed Gui Kui? How is that possible? Huang Zhen said in disbelief. At this moment, Fong Chen's body was emitting a wild aura. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. When the 4 of them saw Fong Chen's aura suddenly increase, their faces changed. Their eyes were filled with a burning desire. Could it be that he communicated with the energy? At this moment, the four of them all looked at Fang Qin as if they were looking at prey. That must be it. Otherwise, his aura wouldn't have suddenly increased, and the praying mat wouldn't have shattered. Qing Fufeng stared at Fang Qin. Crash! Chapter 262. The moment Fang Qin opened his eyes, Fang Qin felt as if the world around him was spinning. Within his qi sea, there was a huge wave of spirit qi. Second level of the qi high realm. Fang Qin muttered to himself. He did not expect that after absorbing the purest spirit qi left behind by the Marquis of Heavenly Wind, his cultivation would jump from the peak of the first level of the qi high realm to the peak of the second level. The current Fang Qin was confident that he could fight against a martial artist of the fifth level of the qi high realm. Seeing Fang Qin open his eyes, the other four geniuses all widened their eyes and looked at Fang Qin. Their eyes were filled with passion. His cultivation increased dramatically. He must have received the inheritance of the Marquis of Heavenly Wind. Huang Zhen said coldly. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Fang Qin, did you receive the inheritance of the Marquis of Heavenly Wind? Hai Wu Wei asked in a deep voice. Xing Yun and Qing Lufeng stared at Fang Qin without moving. When Fang Qin heard this, he slowly stood up and glanced at the four supreme prides. Instantly, he understood that the four supreme prides were trying to snatch his inheritance. Unfortunately, he was no longer the Fang Qin from before. Now, his strength had increased dramatically. Even if the four geniuses joined forces, he would not be afraid. Fang Qin did not speak. This made Huang Zhen even more certain that he had received the inheritance of the Marquis of Heavenly Wind. Fang Qin, if you know what's good for you, hand over the inheritance. You know that you cannot keep it. Huang Zhen said coldly. Within his words, there was a hint of threat. You are threatening me. Fang Qin hated it when others threatened him. Hearing Huang Zhen's words, his face changed and he sneered. You are not worthy of my threats. Huang Zhen laughed. Fang Qin pointed at Gui Kuei's corpse and sneered. He also threatened me before, but you saw what happened to him. Hearing this, Huang Zhen became even angrier. Hearing Fang Qin's tone, it seemed that he didn't intend to hand over the inheritance. At this moment, Hai Wu Wei also spoke. Fang Qin, hand over the legacy. You may have killed Gui Kuei and become one of the 5 chosen, but you are no match for the 4 of us, said Hai Wu Wei. Just as Hai Wu Wei's voice fell, Xing Yun also spoke. Fang Qin, hand over the inheritance. Of the 4 geniuses, only Qing Lufeng didn't say anything. Even he couldn't see through Fang Qin. Moreover, before entering the training mountain range, the Alliance Master of the Green Sky Alliance and the 4 elders personally used their heaven-defying divination technique and came to a shocking conclusion. That was, in this training competition, a dark horse would appear. This dark horse would affect the situation of the younger generation in the southern region. The Alliance Master of the Green Heaven Alliance warned Qing Lufeng repeatedly that once he encountered this martial artist, he must not become enemies with him. At this time, Qing Lufeng was even wondering if Fang Qin was that dark horse that would affect the younger generation in the southern region. To be able to kill Gui Kuei means his strength is already on the same level as the 4 of us. Furthermore, he has obtained Martial Marquis Tianfeng's inheritance. Perhaps his current strength isn't any weaker than the 4 of us, thought Qing Lufeng. While Qing Lufeng was thinking, Hai Wu Wei and the other 2 were repeatedly pressuring Fang Qin. They wanted Fang Qin to hand over Martial Marquis Tianfeng's inheritance. Fang Qin, if you hand over Martial Marquis Tianfeng's inheritance, I, Hai Wu Wei, guarantee that I will let you live. Fang Qin, hand over the inheritance, and I, Huang Zhen, will guarantee your life. Brat, if you don't hand over the inheritance, you will definitely die today. The 3 of them constantly approached Fang Qin. Their auras instantly spread out and revolved around Fang Qin. They wanted to suppress Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, a strange expression appearing on his face. He immediately said coldly, "Are the three of you sure you want to attack me?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Huang Zhen was the first to explode. He clenched his hands into fists, and all the strength in his body instantly converged on his fist. He then punched out at Fang Chen, courting death. When Fang Chen saw this, the long sword appeared in his hand once more. He didn't hesitate to use the third level of the water-fire sword technique. The third level of the water-fire sword technique was at the transformative realm. Although the hidden dragon sword had been shattered, and the power of an ordinary longsword had been greatly reduced, it was still enough to deal with Huang Zhen. Crash! In the sky, a majestic water-fire sword radiance suddenly appeared and fiercely collided with Huang Zhen's fist. With a bang, Huang Zhen's body was sent flying. Huang Zhen finally stabilized his body, and his expression changed. He looked at Hai Wu Wei and Xing Yin beside him and said coldly, "He has received the inheritance of the Marquis of Tianfeng, and his strength has increased tremendously. Let's go together and capture him first." Hearing Huang Zhen's words, Hai Wu Wei and Xing Yin attacked at the same time. Qing Fufeng stood quietly at the side, not preparing to attack. With three geniuses attacking at the same time, even an early-stage Qi Hai warrior wouldn't dare to face them head-on. But their opponent was Fang Chen. When he was at the peak of the first stage of Qi Hai, he was able to kill Gui Kuei. Now that he had reached the peak of the second stage of Qi Hai, his strength had increased tremendously. Finger of Death. Gale Kick. Water-fire sword technique, third level. Fang Chen continuously used 3 skills. Among them, the most powerful one was the third level of the water-fire sword technique, and it was aimed directly at Huang Zhen. In the sky, the tyrannical water-fire sword radiance fiercely collided with Huang Zhen. At the same time, Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Liquefied spirit qi flickered on the soles of his feet, and he ferociously kicked towards Hai Wu Wei. As he kicked, Fang Chen's finger shot out a majestic finger of death. The finger of death was pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. Shoo! 3 deafening sounds were heard at the same time. After Huang Zhen's fist of death was hit by the water-fire sword radiance, it instantly exploded. At this moment, Huang Zhen's expression changed greatly. How is this possible? Huang Zhen cried out involuntarily. He didn't think that Fang Chen's strength would be so strong. Even with 3 geniuses working together, they still couldn't suppress Fang Chen. Bang! Huang Zhen's fist of death was directly blown back. At the same time, Hai Wu Wei and Xing Yin were also forced back by Fang Chen's other 2 attacks. When the 3 geniuses stabilized themselves, their expressions gradually sank. Even with the 3 of them working together, they were still forced into such a state by Fang Chen. They naturally knew what that meant. This kid can't be allowed to live. Huang Zhen's killing intent grew even stronger. It's definitely because of Martial Marquis Heavenly Wind's inheritance. Otherwise, there's no way he could fight the 3 of us at the same time, said Hai Wu Wei emotionally. That inheritance belongs to me, Xing Yin, said Xing Yin. However, at this time, the 3 geniuses didn't rashly attack. Their gazes all turned to Qing Fufeng. Qing Fufeng, we're all 5 geniuses. How about you help us out this once? Asked Huang Zhen. That was because just now they knew that with Fang Chen's current strength, even if the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. So they wanted Qing Fufeng to help. That's right, Qing Fufeng. Could it be that you don't want to obtain Martial Marquis Heavenly Wind's inheritance? Asked Hai Wu Wei. Qing Fufeng, with the 4 of us working together, he's definitely not our match. Once we capture him, we'll see who can obtain Martial Marquis Heavenly Wind's inheritance, said Xing Yin. The 3 geniuses stared unblinkingly at Qing Fufeng. But when Qing Fufeng heard that, he faintly shook his head. I won't participate in this battle, said Qing Fufeng slowly. Hearing Qing Fufeng's words, the three geniuses' expressions changed. Fang Chen looked at Qing Fufeng and nodded slightly. This Qing Fufeng had made a very wise choice, because now Fang Chen didn't plan on being lenient. He was going to use his full strength. Qing Fufeng, to think you're on the same level as us. What a shame. Humph, a mere second-level Qi-Hai disciple is enough to make you not dare to attack? What right do you have to be the head of the 5 geniuses? After this battle, there will no longer be any Qing Fufeng among the geniuses of the South. The 3 of them coldly snorted. Immediately after, they activated all the strength in their bodies and once again engaged in battle with Fang Chen. The 3 of us will work together and use our strongest attack to capture this kid, said Huang Jin sinisterly. All right, let's attack together, said Xingyin. Suddenly, a wild aura was emitted from the 3 of them. In the next moment, the 3 of them displayed their strongest attacks. The 3 of them didn't believe that Fang Chen could withstand this attack. 3rd level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen still displayed the 3rd level of the fire and water sword technique. This time, Fang Chen activated the fire and water concept to the extreme and directly attacked the 3 of them. This kid isn't simple. Qing Fufeng, who was watching from the side, said as he watched the intense battle. At this moment, Qing Fufeng was even more certain that Fang Chen was the dark horse that the Alliance Master and the 4 elders had concluded after using the heaven-defying deduction technique. He would affect the situation of the younger generation in the South. Rumble. At this time, the 4 of them were fighting intensely in the sky. When Fang Chen's water and fire sword lights collided with the attacks of the 3 people, their attacks shattered instantly. No, shouted Huang Zhen. He couldn't believe what was happening. Fang Chen's cultivation base was directly suppressing them. How can he be so strong? Exclaimed Hai Wei. Damn it! The 3 of them went all out, unleashing their strongest attacks. Suddenly, a pitch-black sickle appeared in the sky. That sickle contained an aura of death. Die! The 3 of them threw caution to the wind and directly joined hands to unleash such a tyrannical attack. In the sky, under the control of the 3 people, the death scythe charged towards Fang Chen. Wherever the death scythe passed, the air was sliced apart. This sickle's power is quite tyrannical. Fang Chen thought to himself as he looked at the sickle shooting toward him. The sickle's attack was enough to kill any peak 4th level Qi-Hai warrior. Even an early 5th level Qi-Hai warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the sickle's attack. If I hadn't broken through, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the sickle's attack, said Fang Chen. Seeing the sickle in the sky, Qing Fufeng's expression changed slightly. The combined attack of Hai Wei and the other 2 had already exceeded his expectations. Chapter 263. Boom! The death scythe and the water-fire sword light collided, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Upon seeing this scene, even the leader of the 5 great geniuses, Qing Lufeng, revealed a trace of shock on his face. The fact that Fang Chen was able to fight the 3 of them to such an extent was enough to prove that his strength had already surpassed his own. He's going to affect the situation of the southern region's younger generation. At that moment, Qing Fufeng recalled what the Alliance Master of the Azure Sky Alliance had warned him before the start of the trial. If he encountered that dark horse, he absolutely couldn't be his opponent. If possible, he had to befriend him as much as possible. What a monster! Qing Fufeng couldn't help sighing. At this moment, a cracking sound suddenly came from the death scythe in the sky. Then, the expressions of the 3 people changed drastically. How is this possible? The death scythe was the strongest attack of the 3 of them. They couldn't believe that even the death scythe was unable to defeat Fang Chen. I don't believe it. Huang Zhen roared furiously. When a crack appeared on the death scythe, the crack on the death scythe got bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the death scythe exploded. The instant the death scythe shattered, the 3 of them were instantly sent flying. They'd suffered a backlash when the death scythe shattered. Pucci! The three of them instantly coughed up blood. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. They were unable to accept the reality before their eyes. Not long ago, Fong Qin hadn't even been able to take a single blow from them. But now, the three of them weren't a match for Fong Qin even after joining forces. As geniuses, they simply couldn't accept this kind of disparity. Rumble. In the sky, the energy of the explosion gradually dissipated. When the energy dissipated, the long sword in Fong Chen's hand also shattered with a cracking sound. After Fong Chen's hidden dragon sword shattered, he casually took out a yuan weapon he'd obtained from someone else. However, this long sword simply couldn't compare to the hidden dragon sword. Under the powerful attack just now, the long sword could not withstand the force of the impact and directly shattered. Fong Qin loosened his grip, and the sword hilt in his hand fell gently to the ground. Now, do you still want to snatch my inheritance? Fong Qin icily asked Huang Zhen and the others. The three of them smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Then they slowly stood up and supported each other. They gave Fong Qin a complicated look before turning to leave. Fong Qin had no intention of making a move as he watched the three of them leave. After all, they were disciples of the top 5 sections. If he killed them here, their sect would definitely be enraged, and the Vajra sect would be the one to suffer. Brother Fong, I'm impressed. At this moment, Qing Lufeng walked in front of Fong Qin with a faint smile on his face and cupped his hands. Fong Qin nodded to Qing Lufeng. Qing Lufeng hadn't attacked him just now, so Fong Qin wouldn't make things difficult for him. Brother Fong, the trial still isn't over. What are you going to do next? Asked Qing Lufeng. Fong Qin pondered for a moment before saying, snatch the monstrous qi. After bidding farewell to Fong Qin, Qing Lufeng continued searching for opportunities. Although he hadn't obtained the Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind's inheritance, perhaps he would be able to find other opportunities. At this time, there were still 5 days until the end of the trial competition. After Qing Lufeng left, the Vajra sect's disciples and the Falling Dust Sword sect's disciples all came to Fong Chen's side. They had originally been cultivating, but Fong Chen's battle with the 3 heavenly geniuses had awakened them. Although they hadn't obtained the Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind's inheritance land, their gains were not small. In such a short time, their cultivation bases had improved greatly. Brother Fong, you really are amazing. Yi Ming walked over to Fong Qin and laughed. Yeah, Brother Fong, with your current strength, you can already be considered the head of the 5 heavenly geniuses. Even Qing Lufeng has to be polite when he sees you. Brother Fong, you really are a heavenly genius. Many disciples were extremely envious of Fong Qin. After a long while, Fong Qin explained the situation to Yi Ming. When Yi Ming heard that, he smiled and said, Brother Fong, you're right. With your current strength, there's no one in the entire Trial Mountain range who can threaten your life. If we stay with you, we'll just be a burden to you. Brother Fong, you have to take first place. Yi Ming nodded. After bidding farewell to Yi Ming, Fong Qin began to snatch the demonic aura. When he encountered demonic beasts, he killed them. When he encountered disciples from other sect, he snatched their demonic aura. 3 days later, Fong Chen's demonic aura had reached a certain level. At the same time, in the trial stone tablet on the square outside the trial city, Fong Chen's ranking had been advancing by leaps and bounds. In just 1 day, Fong Qin had charged into the top 20. Okay, seeing Fong Chen's ranking change, the King Kong sect master and Luo Qin sect master's eyes were filled with joy. Have they finally started? The King Kong sect master said slowly. Although the King Kong sect master and Luo Qin sect master had already noticed that Fong Chen's ranking was rapidly advancing, the other sect leaders hadn't noticed at all. In a certain mountain forest in the Trial Mountain range, whoosh! Fong Chen's finger suddenly pointed and a majestic ray of light shot out. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, it directly pierced the eye of a demonic beast he was fighting. Ah, a pitiful cry was heard. The demonic beast's eye was instantly shattered and blood flowed out. It screamed miserably. Immediately after, Fong Chen pointed a few more times, and the huge demonic beast fell to the ground unwillingly. Traces of demonic aura directly entered Fong Chen's token. Killing a demonic beast at the 4th level of the Chi-Hai realm can actually give me so much demonic aura. Fong Chen said softly. At the same time, not far from Fong Chen, there was a group of warriors. When they heard the shouts from before, the leader's face changed slightly and he said, "A demonic beast has appeared in front of us. Let's go and block it." After he finished speaking, the leader took the lead and led the warriors to where the demonic beast was. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a while, the warriors arrived at the place where Fong Chen was fighting with the demonic beast. They found that the demonic beast had already fallen to the ground and a warrior was standing beside it. When the leader saw the demonic beast on the ground that had lost its life, his face changed slightly. This was because he found that the demonic beast was a 4th level Chi-Hai demonic beast, the Diamond Bear. Who is he? The leader thought to himself, a warrior who could kill a 4th level Chi-Hai demonic beast must be very strong. Before he understood the situation, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Brother Jean, should we act?" Just as the leader was hesitating, a disciple behind him asked softly. Hearing the disciple's words, Zhan Jin frowned and looked at Fong Chen. He said, "Brother, this Diamond Bear is a demonic beast that we, the Yellow Cloud sect, have been searching for a few days. We didn't expect that you would be able to kill it." Hearing Zhan Jin's words, Fong Chen frowned. This Yellow Cloud sect disciple was too shameless. They wanted him to hand over the demonic aura, but they found such an excuse. And then Fong Chen asked mockingly, "Brother, I am a disciple of the Yellow Cloud sect, Zhan Jin. I hope that you can return the demonic aura of the Diamond Bear to us." Zhan Jin continued, "Yellow Cloud sect disciple, Zhan Jin. If I remember correctly, you, Zhan Jin, are only the 2nd disciple of the Yellow Cloud sect." Fong Chen sneered. Zhan Jin was slightly startled and said, "Brother, do you want to go against the Yellow Cloud sect?" Zhan Jin used the Yellow Cloud sect to make Fong Chen afraid, but he was wrong, very wrong, using the Yellow Cloud sect to pressure me. Fong Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "Even if Huang Zhen was here, he wouldn't dare to say such words. Who do you think you are to ask me to hand over the demonic aura?" Huang Zhen was the head disciple of the Yellow Cloud sect. He was much stronger than Zhan Jin. "Humph, I gave you face, but you don't want it. If Senior Huang Zhen was here, he could kill you in one move." Zhan Jin sneered. "Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame me for being vicious." Zhan Jin's words displeased Fong Chen. He icily said, "Hand over your demonic aura and scram out of my sight. You're courting death." Zhan Jin's expression completely changed. He was infuriated and directly used all his power to launch a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fong Chen. "If I kill you, I can still obtain your demonic aura," said Zhan Jin icily. "Petty tricks." Seeing Zhan Jin's fierce attack, Fong Chen sneered. Then he lightly waved his finger, and a boundless finger light instantly appeared in front of Zhan Jin. What kind of move is this?" Zhan Jin's expression constantly changed. He used all his power to break Fong Chen's finger light. Swish! When the finger light hit Zhan Jin, it immediately shot into Zhan Jin's arm, and then Zhan Jin's arm directly exploded. Crash! A powerful aura instantly filled the surroundings. The current Fong Chen was like a god of war, standing quietly on the ground. "Hand over your demonic aura and scram out of my sight." Facing the suppression of Fong Chen's overbearing aura, Zhan Jin actually felt a trace of fear in his heart. How is this possible? He crippled my arm in one move. Even senior apprentice brother Huang Zhen can't compare to him. Zhan Jin miserably cried out. At this moment, He thought of what Fang Chen had said. Even if Huang Zhen was here, he wouldn't dare steal his demonic aura. At this time, Zhang Jin finally understood just how powerful Fang Chen was. "We'll hand over our demonic aura. Please let us live." Zhang Jin endured the pain. A minute later, Fang Chen had obtained the demonic aura of all the Yellow Cloud sect's disciples. Zhang Jin and the others quickly disappeared from his sight. Chapter 264. Within the Trial City's plaza, Fang Chen's name was especially dazzling on the trial stone steel. His name was constantly rising. In the blink of an eye, he had risen from the 20s to the top 10. How is that possible? Just what kind of demonic beast did he kill? How much demonic qi did he obtain? Did he steal the demonic qi of the other sect's disciples? Does Fang Chen's rise have anything to do with Gu Kuei's fall? In front of the trial stone steel, countless sect leaders were shocked to see Fang Chen's name rise. While countless people were paying attention to Fang Chen's name, the Yellow Cloud sect master's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He stared at all the Yellow Cloud sect's disciples on the trial stone steel. Other than Huang Zhen, all the other disciples had disappeared from the trial stone steel. What did that mean? It meant that other than Huang Zhen, they had all been eliminated. Just who did this? Wondered the Yellow Cloud sect master. Whoosh! Just as they were discussing this, countless figures suddenly appeared in the trial mountain range. When those figures entered the city, they were all shocked. That was because those people were all disciples of the Yellow Cloud sect. Could it be that Fang Chen stole the demonic qi of the Yellow Cloud sect's disciples? Some of the sect leaders' eyes brightened. A moment later, Zhang Jin and the others appeared in the plaza. "Zhang Jin, what happened? Who stole your demonic qi?" demanded the Yellow Cloud sect master furiously. "Sect master, it's Fang Chen," whispered Zhang Jin. The surrounding sect leaders were all in an uproar. They all stared at Zhang Jin in shock. "Who is Fang Chen?" asked the Yellow Cloud sect master icily. "He's a disciple of the Vajra sect," whispered Zhang Jin. "Impossible. How could a mere Vajra sect disciple steal your demonic qi?" demanded the Yellow Cloud sect master. "Sect master, Fang Chen's strength is not what you think it is. When I fought with him, I couldn't even withstand one of his moves." When Zhang Jin thought of the battle with Fang Chen, he felt a lingering fear. If Fang Chen wanted to kill them, they would have died long ago. What? You can't even block a single attack? A trace of shock appeared on the sect master's face. Could it be that his strength is already comparable to the 5 heavenly geniuses? Continued the sect master. "Sect master, Fang Chen is very strong. This time, he only stole our demon qi and didn't kill us. If he wanted to kill us, we wouldn't have had the chance to escape." Zhang Jin continued. Hearing that, the sect head of the Yellow Cloud school sunk into silence. His mind was rapidly thinking. At the same time, countless sect leaders' gazes were focused on the Vajra sect master. Their gazes were either filled with envy or schadenfreude. The Yellow Cloud sect master also icily glanced at the Vajra sect master. However, he didn't say anything. The competition still hadn't ended. Everything could wait until after it ended. When they found out that Fang Chen's strength was already on par with the 5 great prodigies, the eyes of the alliance master of the Qingtian Alliance, which was the leader of the 5 great sects, lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Could it be that he's that dark horse that can affect the southern region's junior generation? Wondered the Qingtian Alliance's sect master. I hope Qing Lufeng won't go against him. Thinking of the information he had obtained through his heaven-defying divination arts, he became even more curious about Fang Chen. While the outside world was discussing Fang Chen, the main character Fang Chen had no idea. He was just rapidly searching for demonic beasts to steal their demonic qi. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. There were only a few hours left until the end of the competition. At this moment, Fang Chen's demonic aura had reached a terrifying level. Under the crowd's watchful gazes, his ranking had risen to the top 3. Now, there were only 2 people ahead of Fang Chen. The first was the Qingtian Alliance's chief disciple, Qing Lufeng. As the leader of the 5 heavenly geniuses, it was within everyone's expectations that he would be ranked first. The second was Xing Yun of the Nebula Peak. His demonic qi was nearly 1,000 strands, less than Qing Lufeng's. As for the third-ranked Fang Chen, his demonic qi was only 30 strands, less than Crossing Yen's. That wasn't much to Fang Chen. As for the other heavenly geniuses, they were all ranked behind Fang Chen. As for Gue Kue, his name couldn't even be seen. The head of the ghost-killing sect was filled with doubts. Why did Gue Kue's name disappear? Could it be that Gue Kue was killed by someone? Within the training mountains, Fang Chen met a demonic beast at the early stage of the Qi High realm. This demonic beast was a cheetah. Fang Chen didn't know what race this cheetah belonged to, but he could clearly feel that this cheetah was very strong. This is the first time I've fought a demonic beast at the 5th stage of the Qi High realm after my breakthrough. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with battle intent as he spoke softly. Roar! The cheetah seemed to be able to feel the strong aura coming from Fang Chen's body. It roared, opened its claws, and pounced towards Fang Chen. As the cheetah pounced, its claws glowed with light. The light disappeared in a flash. Just as the light disappeared, the cheetah's claws changed positions. Then, a strong force shot out from the cheetah's claws. 3rd level of the Fire and Water Sword Technique. Fang Chen used the 3rd level of the Fire and Water Sword Technique. The overbearing Fire and Water Sword Technique collided with the cheetah's claws, creating a loud sound. This cheetah's strength is much stronger than the 5 heavenly geniuses. Even if it were to join forces with the other 3 heavenly geniuses, it wouldn't be much different. It seems that if I want to kill it, I'll have to use all my strength. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, Fang Chen used his strongest attack. The Fire and Water Sword Technique was pushed to the extreme. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen finally killed the cheetah. The cheetah at the 5th stage of the Qi High realm had a shocking amount of demonic energy. In an instant, Fang Chen collected a lot of demonic energy. As expected of a demonic beast at the 5th stage of the Qi High realm, Fang Chen looked at the cheetah lying on the ground and sighed in his heart. The fierce battle with the cheetah had deepened his understanding of the Fire and Water Sword Technique. Fang Chen had even faintly touched the threshold of the 4th level of the Fire and Water Sword Technique. After this training, I'll try to train in the 4th level. Fang Chen thought to himself. After Fang Chen killed the cheetah, he withdrew the demonic energy. His name on the training stone tablet was now number 2. At this time, Fang Chen was only slightly weaker than the number 1 Qing Fufeng. A dark horse. Is he going to be dark all the way? The gap between him and Qing Fufeng isn't big. Can he really reverse the situation and become number 1? There are still 6 hours until the end of the training stone tablet. I wonder if he can complete this crazy miracle. Countless sect leaders were staring at Fang Chen's name on the training stone tablet and discussing. In the training mountain range, Fang Chen was also rapidly killing demonic beasts. The amount of demonic energy he had was also constantly increasing. At a certain moment, Fang Chen was looking for demonic beasts when he suddenly realized that the temperature in front of him had dropped by a lot. This scene aroused Fang Chen's suspicions. After that, Fang Chen quickly rushed forward. Not long after, Fang Chen appeared in front of a river. When Fang Chen saw the river, he was slightly startled. He didn't think that he would encounter such a river here. After carefully inspecting the river, he didn't find anything strange. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed in the river. What is that? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the place where the white light flashed and said in a low voice, Splash! Just as Fang Chen was looking at the river, a white disc suddenly appeared in the river. This disc had a strange aura. What is this disc? Fang Chen was about to reach out and grab the disc. His intuition told him that this white disc wasn't simple. Sure enough, just as Fang Chen was about to grab the disc, a sinister aura suddenly burst out from the disc. Kiki, I finally see the light of day again. A hoarse voice entered Fang Chen's ears. In the next moment, a dazzling white light burst out from the white disc. Immediately after, a black figure in tattered clothes appeared above the river. His appearance caused the surrounding temperature to drop instantly. This aura belongs to a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. When Fang Chen felt this aura, his expression changed slightly as he said coldly, "Oh, there's actually a human here. Kiki, it's been a long time since I've tasted the delicious soul of a human cultivator." When the figure saw Fang Chen, he revealed a wild smile. "I didn't expect there to be a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect here," said Fang Chen icily. "Human, you actually know about the Yellow Spring sect? It seems you have a certain understanding of the Yellow Spring sect. You have the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple," continued the figure. Then a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You once killed a member of my Yellow Spring sect." "You deserve to die," said the figure coldly. "You're the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect?" asked Fang Chen. "Correct. I am the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect's Frozen Ice Hall." The Hall Master of the Frozen Ice Hall was one of the 72 Hall Masters of the Yellow Spring sect. He specialized in ice cultivation arts, so the moment he appeared, Fang Chen felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. "It seems you've been struggling at death's door in this river for so long that your brain must be damaged. You still don't understand your current situation," sneered Fang Chen. Hearing this, the Frozen Ice Hall Master laughed cruelly. "Brat, there's no need for you to say anything. I'm going to devour your soul." After saying that, he attacked Fang Chen. During that battle, he had struggled at death's door and had slowly healed in this river. Today, his injuries had finally healed and he could see the light of day once more. Now that he had encountered Fang Chen, in his eyes, Fang Chen was at most in the Qi transformation realm. He didn't fear him at all. Rumble. But the moment he attacked Fang Chen, he finally discovered that Fang Chen was a Qi expert. How is this possible? The Frozen Ice Hall Master wanted to flee, but Fang Chen wouldn't give him the chance. "Stay here." Fang Chen coldly snorted and stabbed his finger into the Frozen Ice Hall Master's head. His life force began to drain away. "Ah, I can't accept this. Protector will avenge me." Chapter 265. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly after he killed the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall. This was because the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall had called out for the Protector before he died. Fang Chen clearly knew that the Yellow Spring sect used to have a strict hierarchy. The 108 captains were at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm at their peak. The 72 Hall Masters were at the 9th level of the Qi High realm at their peak. As for the legendary 36 Protectors, they were at the peak of the Qi High realm at their peak. The Hall Master of the Frozen Hall, who had just been killed by Fang Chen, had not recovered to his peak because of his heavy injuries. He had only recovered to the 4th level of the Qi High realm. If he had not met Fang Chen, he would have been able to quickly absorb the souls of the warriors in the training mountain range to increase his cultivation. Unfortunately, he had met Fang Chen, who had killed him in a tyrannical manner. Could it be that the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect are also in the training mountain range? Fang Chen's heart was filled with fear. The 36 protectors of the Yellow Spring sect were too strong. Even if they had not recovered to their peak, they were still not someone he could compare to. "I hope I don't meet the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect," Fang Chen thought to himself. After killing the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall, Fang Chen's body flashed and disappeared from the stream. Just as Fang Chen disappeared, in the depths of the training mountain range, a figure covered in black chi, was sitting cross-legged on a green jade rock. Has the hall master of the frozen hall seen the light of day again? The figure asked with a hoarse voice. Immediately, the figure flashed and disappeared. Not long after, the figure appeared in front of the stream. He was the protector that the hall master of the frozen hall had mentioned. When the hall master of the frozen hall was recovering, he had found the protector and communicated with him. When the hall master of the frozen hall had recovered from his injuries and came out of the stream, the protector had sensed him. But at this moment, the protector's face was extremely ugly. His heart was filled with anger. Damn it! He actually killed the frozen hall master right under my nose. The protector said coldly. At that moment, the Dharma protector was furious. His eyes were bloodshot. He flicked his wrist, and the body of frigid ice hall master disappeared into the stream. After Fong Chen killed the hall master of the ice hall, he continued to search for demonic beasts to obtain demonic chi. Time passed bit by bit. After 6 hours, the sound of a bell echoed throughout the entire mountain range. Countless disciples knew that this year's competition had ended. However, these 6 hours were a nightmare for many warriors. A peerless expert had appeared out of nowhere and was constantly killing many warriors. No matter how strong they were, they could not resist the attack of this peerless expert. In just 6 hours, many of the sect's disciples had been wiped out. At this moment, many of the disciples heard the sound of the bell and rushed out of the mountain range. At the same time, they sent the news back to the city. What? A peerless expert is hunting down the disciples of the mountain range? A sect leader's face changed and asked in a deep voice, "That's right. That peerless expert is too strong. Just one look from him is enough to make us feel endless fear." Some of the disciples who had escaped from death said in fear. At this moment, some of the more violent sect leaders' bodies flashed and directly entered the mountain range. Most of the sect leaders present were at the Chi High Realm. Someone was hunting down their sect's disciples. Naturally, they were furious. Seeing a sect leader enter the mountain range, the Qingtian Alliance leader's eyes lit up. He was thinking quickly. Half an hour later, the life slip of the sect leader who had entered the mountain range shattered. Many of the sect leaders were shocked. Sect leader Huang Wu's strength has reached the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Someone who can't even defeat him must be at least at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. Quickly inform the older generation to come. The leaders of the 5 sect leaders finally spoke. Even with sect leader Huang Wu's strength, he was killed. This meant that a peerless expert had appeared in the mountain range, and they were unable to stop him. At the same time, countless pieces of news were spread. At this moment, in the mountain range, there were many disciples who were unable to escape. When Fong Qin heard that there was a peerless expert hunting down the participants, he was terrified. Could it really be the protector that the sect leader of the ice sect spoke of? Fong Chen was running away quickly. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, just as Fong Chen was running away, a wild aura suddenly locked onto him. Trying to escape? At this moment, in a place far away from Fong Chen, the protector of the Yellow Spring sect had a cold look in his eyes. He laughed coldly and immediately chased after Fong Chen. There were 36 protectors in the Yellow Spring sect. No one knew how many of them had survived the battle back then. The protector in front of them was Protector Rock. His defense was extremely strong. However, his cultivation base had yet to fully recover due to the severe injuries he had suffered back then. When he recovered to the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, he was unable to recover. That was why Protector Rock hunted down human warriors and devoured their souls to break through the bottleneck. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, no one in the entire mountain range could stop him. In just a few hours, he had already devoured the souls of dozens of warriors. He felt that if he was given more time, he would definitely be able to break through the 9th level of the Qi High realm and reach a higher level. However, at this moment, Protector Rock's aura locked onto Fang Chen. From Fang Chen's body, he could feel the aura of the Ice Hall's leader. A 2nd level Qi High warrior was able to kill the Ice Hall master, who was at the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Protector Rock's face was filled with a sinister expression. He quickly ran towards Fang Chen. If he wanted to kill someone, he would not be able to escape. While Protector Rock was chasing after Fang Chen, Qing Lufeng and the others had also escaped from the mountain range. When the mountain range was about to end, such a huge event had happened. Very quickly, the Southern Protector was shocked. This Protector was very strong. He was a strong warrior from the royal family of the Golden Crown country and had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Most importantly, this Protector was a true martial marquis. The Marquis of Many Treasures was a strong warrior from the royal family of the Golden Crown country. He was stationed in the Southern Protector all year round to prevent any rebellions. When the Marquis of Many Treasures heard the news, he rushed to the training city with his fastest speed. When the leaders of the 5 major sects saw the Marquis of Many Treasures, their faces showed traces of joy. The Marquis of Many Treasures has come. That peerless warrior will definitely be killed. That's right. The Marquis of Many Treasures is a strong warrior on the martial marquis list. Once he makes a move, the enemy will not even have the chance to escape. The Marquis of Many Treasures has entered the training mountain range. The leaders of the sect were all shocked. At this moment, Qing Lufeng and the others had also escaped from the training mountain range. They were battered and exhausted as they entered the training city. Seeing Qing Lufeng and the others, the leaders of the 4 major sects were all overjoyed. Only the leader of the ghost-killing sect had a gloomy expression. Gui Kuei still had not come out. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had been killed. Damn it! The leader of the ghost-killing sect was furious. All the leaders of the sect knew that the warriors who had not come out were all dead. I wonder if the Marquis of Many Treasures can kill that peerless warrior, a leader of the sect asked. Within the training city, all the warriors were incomparably nervous. Within the training mountain range, Fang Chen discovered that Protector Rock had already caught up to him. He could not escape. As expected, it's the Protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen stopped and said in a low voice, "Crash!" A powerful aura instantly appeared around Fang Chen, pressing down on Fang Chen. In an instant, Protector Rock appeared in front of Fang Chen. Looking at Fang Chen, he sneered, "Brat, you killed the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall. I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces." Fang Chen's wrist shook and a pitch-black stone appeared in his palm. His fingers lightly pinched the black stone. Yes, this is. Seeing the black stone in Fang Chen's hand, Protector Rock's expression changed. No wonder this brat didn't run. So he had this thing. Although Protector Rock did not recognize the black stone, he could feel that if the energy within the black stone exploded, even he would be injured. "You're threatening me," Protector Rock said coldly. "I'm protecting myself," Fang Chen said in a low voice. In fact, he was not confident. However, if Protector Rock wanted to kill him, he would not hesitate to crush the black stone. Damn it! Protector Rock was furious. At this moment, Fang Chen felt another powerful aura approaching. Could it be a human warrior? Fang Chen thought to himself. After discovering this aura, Protector Rock's expression finally turned gloomy. A human warrior is so fast. Protector Rock originally wanted to quickly kill all the warriors in the training mountain range and then hide. After all, there were many warriors stronger than him in the Golden Crown country. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Suddenly, a furious roar entered Fang Chen's ears. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. What a powerful aura! Fang Chen felt that this figure's aura was even stronger than the protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Voila! Protector Rock saw the newcomer and flicked his wrist. A majestic aura instantly turned into flames and attacked Fong Qin. He wanted to kill Fong Qin before he left. "You're courting death." Marquis of Many Treasures saw this and his body flashed. He appeared in front of Fong Qin and blocked the flame attack. Then he chased after Protector Rock. Seeing the two warriors disappear, Fong Qin let out a sigh of relief. His clothes were completely soaked. Too strong. Fong Qin's eyes were filled with shock. Is this the strength of a warrior at the peak of the Qi-Hai realm? They could kill me with just a finger. Fong Qin thought to himself. At this moment in the training mountain range, many leaders of the sect could clearly feel that the ground was shaking from time to time. A wild aura could be felt from the training mountain range. Chapter 266. Standing in the training city, one could feel the earth trembling. One could imagine how tyrannical the battle in the training mountain range was. Within the entire training mountain range, a wild aura was constantly emitted. Countless sect leaders were shocked. This situation lasted for an entire hour before the training mountain range finally, gradually calmed down. The battle is over. Did the Marquis of Myriad Treasure win? A martial artist asked. At this moment, a figure appeared in the training mountain range. He quickly rushed towards the training city. Everyone exclaimed. It was the Marquis of Myriad Treasure. The Marquis of Myriad Treasure was in a sorry state, but his face was expressionless. He stood on the plaza and said in a deep voice, "There are remnants of the Yellow Spring sect hiding in the training mountain range, attempting to slaughter the disciples of the various large sect. However, he has already been killed by me. When the various large sects return, you must be careful of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect." After the Marquis of Myriad Treasure finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly left. Since the danger here had been resolved, the Marquis of Myriad Treasure would naturally leave. After such a tragedy, all the sect leaders sank into silence. This time they had lost too much. The eyes of the Vajra sect leader and the falling Dust sect leader were filled with disappointment. Fong Qin did not return. Did this mean that Fong Qin had already died in the training mountain range? Originally, the Ghost Killing School had already made preparations to exterminate the Vajra sect. However, after the appearance of the Marquis of Myriad Treasure, the Ghost Killing School's sect leader decisively gave up on the plan. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect hiding in the south had attracted the attention of the Marquis of Myriad Treasure. If he attacked the Vajra sect at this time, the Marquis of Myriad Treasure would definitely be unhappy. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to provoke the Marquis of Myriad Treasure. I just don't know who killed Ghost Sunflower. The Ghost Killing School's sect leader thought to himself. After a series of inquiries, the Ghost Killing School's sect leader found out that Ghost Sunflower was killed by Fong Qin. His hatred for Fong Qin soared to the sky, but Fong Qin did not return from the training mountain range. Everyone believed that he died in the hands of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Damn it, I didn't kill him myself. The Ghost Killing School said coldly. Once all the sect's casualties had been cleared, everyone left the City of Trials under the leadership of the 5 great sects and returned to their respective sects. Originally, on the trial stone stele, Fong Qin had already become the first, while Qing Lufeng and Xingyan were ranked second and third. However, because of Fong Qin's death, the white-haired judge directly removed Fong Qin from the list, making Qing Lufeng first, Xingyan second, and Hai Wei third. The top 3 of the trial competition received great rewards, but none of the sects were happy. That was because the Yellow Spring sect had suddenly appeared, and they had suffered great losses. After the trial competition ended, all the members of the sect returned to their sect in an orderly manner. Only in the Azure Sky Alliance region was Qing Lufeng. Before he left, he glanced at the training mountain range. In his heart, he didn't believe that Fong Qin would die just like that. I don't believe that you were killed, Qing Lufeng thought to himself. An hour later, the City of Trials was empty. All the members of the sect had left. In the training mountain range, Fong Qin had originally planned to leave. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided not to. He had killed Gui Kui. If he went out, he would definitely cause trouble for the King Kong sect. If he didn't go out, the ghost killing school would definitely think that he had died at the hands of the Yellow Spring sect protector. As for the Marshal Marquis who had killed the Yellow Spring sect protector, he naturally wouldn't care about a small fry like Fong Qin. Fong Qin put away the black iron stone and quickly walked through the training mountain range. There were 2 exits in the training mountain range. One of them was outside the City of Trials. As for the second exit, it wasn't in the south, but in the west. The training mountain range was very large. It ran through the entire south and bordered the west. However, because the training mountain range was too dangerous, the west had listed it as a forbidden area. Normally, almost no warriors would go there. Luckily, Marshal Marquis appeared. Otherwise, my black iron stone would have been used up. Fong Qin was secretly rejoicing. If Marshal Marquis hadn't appeared, the black iron stone would have been used up. The black iron stone was Fong Qin's biggest trump card. As long as he crushed it, he would be able to kill a warrior at the 3rd level of the Qi realm. However, Fong Qin wasn't sure if the black iron stone could kill a warrior at the 9th level of the Qi realm. After putting away the black iron stone, Fong Qin quickly ran towards the depths of the training mountain range. Right now, there shouldn't be any danger in the training mountain range. With my current strength, I have already met the requirements to go to the central region. After leaving here, I will go to the central region. Fong Qin said. The King Kong sect had treated him well, so he didn't want to implicate the King Kong sect. He chose to leave from the other side of the training mountain range. Of course, this was also because Fong Qin's strength had increased greatly during this training. There was no need for him to continue staying in the south. Half a month later, the events that happened during the training competition had been gradually forgotten by everyone. As for Fong Qin, he had crossed more than half of the training mountain range. After passing through the depths of the training mountain range, he appeared on the other side of the training mountain range. This place was already part of the western region. However, Fong Qin didn't know this. I wonder how long it will take for me to leave this place. Fong Qin thought to himself. Just as Fong Qin was walking and thinking, he suddenly noticed that on top of a small hill there was a green rock. On top of the green rock, there was a green-haired old man sitting cross-legged. Why is there someone here? Fong Qin was puzzled. Just as Fong Qin was puzzled, the green-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked sharply at Fong Qin. Who are you? The green-haired old man looked at Fong Qin and asked coldly. Fong Qin was stunned and immediately said, I don't want to enter this place. I'm looking for a way out. You're not from the western region? The green-haired old man continued to ask. The western region. Fong Qin shook his head and said, No wonder. The green-haired old man nodded and said, It's very dangerous here. You should leave quickly. After saying this, the green-haired old man closed his eyes. Seeing this, Fong Qin nodded and turned to leave. However, just as Fong Qin was about to leave, a 4th-level Qi demonic beast suddenly appeared in the distance and attacked Fong Qin. Seeing this, Fong Qin didn't hesitate to use all of his strength to kill the demonic beast. In an instant, the demonic beast was killed. 2nd-level Qi, but his strength is so strong. The green-haired old man opened his eyes and whispered to himself. Fong Qin retracted his strength and continued to walk. On his skin, there are spots of light flashing. The green-haired old man noticed the abnormality in Fong Qin's body and thought of the strength Fong Qin used to kill the 4th-level Qi demonic beast. His eyes lit up and he immediately called out to Fong Qin. Little guy, what's your name? The green-haired old man asked. Fong Qin was walking when he suddenly heard the green-haired old man's question. He stopped and turned to look at the old man and said, Fong Qin, Has your body reached the level of a 2-star Dao body? The green-haired old man continued to ask. Fang Chen nodded. Meeting such an old man in the training mountains, Fang Chen didn't want to provoke him and prepared to leave quickly. He had a feeling that this old man wasn't simple. So it is. After getting Fang Chen's confirmation, the green-haired old man's eyes widened, and he instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. You're less than 20 years old, right? Fang Chen nodded. The green-haired old man became even more excited. Less than 20 years old and already at the 2nd level of the Qi-Hai realm. His true strength surpassed the 4th level of the Qi-Hai realm. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. Most importantly, his body had reached the level of a 2-star Dao body. Fang Chen, are you interested in learning how to forge weapons? The green-haired old man asked with a smile. Forge weapons? Fang Chen shook his head and said, not interested. Actually, Fang Chen didn't want to delay his training, so he said this. Fang Chen, do you know who I am? The green-haired old man asked. His attitude towards Fang Chen was completely different from before. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Oh, I forgot that you are not a warrior from the Western region. The green-haired old man suddenly remembered and smiled. The green-haired old man gave Fang Chen an unfathomable feeling. Fang Chen didn't want to get entangled with the green-haired old man. My name is Guzong. Chapter 267. Seeing Fang Chen's blank expression, the green-haired old man was speechless. If this was the Western region, the 2 words, Guzong, would be enough to intimidate countless warriors. But the warrior in front of him obviously did not know the meaning of the 2 words. It's not your fault. You're not from the Western region. Guzong nodded slightly and said, I am the strongest blacksmith in the Western region. People call me the Master Blacksmith. Master Blacksmith. Hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. His eyes burned as he looked at the green-haired old man in front of him. He did not think that the old man would be a master blacksmith. No wonder this old man asked him if he wanted to learn how to forge weapons. So Senior is a master blacksmith. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said to Guzong, Kid in the Western region, as long as I, Guzong, open my mouth, there will be countless youths begging to be my disciple. Guzong said proudly, But if I learn how to forge weapons, it will waste my training time. Fang Chen said, Muddle-headed, who told you that all paths lead to the same destination? While you are crafting, you can also increase your own cultivation, said Guzong when he heard that. Fang Chen thought for a moment. In his eyes, a sly smile flashed, and he said, Senior Guzong, since you say you are a master blacksmith, I wonder if you can help me with something? What is it? Guzong thought highly of Fang Chen. Among the youths in the Western region, there was almost no one who could train their body to a 2-star Dao body. As for the path of forging weapons, the first requirement was to have a strong enough body and enough strength. Only then would one be qualified to become a master blacksmith. My weapon was broken in the previous battle. I wonder if Senior Guzong could help me reforge it. As Fang Chen spoke, he took out the broken hidden dragon sword. Seeing this, Guzong said with surprise, I didn't think that a mere 2nd-level Qi-Hai warrior like you would have a top-grade Yuan weapon. Afterwards, Guzong picked up the broken hidden dragon sword and carefully observed it. After that, he said, repairing this sword is extremely simple for me. After talking to Guzong, Fang Chen believed that Guzong was not a greedy old man. So, after thinking for a while, Fang Chen took out a small piece of meteorite iron. Of course, it was Fang Chen who asked the little mouse to bite off this small piece of meteorite iron. Senior Guzong, I wonder if you can integrate this into the hidden dragon sword? Fang Chen asked. Of course. Guzong took a look and chuckled. However, in the next moment, the smile on Guzong's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He took the meteoric metal from Fang Chen's hand and hurriedly said, This is the meteoric metal. How did you get it? Even a master blacksmith like Guzong was shocked when he saw the meteoric iron. Meteoric iron from outer space was the best material for refining weapons. Casually refining it, one could refine it into a spirit weapon. Where did you get this meteoric metal? Guzong's expression was grave as he asked. Fang Chen was startled and then dryly laughed. This junior obtained it by accident. Only later did I learn that it was the meteoric metal. Guzong understood that Fang Chen was unwilling to tell him. Everyone had their own secrets, so Guzong didn't force him. Guzong carefully examined this small piece of meteoric metal. His face was filled with an excited smile. As expected of the meteoric metal, this degree of hardness is truly amazing. After a long while, Guzong held the meteoric metal and playfully looked at Fang Chen. He asked, "Brat, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you to silence you? You should know that the meteoric metal is worth me doing that." Fang Chen looked at Guzong and grinned. "But you didn't do that." Fang Chen was gambling. When Guzong said those words, he knew that he had made the right bet. Guzong waved his hand and patted Fang Chen's shoulder. He chuckled and said, "Good brat, you're to my liking. I'll definitely take you as my disciple. Let's go. Come back with me. I'll refine a weapon for you first. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, you can decide whether you want to be my disciple or not." Guzong finished speaking and left the training mountain range with Fang Chen. After about an hour, Fang Chen finally came out of the training mountain range. In front of him was the green-haired Guzong. "Is this the western region?" Fang Chen was slightly startled. "This is the western region. Let's go." Guzong smiled. After that, Guzong brought Fang Chen and quickly disappeared from the mountain range. The most prosperous and core city in the western region was called the Western Cloud City. The Western Cloud City was extremely large and was located at the center of the western region. In the entire western region, there were countless warriors who wanted to enter the Western Cloud City. Not only was the Western Cloud City prosperous, but there were also countless powerful warriors. This time, Fang Chen and Guzong's target was the Western Cloud City. Guzong was the only master blacksmith in the western region. He was also the most powerful master blacksmith. His mansion was located in the Western Cloud City. Under Guzong's lead, the two of them moved very quickly. In just 1 day, the two of them arrived at the Western Cloud City. Before entering the Western Cloud City, there were guards stopping them. However, after seeing Guzong, they immediately became respectful. After entering the Western Cloud City without any obstructions, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This Western Cloud City was really prosperous. Even compared to some of the big cities in the south, it wasn't inferior. "My mansion is located on the mountain peak in the depths of the Western Cloud City." After Guzong finished speaking, he quickly brought Fang Chen to his mansion. After ascending the mountain peak, Fang Chen discovered that there was actually a mansion built on the peak of the mountain. The mansion's gate was a golden plaque with a large ancient word written on it. "Let's go in," Guzong said. After entering the mansion, Guzong found a room for Fang Chen. After that, he entered the refining room and immersed himself in refining. This Guzong is indeed worthy of being a master blacksmith. Along the way, many people who met him were incomparably respectful. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the following days, Fang Chen stayed in Guzong's mansion, waiting for him. One day, Fang Chen was bored, so he walked out of the ancient sect's mansion. At this time, he discovered that on the entire mountain peak, from the summit to the foot of the mountain, there were countless young martial artists lined up in pairs, as if they were waiting for something. Seeing Fang Chen appear, a young warrior standing at the front revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. He then called out, "Little brother, are you a servant of Master Gu's mansion?" Hearing this warrior's words, Fang Chen was stunned. Clearly, they thought he was a servant of Guzong's mansion. However, Fang Chen didn't explain. He just raised his head and looked at the warrior. "Little brother, when will Master Gu come out to see us?" the warrior continued to ask. There was also a commotion behind him. "Master Gu is currently in seclusion. He shouldn't be coming out for the time being." Fong Qin coughed softly. At this moment, the warrior standing at the front was full of smiles. He walked in front of Fong Qin and secretly stuffed a spatial ring into Fong Chen's sleeve. "Little brother, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can put in a few good words for me in front of Master Gu," the warrior said in a low voice. Fong Chen was stunned. Then he rolled his eyes and nodded. "Okay, no problem." When he heard Fong Chen's words, the warrior became even more excited. After seeing the scene, many warriors in the back stepped forward to befriend Fong Chen. They kept giving Fong Chen spatial rings. In just one morning, Fong Chen received more than 100 spatial rings. He didn't even have time to open them. "Little brother, you must help." From time to time, warriors would say this to Fong Chen. Fong Chen would just nod and agree. "You all go back first. Master Gu definitely won't be coming out for a few days," Fong Chen said. Hearing Fong Chen's words, many warriors bid farewell to Fong Chen and left the mountain peak. After a while, the mountain peak became much quieter. "So it can be done like this." Fong Chen's face was full of smiles. He quickly returned to his mansion and his courtyard. Then he opened the spatial rings one by one to take a look. There are actually 5 origin-grade elixirs in this spatial ring. "Ha ha ha." Fong Chen laughed. "There are so few things in this spatial ring. There are only a few tens of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones," Fong Chen complained. Time passed bit by bit. Fong Chen spent an entire afternoon sorting through the spatial rings. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Fong Chen finally finished sorting out. The entire courtyard was filled with various elixirs and a large number of spirit stones. Fong Chen did a careful calculation and found that most of the spiritual stones in these spatial rings were middle-grade spiritual stones. In total, there was a total of 100 million spiritual stones. Although it was a little small compared to Fong Chen's wealth, it was a free win. Next were the elixirs. Just the origin-grade elixirs alone numbered over 100. Of course, these origin-grade elixirs were mostly low-grade elixirs. Only a few of them were medium-grade elixirs. There were also a few high-grade elixirs. As for top-grade elixirs, there was only one. Origin-grade elixirs were considered precious in the Jingguan country. These warriors were all elite disciples of the sect. That was why they were able to take out so many origin-grade elixirs. "I've really struck it rich." Fong Chen laughed wildly. Some of these elixirs could be used by him. Others could be sold. As for weapons, there was not a single one. Master Gu was a weapon-refining master himself. How could the servants in his mansion lack weapons? Naturally, they would not embarrass themselves. "Ha ha ha! If I could do this every day, how good would that be?" Fong Chen laughed wildly. In just one morning, the amount of resources he had collected was enough to make a Qi High warrior change his expression. This kind of wealth was something that even a small faction would not be able to take out. Just as Fong Chen was laughing maniacally, a voice suddenly rang out, "Using my name to collect other people's things." Hearing this voice, Fong Chen hurriedly put all the things in front of him into his spatial ring. He then respectfully looked at the figure in front of him. "Senior Guzong, hee." Fong Chen scratched his head and laughed. "This is your weapon," Guzong said. He casually threw the hidden dragon sword into Fong Chen's hand. As Fong Chen held the hidden dragon sword, he could feel a faintly discernible aura being emitted from the sword. Low-grade spirit weapon. Chapter 268. Within the ancient sword continent, the lowest grade weapons were the normal weapons. The better ones were the common weapons. After the common weapons were the yuan weapons. After the yuan weapons were the spiritual weapons. Blacksmiths who could forge spiritual weapons were at least master blacksmiths. In the entire Jingguan country, there were only a few master blacksmiths. That was why Guzong's position in the western region was very high. It was because he was the only master blacksmiths in the western region. The hidden dragon sword was only a peak-grade yuan weapon before, but now it had become a low-grade spiritual weapon. This made Fong Qin go wild with joy. There aren't enough meteorites, otherwise it would have been able to increase its grade. Guzong said indifferently. Fong Qin nodded and thanked Guzong. Fong Qin tested it a little and found that a low-grade spiritual weapon was many times stronger than a peak-grade yuan weapon. With a low-grade spiritual weapon, he could easily defeat a 5th-level Qi-high warrior. As expected of a spiritual weapon, Fong Qin said with joy. At this moment, Guzong said, "Have you thought it through? Do you want to be my disciple?" Fong Qin was startled and didn't say anything. As you can see, the warriors who want to be my disciple can line up from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain every day. But these warriors can only be considered as ordinary warriors. There are also many true, monstrous warriors. As long as I raise my arm and tell the world that I, Guzong, want to accept a disciple, there will be countless big powers coming to pay a visit. I can sense that your talent in crafting weapons shouldn't be too bad. As long as you craft weapons with me, it won't be long before I can turn you into a true weapon craftsman. Guzong continued to tempt Fong Qin. Fong Qin's mind was thinking. He had been thinking about this question for the past few days. In the ancient sword continent, almost every true expert knows a little about forging, because their weapons are all forged by themselves and nurtured with their own blood. Guzong said, "But I want to enter the central region." Fong Qin said his wish. "Why do you want to enter the central region?" Guzong asked. "I want to go to the Luo family to look for someone," Fong Qin said. Guzong laughed heartily when he heard that. He said, "If that's the case, you have even more reason to take me as your master. If you were an ordinary person, no matter how talented you are, the Luo clan wouldn't want to see you. However, if you go to the Luo clan as my disciple, the Luo clan will definitely receive you." This Fong Qin was still hesitating. Why are you still hesitating? While refining artifacts, you can still cultivate. Look, isn't this old man very strong as well? Guzong continued. Crash in an instant, Guzong's aura skyrocketed and enveloped Fong Qin, making Fong Qin feel pressured. The Luo clan is a very powerful clan in the Golden Crown Nation. If I go there alone, I will definitely not be able to meet the head of the Luo clan. Thinking about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with taking Guzong as my master. Fong Qin thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fong Qin finally made a decision. He would first become Guzong's disciple. "Master, please accept a bow from your disciple." After finishing his words, Fong Qin suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Guzong. "Ha ha ha, good disciple." Seeing this, Guzong laughed and helped Fong Qin up. Guzong had been wanting to take in a disciple for so many years. However, looking at the entire Western region's younger generation, none of them could enter his eyes until he met Fong Qin. "From now on, you will be my Guzong's only inner disciple." Guzong laughed. "Master, don't you intend to give your disciple a greeting gift?" Fong Qin looked at Guzong and whispered. Guzong's smile instantly froze. In the next moment, Guzong exploded. "Get lost!" The news of Guzong accepting a disciple instantly spread in the western region. Countless warriors were shocked. Guzong actually accepted a disciple. I wonder who Guzong's disciple will be. Could it be those few Sky Prides? They have always wanted to be a disciple of Gusect. Damn it, there's no chance. I remember Master Guzong once said that he would only accept one inner disciple in his lifetime. Quickly go and find out who became Guzong's disciple. In the entire Western Cloud City, countless warriors were discussing who was so lucky to become Guzong's disciple. At the same time, in the Western region's top 3 sect, they were also discussing. One of the top 3 sects, heaven-seeking sects, public square. A white-robed man was currently cultivating. He was the strongest of heaven-seeking sects, younger generation, and also one of the top 3 experts in the Western region, Wen Yu. Gu Zong accepting a disciple. Wen Yu, who was in the middle of cultivating, suddenly received this news. His face instantly turned gloomy. Could it be one of the other 2? Wen Yu frowned and said in a low voice. While Wen Yu was pondering, the top experts of the other 2 sects' younger generation were also pondering who had become Gu Zong's disciple. At this moment, on a mountain peak deep in western Cloud City, there were countless warriors standing. These warriors were the ones that Fang Qin had seen the other day. Among them, the warrior who was ranked first was the warrior who was ranked first the last time. No one knew what his name was. Everyone only knew that his nickname was Spirit Monkey. At this moment, Spirit Monkey stood at the front, looking at the mansion on the mountain peak. At this moment, the door of the mansion creaked open and Fang Qin walked out. Little brother. Spirit Monkey saw Fang Qin and greeted him softly. Then, Fang Qin walked in front of Spirit Monkey. Master Gu Zong has already accepted a disciple. Why are you still here? Fang Qin looked at Spirit Monkey and asked, Little brother, we are here this time to find out who became Master Gu Zong's disciple. Spirit Monkey asked. When Fang Qin heard this, he deliberately paused and said, This. Fang Qin made a difficult expression and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Spirit Monkey took out a pile of spirit stones and handed it to Fang Qin. He said, Little brother, we just want to find out who Master Gu's disciple is. Fang Qin took the spirit stones and grinned. He said, You will know in 3 days. After speaking, Fang Qin quickly returned to the mansion. When everyone saw this, their faces were filled with confusion. A minute later, Spirit Monkey's scolding spread throughout the entire mountain peak. This damn little brother. He took his spirit stones and did not tell him who Master Gu's disciple was. Ever since the news of Gu Zong accepting a disciple spread, countless warriors of the younger generation were discussing who Gu Zong's disciple was. In Gu Zong's mansion, Fang Qin was learning weapon refining from Gu Zong. Because Fang Qin had never come into contact with weapon refining before, he lacked knowledge in this area. This is a book on weapon refining. Go back and read it carefully. Gu Zong handed a book to Fang Qin and said. Fang Qin kept the book and nodded. At this moment, Gu Zong said, Fang Qin, ever since you became my disciple, countless warriors have been looking for you. They must not be convinced. So, in 3 days after I announce your news, there will be many warriors coming to challenge you. You must be prepared. Gu Zong laughed. Fang Qin nodded slightly. Before this, Fang Qin had already understood the situation in the Western region. There were a total of 3 top sects in the Western region. The young warriors of the 3 top sects were called the 3 top warriors. The 3 of them were the strongest warriors of the younger generation in the Western region. Their cultivation had all reached the early stage of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. After knowing this, Fang Qin immediately felt relieved. With his current strength, he could still deal with warriors at the early stage of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Your disciple is already prepared, Fang Qin said. Gu Zong heard this and nodded. You can go back first. After you finish reading this book, come and find me. Gu Zong released the news that in 3 days his identity as a disciple would be announced to the world. Countless warriors were waiting for 3 days to pass. After all, Gu Zong's position in the Western region was too high. He was also the only master blacksmith in the Western region. No sect was willing to offend Gu Zong. While they were waiting, Fang Qin was reading a book on weapon refining in the courtyard. In this book, the introduction is very detailed. There are even some materials for refining weapons. Fang Qin said, refining weapons was divided into 3 steps. The first step was to prepare the materials. The second step was to control the fire. The third step was to cultivate the spirit. As for the first step, it was easy to understand and do. The difficult part was the second and third step. If the fire was not controlled well, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Thus, controlling the fire was very important. The third step was to cultivate the spirit. It was the time to determine the grade of the weapon. The better the spirit, the better the weapon. Fang Chen used half a day to finish reading the entire book. He felt that he had gained a lot of understanding towards the art of craftsmanship. On the second day, Fang Chen went to find Guzong. "Master, I have finished reading," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Guzong's face showed a trace of doubt. He asked, "You have really finished reading?" Fang Chen nodded. Seeing this, Guzong immediately began to test Fang Chen. If the fire is not controlled well during the refining process, how do you remedy it? Guzong asked. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, "If such a situation occurs, you need to immediately increase the intensity of the fire. The temperature of the materials must be doubled." Hearing this, Guzong nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask. Just like this, they asked and answered. After a quarter of an hour, Guzong's eyes were filled with astonishment. He asked some slightly complicated questions. He did not expect Fang Chen to be able to answer them so fluently. Although the book on weapon refining was relatively simple, ordinary people would not be able to understand it completely without 3 days. At first, Guzong thought that Fang Chen did not read seriously. However, when his questions were perfectly answered by Fang Chen, he was completely shocked. This was simply an exceptional weapon refining genius. At this moment, Guzong's heart was filled with excitement. Since you have finished reading the book on weapon refining, the next step is to test whether you are qualified to become a weapon refiner. Guzong said, "To become a weapon refiner, one must pass the most basic requirements. Some warriors were strong in theory, but poor in practice. Some were the opposite." Chapter 269. Of course, for Guzong, Fang Chen passing the basic test wasn't a big problem. The main problem now was that he wanted to see just how great Fang Chen's potential was in the refining path. "The first test tests the strength of your physical body," Guzong slowly said. Guzong said slowly, however, "The strength of your physical body has already reached a 2-star Dao body, so you passed this test directly. The second test tests one's control of the fire." Just as Guzong finished speaking, a scorching flame suddenly appeared in front of him. This flame contained a majestic aura. "You control this flame," said Guzong. Hearing this, Fang Chen secretly activated the concept of fire and began to control the flames. At the beginning, Guzong's expression was very calm. However, when Fang Chen controlled the flame to constantly flicker, his expression finally became serious. "Are you sure you haven't learned refining before?" Guzong looked at Fang Chen and asked in a low voice. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Guzong was puzzled. Fang Chen's control of fire was much better than he had imagined. "You passed the second test." After Guzong finished speaking, he began the third test. The third test tested the strength of a cultivator's soul. Generally speaking, in the refining process, the spiritual cultivation process required a powerful soul to succeed. "Release your soul," said Guzong. Fang Chen followed Guzong's instructions and directly released his soul. Immediately, a red illusory ball of qi appeared around Fang Chen. This ball of qi was Fang Chen's soul. "This is red." When Guzong saw the red ball of qi in front of Fang Chen, his face was filled with shock. "It's actually a red grade soul." Guzong cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen's first 2 tests had already shocked him. He hadn't expected the third test to shock him even more. Genius! He's definitely a once-in-a-century genius. After a long time, Guzong laughed heartily. He felt that he had picked up a treasure this time. He was not even 20 years old, but his physical body had reached the 2-star Dao body. His control of fire had reached the point of perfection. Even his soul was a red grade soul. Perfect, it was just too perfect. Looking at Fang Chen, Guzong's eyes shone with golden light. He was pleasantly surprised. Master, did I pass the test? Fang Chen looked at Guzong and asked. At this moment, Guzong really wanted to give Fang Chen a slap. Showing off? This was blatant showing off. His talent was obviously outstanding, but he pretended that he didn't know anything. Initially, I thought that it would take some time for you to become a true weapon refiner. But now, it seems like I'll be able to make you a true weapon refiner in, at most, a month. Guzong grinned. In the following time, Fang Chen followed Guzong to learn how to refine weapons. As Fang Chen had already firmly memorized the knowledge in the introductory books, Guzong asked Fang Chen to watch him refine weapons. In Guzong's weapon refining room, Fang Chen stood quietly to the side. Guzong appeared on the refining table and started to refine weapons. Fang Chen, look carefully, Guzong said softly. In front of Guzong was a refining table. On the table was a piece of black iron that Guzong had prepared beforehand. Beside the black iron was some water that Fang Chen didn't recognize. Just as Guzong was about to start, a thick flame suddenly appeared on his palm. The moment the flame appeared, Guzong's hands pressed against the black iron. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, the flame was extremely hot. In the blink of an eye, a hissing sound could be heard coming from the black iron. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Guzong was indeed a weapon refiner grandmaster. Just this flame alone was extremely powerful. Even if his fire concept had reached the second minor realm, he probably wouldn't be able to create such a flame. The path of weapon refining started with weapon refiner apprentices. Weapon refiner apprentices were unable to condense the spiritual energy in their bodies into flames. Hence, they could only use ordinary flames from the natural world. As for Guzong, an expert like him could condense spiritual energy flames as he wished. At this moment, Guzong was using spiritual energy flames. Spiritual energy flames were many times stronger than ordinary flames. Under the refining of Guzong's powerful flames, Fang Chen soon discovered that the black iron on the refining table had begun to melt. When the black iron completely melted into molten iron, Guzong's other hand suddenly picked up a bottle of water on the refining table and poured it into the black iron. Hiss, 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 hiss when the water entered the black iron. Guzong quickly used the scorching flame to refine the black iron. Rumble, rumble after the black iron and the water successfully fused together. The flame on Guzong's palm began to increase. Under the scorching flame, the liquefied water began to solidify. Time passed bit by bit, and the black iron gradually solidified. When the black iron solidified into a wrinkled shape, Fang Chen discovered that the weapon that Guzong was refining was actually a long saber. What a mystical refining technique! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. A piece of ordinary black iron was refined into a long saber in just a short while. Buzz, a peculiar sound came from the wrinkled saber. At this moment, Guzong waved his palm, and the flame on his palm instantly disappeared. Immediately after, Guzong's powerful soul instantly erupted and enveloped the wrinkled saber. This is spiritual cultivation, Fang Chen said in his heart. However, what shocked Fang Chen even more was Guzong's soul. Surrounding the wrinkled saber, there was a yellow ball of air. Yellow represented the strength of Guzong's soul. It had reached the terrifying yellow grade. What a powerful soul! Fang Chen exclaimed. After a short while, Guzong's soul withdrew, and a brand new saber appeared in front of Fang Chen. Take a look. Guzong handed the saber to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen received the saber, he carefully examined it. He felt that this saber was extremely heavy, and there were some complicated patterns on the blade. At the bottom of those patterns, there was a small ancient character. This represented that this saber came from Guzong. How do you feel? Asked Guzong. I feel quite deeply. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of his feelings. Next, Guzong explained to Fang Chen some things that he needed to pay attention to when refining. After that, Guzong suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he actually opened his mouth to ask Fang Chen to try refining a weapon. The lowest level of a refiner was a refiner's apprentice, then a refiner's master, a refiner's grandmaster, and a refiner's grandmaster. Of course, to be called a refiner's apprentice meant that you had already crossed the threshold. At the very least, you could refine ordinary weapons. In truth, there was still a minor realm before the refiner's apprentice realm. That was the threshold realm. Although Fang Chen was now a disciple of Guzong's sect, he still hadn't crossed the threshold on the path of refining. Try to refine a weapon. Guzong grinned. Fang Chen nodded and walked over to the refining table. At this time, Guzong had already placed an ordinary piece of brass back on the table. That was because black iron was considered a middle-grade material among refining materials. Guzong was afraid that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to handle it, so he gave him a piece of brass. You're still unable to condense spiritual chi flames, so you'll have to use the flame below the refining table, said Guzong. Just at this time, Fang Chen asked, Master, can I use flames condensed from the concept of fire to refine a weapon? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Guzong's expression changed slightly. You can, but the consumption is extremely high. I'm afraid most people won't be able to handle it. You've comprehended the concept of fire? Guzong couldn't help asking. Fang Chen nodded. In an instant, a scorching flame appeared in Fang Chen's palm. Guzong's face was filled with shock. The second minor realm of the concept of fire. When Fang Chen had participated in the second trial, Guzong had guessed that Fang Chen had definitely comprehended the concept of fire. Otherwise, there was no way he could control the flame so well. He had thought that Fang Chen had at most just comprehended the concept of fire. But who would have thought that Fang Chen's concept of fire had actually reached the second minor realm? Guzong was delighted. This disciple of his was too monstrous. Good. Guzong was incomparably excited, now that Fang Chen's concept of fire had reached the second minor realm. He didn't have to worry about controlling the flame during the refining process. First, use the flame condensed from the concept of fire to refine a weapon. When you can't handle it anymore, switch to an ordinary flame, said Guzong. He was becoming more and more satisfied with this disciple of his. Fang Chen nodded. Controlling the flame, he began to refine the brass. The brass was over a meter long. Fang Chen's refining process was relatively slow. Hiss! After a quarter hour, a hissing sound came from the brass. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the brass was beginning to melt. Guzong's brows were tightly furrowed. Looking at Fang Chen, he was filled with doubt. According to reason, after a quarter hour, Fang Chen shouldn't be able to handle it anymore. But why was Fang Chen still holding on? There wasn't the slightest pain on his face. Strange. Guzong shook his head slightly. He was also a bit unable to understand this disciple of his. In truth, Fang Chen had long since reached his limit. But each time he couldn't handle it, his golden heart would begin to rapidly beat. Clear streams of energy would appear, and those streams would spread throughout Fang Chen's body. He immediately felt much more relaxed. Just like that, Fang Chen continued to control the flame condensed from the concept of fire to refine a weapon. After an hour, the brass was finally completely refined. At this time, Fang Chen was still holding on. That scene caused Guzong to sigh endlessly. Just what kind of monster is he? Guzong wondered inside. Even Guzong, who had lived for over 100 years, had never seen such a monstrous genius. At this time, Guzong made a decision. Chapter 270. Once the brass was completely refined, Fang Chen placed the materials he had prepared beforehand into the brass water, allowing them to completely melt with the water. After doing all this, Fang Chen followed Guzong's method and increased the intensity of the flames, beginning to condense the shape of the weapon. Condensing the shape of a weapon was a technical job. However, After seeing Gu Zong's refining method, Fong Qin also tried to refine it himself. For those long-established blacksmiths, condensing the shape of a weapon was an extremely easy task. In their hearts, as long as they wanted to condense a weapon, they could use their flames to do so. Fong Qin was constantly muttering in his heart that he wanted to refine a long sword. As time passed, the liquefied brass began to solidify under the heat of the flames, revealing the shape of the weapon bit by bit. He can actually condense the shape of a weapon. Gu Zong was even more shocked when he saw the scene. People who had never learned how to refine weapons before had only read some introductory blacksmithing books and listened to his explanation. Yet they were able to condense the shape of a weapon. What a monster! Gu Zong's heart was in turmoil. He realized that Fong Qin couldn't be judged using common sense. After a quarter of an hour, a long sword lay quietly on the refining table. This longsword's shape was emitting a weak aura. At this time, it was time to start cultivating the spirit. Fong Qin activated his red soul and began cultivating the spirit. However, cultivating the spirit didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined. Halfway through cultivating the spirit, there was a bang and the long sword broke into two. Fong Qin's soul also instantly returned to his mind. How did it break? Fong Qin looked at the broken long sword in confusion. Gu Zong, who was originally shocked, finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Fong Qin had failed to cultivate the spirit. It's finally normal. This was Fong Qin's first time refining a weapon. Not only was he able to perfectly control the flame, but he was also able to condense the shape of a weapon. This was already considered a monstrous genius. If he had succeeded in cultivating the spirit, then it would have been abnormal. The good thing was that Fong Qin had failed in spirit cultivation, and the shock of the ancient sect had receded a lot. Master, why did I fail? Fong Qin was still immersed in refining. He raised his head and asked Gu Zong. Gu Zong coughed dryly and said, Fong Qin, your talent in refining is the strongest I've ever seen. The reason why you failed to cultivate your spirit is because this is your first time in refining. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Upon hearing Gu Zong's words, Fong Qin nodded. In this way, Fong Qin spent the next 2 days refining weapons like crazy. 2 days later, Fong Qin finally succeeded in refining his first weapon. Holding the long sword in his hand, his face was full of excitement. This is the first weapon I've ever forged, Fong Qin said excitedly. Refining this long sword also meant that Fong Qin had successfully become an apprentice blacksmith from an uninitiated blacksmith. It won't be long before I become an apprentice blacksmith, said Fong Qin confidently. Today was the day that Gu Zong and the western region's major powers had agreed to meet. Early in the morning, the mountain peaks in the depths of Xi'an City were filled with people. Countless martial artists had come early in the morning just to see who Gu Zong's disciple was. When it was close to noon, Gu Zong finally came out of his residence. Following behind him was Fong Qin. Look, Grandmaster Gu has come out. Yeah, there's also that little brother behind, Grandmaster Gu. How come Grandmaster Gu's disciple hasn't come? The moment they saw Gu's sect appear, many ancient martial art practitioners cried out excitedly. Gu Zong stood at the top of the mountain, looking down at the crowd. Then he waved his hand for everyone to quiet down. In an instant, the noisy mountain peak quieted down. Everyone, this old man said 3 days ago that I will announce my disciple today, said Gu Zong slowly. His words had the majesty of a grandmaster. In my life, I will only accept one disciple. He is not only my inner disciple, but also my only disciple, continued Gu Zong. Hearing Gu Zong's words, countless martial artists were envious of Gu Zong's disciple. However, Gu Zong's next words made the faces of many disciples filled with anger. Their roars were endless. He, Fong Qin, is my only inner disciple. Gu Zong turned around and pointed at Fong Qin. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Qin. When they heard Guzong's words, their faces were filled with shock. How is it possible? How can he be Grandmaster Gu's disciple? Damn it, he's Grandmaster Gu's disciple. How dare he cheat us of our wealth? This son of a B***TCH, how dare he cheat us of our things? Countless martialists shouted one after another. They knew that they had been deceived by Fong Qin and wanted to challenge him one after another. At this moment, they could not care less about Guzong. Kid, I want to challenge you. Kid, how dare you cheat all of us? You're courting death. Not only did you cheat us, you even cheated us of so many things. Hearing the angry roars of the martial artists, Guzong's face revealed a strange smile. It seemed like he did not want to get involved in this matter. His intention was to let Fong Qin settle it himself. Fong Qin shook his head slightly. He took a step forward and said, "You can't say that. Back then, you were the ones who willingly gave me your things. How can you call it cheating? You be ***starred. You are the one who cheated us of our things. Why are you still quibbling? I really don't understand how someone like you could become Grandmaster Gu's disciple," shouted a martial artist. In an instant, a martial artist stood at the top of the mountain and looked at Fong Qin. He exuded a fierce aura. He was the spirit monkey. Kid, you clearly know that you are Grandmaster Gu's disciple. Why did you cheat us? Questioned the spirit monkey. Didn't I tell you back then that you would know in 3 days? I didn't say that it wasn't me. Moreover, you treated me as a servant the first time, Fong Qin said helplessly. When the spirit monkey heard this, he was even more furious. He felt that he had been cheated. Grandmaster Gu. The spirit monkey looked at Grandmaster Gu and asked for his opinion. This is between you and my disciple. As an elder, I won't interfere, Grandmaster Gu said with a smile. What he meant was that if you challenged my disciple, I won't interfere. Go ahead and challenge him. When Fong Qin heard this, his face turned black. How could there be such a master? All right, since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. When the spirit monkey heard this, his face turned cold. Immediately, he activated all the strength in his body and attacked Fong Qin directly. Bang, bang, bang. The spirit monkey was a warrior at the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Although his cultivation level wasn't high in the western region, it wasn't low either. At this moment, the spirit monkey was defeated by Fong Qin's lightning-fast attacks the moment he attacked. At the moment when the spirit monkey was sent flying, the entire mountain peak was silent. Countless martial artists looked at this scene in shock. This kid is so strong, someone exclaimed. After the spirit monkey was defeated, there were naturally other warriors who jumped out. They wanted to challenge Fong Qin and let him know that they weren't easy to bully. However, under Fong Qin's powerful attacks, there were warriors who were defeated in an instant. Oh my God, how strong is this kid? Could it be that his strength is on par with the top 3 warriors? Impossible. His strength is at most at the late stage of the 4th level of the Qi High realm. There is still a huge gap between him and the top 5 warriors. Let me have a go at you. At this moment, a rough voice came into everyone's ears. Then, a fat man with big ears appeared in front of Fong Qin. Qin Jin, it's actually Qin Jin. Even he can't help but want to fight? A warrior saw Qin Jin and exclaimed. Qin Jin was at the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High realm. In the younger generation of the western region, his strength was only second to the top 3 warriors. With Qin Jin fighting, this kid will lose for sure. That's right, Qin Jin is too strong. Unless the top 3 warriors fight, no one is a match for Qin Jin. I want to see how this kid will block Qin Jin's attacks. When Qin Jin appeared, all the warriors thought that Qin Jin would win for sure. Only Fong Qin didn't care about Qin Jin at all. At this moment, on top of the mountain, Guzong's eyes flashed with surprise. This kid is not only talented in forging weapons, but also in martial arts. Guzong was a master blacksmith after all. After watching Fong Qin's fight, he could tell that Fang Chen's true strength was only at the second level of the Qi High Realm. But his true strength was probably on par with the top 3 warriors of the Western region. What a perverted fellow! Gu Zong grinned. Even when he was young, he didn't have such a monstrous talent like Fang Chen. "You are not my match," Fang Chen said. Since Gu Zong allowed everyone to challenge him, Fang Chen understood that Gu Zong wanted to see his true strength. Secondly, Gu Zong wanted to intimidate the other warriors. "Kid, although you are Master Gu Zong's disciple, you are only at the second level of the Qi High Realm. I, Chen Jin, don't care about you." Chen Jin's face was full of mockery as he said, if Fang Chen wasn't Gu Zong's disciple, he would have already been killed by Chen Jin if he dared to say such words. At this moment, on the mountainside, countless warriors who were deceived by Fang Chen wanted to find Fang Chen for revenge. But they were not as strong as Fang Chen, so they could only place their hopes on Chen Jin. "Many people have said that they want to kill me, but in the end I killed them all," Fang Chen said calmly. "Unfortunately, I am not them. You are destined to lose when you meet me," Chen Jin said eerily. Dawn just at this moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen's low-rank spirit weapon, Hidden Dragon Sword, was suddenly pulled out as he executed the 3rd level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Crash! A majestic sword chi directly condensed into a sword light of water and fire, which then pierced towards Chen Jin. Bang Chen Jin didn't have any strength to defend himself and was directly hit to the ground by the Fire and Water Sword. In the next moment, Fang Chen put away his Hidden Dragon Sword. His body appeared in front of Chen Jin and stepped on his chest. "You are destined to lose when you meet me." Chapter 271. Emitting a wild aura, Fang Chen stepped on Chen Jin's chest and repeated what Chen Jin had just said. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were seeing an illusion. It was as if they were seeing 3 peak experts fighting. He defeated Chen Jin in one move. How is this possible? Could his strength really be comparable to the 3 peak experts? To be able to become an ancient sect's disciple, he definitely isn't simple. That's right. There seems to be a problem with his character. At this moment, a trace of blood leaked from the corner of Chen Jin's mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. I couldn't block it at all. Only Chen Jin himself knew just how strong Fang Chen's power was. Even when facing the 3 peak experts, Chen Jin didn't feel that kind of shock. So when Fang Chen stepped on his chest, Chen Jin decisively gave up on counterattacking. What kind of joke was this? Such a peerless expert could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. How could he resist? "You're very strong." Chen Jin looked at Fang Chen for a long time before saying this. Fang Chen released Chen Jin. The latter cupped his hands and quickly disappeared from the mountain peak. Chen Jin knew that Fang Chen had already held back. Otherwise, he would have already died on the mountain peak. After Chen Jin left, many cultivators were shocked and didn't dare say anything. At the same time that Fang Chen had intimidated all the cultivators, there were also some who had already contacted the 3 peak experts. That was because the 3 peak experts were also paying attention. Not long after, the 3 peak experts appeared at the foot of the mountain, causing an uproar. The 3 peak experts of a younger generation of the 3 sects were the peak experts of the Western region. They were Wenyu, Situpa, and Qinzhen. After the 3 of them met, they quickly ascended the mountain peak. "Grandmaster Gu, why would you rather accept a person with a questionable character as a disciple than choose one of the 3 of us?" Wenyu was the first to speak. His words were filled with dissatisfaction towards Fang Chen. Originally, Wenyu had thought that Gu Zong's disciple would definitely be one of the 3 of them. And of the 3 of them, Wenyu, as the leader of the 3 peak experts, had thought that he had the highest chance. But when Wenyu learned that Gu Zong had accepted a nobody, he was extremely furious. Today, Wenyu came to the mountain peak. He wanted to ask why Gu Zong had accepted this person with a questionable character as a disciple. In Wenyu's eyes, Fang Chen was incomparable to him in every aspect. I don't think that he has a questionable character. You used your title as Grand Master Gu to swindle the wealth of so many martial artists. Isn't that a problem with your character? The one who spoke was Situpa. His expression was gloomy as he coldly spoke. The three peak experts had joined hands. They didn't approve of Fang Chen. Grand Master Gu didn't say anything. He glanced at Fang Chen. At this moment, the latter also took a step forward. His eyes flickered as he coldly said, "Whether or not I have a questionable character is not up to you to decide. Didn't I just snatch away the position that originally belonged to you? If you want to fight, then fight." Fang Chen looked down on hypocrites the most, and Wenyu and the other two were undoubtedly hypocrites. Since you want to die, then don't blame me for being impolite. The one who spoke was Qin Zhen. He was the weakest of the three peak experts. As he spoke, he was about to attack, but he was stopped by Wenyu. Grand Master Gu is a highly respected master refiner of the Western region. He is revered by tens of thousands of people, so his disciple must obtain the approval of everyone. He doesn't represent himself, but the entire Western region. Wenyu slowly said, and then Fang Chen icily asked. This Wenyu was laughable. He actually wanted to use moral binding. Grand Master Gu's disciple must be someone with ability. "Do you dare make a bet with us?" asked Wenyu. "Bet on what?" continued Fang Chen. Gu Zong hadn't said anything. He trusted that Fang Chen would be able to handle this. Through the battle just now, he had realized that Fang Chen's strength was already comparable to the three peak experts. The reason Gu Zong had announced Fang Chen's identity in front of everyone was to give Fang Chen a bit of pressure. He wanted to make Fang Chen work harder on his cultivation. Of course, there was another reason. He wanted to prove to those old bastards that his Gu Zong's insight was extremely unique. If you lose, then please leave. You don't have the qualifications to become Grandmaster Gu's disciple. Wenyu smiled. "And if you lose?" asked Fang Chen. "We won't lose." "What if?" asked Fang Chen. "If the three of us lose, then we'll unconditionally agree to anything you ask of us." "Does that include being my servant?" asked Fang Chen coldly. Hearing this, the expressions of Wenyu and the other two changed slightly. They glanced at each other and then sneered. "Kid, don't be complacent too early. We agree to your conditions. I hope you can keep your promise." Fang Chen turned to look at Gu Zong, indicating that he shouldn't interfere in this matter. Turning back, he asked, "Who's first?" Fang Chen's words were filled with a sense of heroism that shook people's hearts. "Let me, Qin Zhen, test you." As soon as Qin Zhen finished speaking, he stood in front of Fang Chen, and a long saber appeared in his hand. "I'll defeat you in 3 breaths." At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely arrogant. He wanted to use this kind of arrogance to crush Qin Zhen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the countless cultivators on the mountain went into an uproar. Fang Chen's words were too arrogant. Even the 3 peak experts frowned. "I want to see just how you'll defeat me in 3 breaths." Qin Zhen roared. The saber in his hand slashed out, and a strange trajectory appeared in the sky. Despairing saber. This was a peerless saber technique that Qin Zhen had inadvertently obtained in some ancient ruins. Relying on this saber technique, Qin Zhen was able to enter the ranks of the 3 peak experts. But this time, Qin Zhen directly used the despairing saber. He wanted to let Fang Chen know the difference between them. 1 breath. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly danced. In the sky, the fire and water sword technique was executed. At this moment, Fang Chen said in a deep voice, "Boom!" After the fire and water sword art clashed with Qin Zhen's despairing saber, it suddenly exploded. Fang Chen's toes tapped and his figure flashed. At the same time, Qin Zhen's figure also flashed. He wanted to capture Fang Chen's figure and use the despairing saber to defeat Fang Chen. 3 breaths. In the blink of an eye, 3 breaths had passed. At this moment, Fang Chen was still accumulating power and did not make a move. Qin Zhen continuously used the despairing saber, and the momentum was great. 5 breaths. Just when Fang Chen said the 2 words, a bright light suddenly burst out from his body. Then, a majestic fire and water sword light directly slashed on the despairing saber. Crack! The despairing saber was instantly shattered. Qin Zhen's body was directly sent flying. The wild aura wreaked havoc on the mountain peak. Bang! Qin Zhen's body fell on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, even the other 2 top experts revealed a trace of astonishment on their faces. Someone as strong as Qin Zhen couldn't even last for 5 breaths of time. Just how strong was this brat? I lost. Qin Zhen slowly stood up. Looking at Fang Chen's soaring aura, he put away his long saber and said bitterly, one of the top 3 experts, Qin Zhen, was defeated by an ancient sect disciple in 5 breaths. This scene caused an uproar among the martial artists. Even the 3 sect, who were watching the scene from the foot of the mountain, were shocked. This kid is not simple. The leaders of the 3 sect came to this conclusion. At this moment, Fang Chen's aura was like a rainbow. His whole body was shrouded in a wild aura. He stood quietly on the mountain peak, his eyes disdainful as he looked down. Next, Fang Chen said in a loud voice. In an instant, the aura around Fang Chen's body shot up into the clouds. At this moment, Fang Chen had revealed his sharpest side. He was extremely domineering. Chapter 272. Fang Chen knew that if he didn't display his strength today, they wouldn't be convinced and would think that he wasn't qualified to be a disciple of an ancient sect. Therefore, after hearing the words of the 3 top experts, Fang Chen made a decision, and that was to display his strongest attack. Next, Fang Chen's words were filled with confidence, and his voice was deafening. Just as Fang Chen said those words, there was a buzzing sound in Fang Chen's mind. Immediately after, sword chi surrounded Fang Chen's body. Crash! The chance of the water-fire sword technique flashed in Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, Fang Chen seemed to have entered a state of selflessness. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by dense sword chi. These sword chi directly wrapped around Fang Chen. In Fang Chen's hand, the hidden dragon's sword emitted a sword hum. In an instant, Fang Chen opened his eyes. 2 terrifying golden rays shot out from his eyes, and his face was filled with an excited smile. Water-fire sword technique, level 4. After being stuck at the 3rd level for so long, Fang Chen didn't expect that he would break through at this critical moment. This made him even happier. After the water-fire sword technique broke through to the 4th level, Fang Chen's aura became even stronger. His deep eyes looked at Situ Pa, who was about to make a move, and said coldly, "All of you attack together!" Fang Chen's words were like a thunderclap and entered the ears of the crowd. It caused a huge wave, and countless warriors were shocked. Fang Chen actually wanted to challenge Situ Pa and Wen Yu at the same time. How crazy was that? All the warriors looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. They didn't understand where Fang Chen's confidence came from. Are you sure you want to challenge both of us at the same time? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Situ Po's figure paused for a moment. Soon after, he raised his head and looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, "Among the younger generation in the entire Western region, you are the first one who dares to challenge me and Situ Pa at the same time." Wen Yu calmly said. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with battle intent. He looked at the 2 of them and said, "I only hope that you can keep your promise." Fang Chen's words couldn't be more obvious. He wanted to challenge Situ Pa and Wen Yu together. This scene caused countless warriors to be shocked. Defeat Qin Zhen within 5 breaths. Your strength is sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. If it's a one-on-one fight, we might not be your opponent. However, if the 2 of us join forces, You will have no chance at all. Situ-Pa coldly said. Soon after, Situ-Pa and Wenyu glanced at each other before nodding their heads. With a flash of their bodies, they instantly appeared in front of Fangchen. Situ-Pa and Wenyu joined forces to fight against Fangchen. Countless cultivators at the waist of the mountain were astounded. This was their first time seeing Situ-Pa and Wenyu working together. They were extremely excited. As for the 3 sect leaders at the foot of the mountain, their eyes were filled with astonishment. This kid's potential is too strong. No wonder he could become Guzong's disciple. Not bad. To be able to become Master Gu's disciple, he shouldn't be too bad. This kind of person, if he is given some time, he will definitely grow. We can't be his enemy. While the 3 sect leaders were discussing, the atmosphere at the top of the mountain instantly froze. Situ-Pa and Wenyu's bodies suddenly emitted a wild aura, confronting the aura emitted from Fangchen's body. At this moment, Guzong, who was standing outside the mansion, had a face full of smiles. He didn't expect his disciple to be so strong. Although Fangchen was challenging Wenyu and Situ-Pa at the same time, Guzong wasn't worried at all. Fangchen, you're a cultivator worthy of respect. I'll give it my all in this battle. Wenyu said. Hearing Wenyu's words, Fangchen waved his hand. The aura around his body instantly skyrocketed, and the wild aura spread out in all directions. At the same time, the hidden dragon sword in Fangchen's hand suddenly danced. Seeing that, Wenyu and Situ-Pa also unleashed their strongest attacks. Wenyu let out a low growl, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He waved his wrist, and the long spear emitted a terrifying aura. Following this, the long spear drew a strange arc in the sky. Everyone knew that the long spear was Wenyu's personal weapon. Among the younger generation of the western region, other than Qin Zhen and Situ-Pa, no one could force him to take out his long spear. At this moment, Wenyu took out his long spear and executed his strongest spear art. This also meant that he was going to use his strongest dance to welcome Fangchen's attack. The instant Wenyu attacked, Situ-Pa also unleashed a fierce attack. Situ-Pa's attack was mainly a fist art. His fist art was able to shatter the earth. Situ-Pa suddenly threw out a punch. Within the pitch-black fist radiance, there was a faint, terrifying aura. This fist radiance followed closely behind the spear radiance and blasted towards Fangchen. This was their strongest attack. The 2 of them were confident that even the older generation of Qi-Hai warriors at the 5th level of the Qi-Hai realm wouldn't dare to face them head-on. However, their opponent was Fangchen. Fangchen had just broken through to the 4th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art. Fire and Water Sword Art, 4th level. Fangchen let out a low growl and instantly executed the 4th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art. Suddenly, a wild sword intent rushed into the hidden dragon sword. A low-rank spiritual weapon combined with the 4th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art. The power was unimaginable. The 3rd level of the Fire and Water Sword Art was already very strong, but the 4th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art was countless times stronger than the 3rd level. Rumble in the sky. A sword of fire and water suddenly appeared. The moment this sword of fire and water appeared, the entire sky was lit up by the sword of fire and water. Immediately after, the other 3 sword of fire and water appeared. These 4 sword of fire and water, under the control of Fangchen, merged together and formed a majestic sword of light, attacking the 2 of them. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword of fire and water collided with the spear of light. Crack! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the sword of fire and water pierced through Wenyu's spear of light and pierced into Situ-Pa's fist of light. Dong! The entire mountain peak trembled slightly. Fangchen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. The blade of the hidden dragon sword instantly pierced into the broken spear of light and fist of light. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the spear of light and fist of light were completely shattered. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword of fire and water still hadn't dissipated. At this moment, countless warriors were shocked. Wenyu and Situ put together were still not a match for Fang Chen. This was too frightening. Looking at the sword of fire and water in the sky that hadn't dissipated, Wenyu and Situ immediately withdrew their auras. On their faces, a bitter smile appeared. "We admit defeat." The voice came from Wenyu. He knew that if they continued to fight, he and Situ wouldn't be a match for Fang Chen. Wenyu and Situ Po's hearts were filled with shock. A warrior who wasn't even 20 years old was actually this strong. Moreover, the most important thing was that this warrior's cultivation was only at the second level of the Qi realm. At this moment, in the hearts of Wenyu and Situ Pa, they actually began to admire Fang Chen. Hearing Wenyu's words, Fang Chen shook his wrist, and the sword of fire and water in the sky disappeared with a loud bang. He also put away the hidden dragon sword. "Fang Chen, the bet is still valid. We will keep our words." Wenyu cupped his hands and said to Fang Chen. After that, Situ Pa also nodded to Fang Chen, and the two of them instantly left the mountain peak. Before they left, they told Fang Chen that they would visit him in the future. Fang Chen didn't stop them. He looked at the backs of the two disappearing figures and didn't say anything. Boom! The entire mountain peak was in an uproar. Countless warriors looked at Fang Chen with shock. Fang Chen had defeated 3 top warriors by himself. His strength had already surpassed the 3 top warriors. He had become the unparalleled king of the younger generation in the western region. Guzong grinned and laughed. Looking at his disciple, he was extremely happy. At the foot of the mountain, the leaders of the 3 sect also climbed up the mountain peak to congratulate Guzong. Fang Chen's battle had shocked the world and made the entire western region recognize him. After defeating 3 top warriors in a row, Fang Chen had become the king of the younger generation in the western region. When people talked about Fang Chen, they would talk about how he had defeated 3 top warriors in a row. Fang Chen's achievements had already become the talk of the western region. They talked about Fang Chen all the time. As for Fang Chen, after resting for a day, he continued to learn craftsmanship from Guzong. Originally, Fang Chen had told Guzong that he wanted to go to the central region. However, Guzong believed that Fang Chen's refining techniques hadn't reached the point where he could master them, so he didn't let him go. In the end, Guzong told Fang Chen that when he could become a true refining master and be able to refine ordinary weapons, he would be able to go to the central region. Over the next few days, Fang Chen continued to learn refining techniques from Guzong. Fang Chen's refining talent made Guzong blush with shame. In just a few days, Fang Chen had completely grasped the refining techniques. Fang Chen could now quickly refine ordinary weapons. According to Guzong, Fang Chen had already reached the peak of refining apprentice and was only 1 step away from becoming a refining master. This is really heaven-defying. Guzong couldn't help but sigh when he thought about Fang Chen's talent. Just like that, 7 days later, Fang Chen finally made some progress in the art of weapon refining. On this day, Fang Chen was refining a weapon. Just as he was cultivating the spirit, his red soul suddenly enveloped the weapon. He suddenly realized that his red soul had actually grown quite a bit during this period of time. It was also at this time that Fang Chen suddenly realized that he had accidentally refined an ordinary weapon. Although it was a low-grade ordinary weapon, this also proved that his refining techniques had improved greatly. Let me see. When Guzong heard the news, he immediately rushed over to see the weapon that Fang Chen had refined. After a long time, Guzong's deep eyes looked at Fang Chen and said, "Not bad. Your talent is the strongest I have ever seen. To be able to refine an ordinary weapon in such a short time is too shocking. However, there are still some flaws in the weapon you refined. Let me explain it to you." After saying that, Guzong began to explain to Fang Chen. After roughly 15 minutes of explanation, Fang Chen felt that he had already grasped the refining techniques. After that, Fang Chen continued to refine. After a series of attempts, Fong Qin could finally refine ordinary weapons as he pleased. Chapter 273. In the next few days, Fong Qin continued to familiarize himself with the refining techniques. Finally, after 3 days, Fong Qin had completely stabilized his refining techniques. At this time, Guzong had nothing to say to Fong Qin. "Master, I am going to the central region." Fong Qin looked at Guzong and said. Fong Qin knew that Guzong had helped Fong Qin, and he was very grateful. "Your talent is very strong. In a short period of time, you were able to become a refining master. I hope you will not waste your talent." Guzong said slowly, "Although you are going to the central region, you cannot forget refining." Guzong continued, "The central region is not like the western region. In the central region, there are many strong warriors. You must be careful when you go." Fong Qin nodded. Only those at the 5th level of the Qi High realm could enter the central region. One could only imagine how many strong warriors there were in the central region. Guzong took out a yellowed book from his bosom and handed it to Fong Qin. He said, "This is my unique refining technique. It's called the Ancient Shadow Refining Technique. Take it and study it properly." "Thank you, Master," Fong Qin said. Guzong nodded and said, "I still have things to do. Once I am done, I will go to the central region to find you. If you encounter any trouble in the central region, you can use my name. Perhaps you will be able to avoid trouble." Guzong's influence in the western region was extremely strong, but in the central region his influence was slightly weaker. Even so, Guzong's name was like thunder to one's ears. After that, Fong Qin packed up a little and prepared to set off. At this time, 3 familiar faces came to the mansion. Qin Zhen, Situpa, and Wen Yu smiled as they looked at Fong Qin. Wen Yu was the first to speak. "Brother Fong, you don't mind if we go with you to the central region, right?" Wen Yu and the other 2 had not been willing to go to the central region because they were fighting over Guzong's disciples. But now that Guzong's disciples had been settled, they had no more regrets. It was time for them to go to the central region. Coincidentally, they had heard that Fong Qin was also heading to the central region. Although this was a secret to ordinary warriors, it wasn't a secret to the 3 great sect. When Wen Yu and the other 2 found out that Fong Qin was heading to the central region, they immediately rushed over. Back then, Fong Qin had defeated them. Although they had kept their promise, it was naturally impossible for them to become Fong Qin's slaves. Therefore, they changed their approach. Seeing this, Fong Qin grinned and nodded. After bidding farewell to the ancient sect, the 4 of them walked side by side and left the western Cloud City. They walked on the official road leading to the central region. "Brother Fong, you're not someone from my Golden Crown Nation, right?" Wen Yu suddenly asked. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Fong Qin nodded and said, "No, I came to the Golden Crown Nation to look for someone." "Oh, Brother Fong, who are you looking for?" Situpa asked with interest. "People from the Luo family," said Fong Qin simply. "The Luo family is a peak family in the Golden Crown Nation. Wanting to enter the Luo family is extremely difficult," said Qin Zhen. Even with Fong Qin's group of 4 speed, it would take them 10 days to travel from the western region to the central region. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, the 4 of them were either resting or hurrying. However, at a certain moment, they stopped. That was because they had encountered a group from the northern region. "Aren't those the 3 peak experts of the western region?" "Haha, peak experts? They really don't know shame. The western region's people are too weak. They think they're peak experts." These people were from the northern region. They were also heading to the central region. However, the reason they had taken a detour was because there was a danger zone between the northern region and the central region. They didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Now that they had encountered the 4 from the western region, their faces were filled with ridicule. "Chen Su, do you still hold a grudge over that battle back then?" sneered Wen Yu. The leader of the Northern Regions group was called Chen Su. He had known Wenyu's group before. Back then, when Chen Su's strength was still weak, he had come from the Northern Region to the Western Region. However, it was here that he had encountered the most bitter battle of his life. At that time, Wenyu's strength was much higher than Chen Su's. After an intense battle, Chen Su had been defeated. After that, Chen Su had returned to the Northern Region and diligently cultivated. In these years, Chen Su had successfully stood at the peak of the Northern Region's younger generation. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to fight Wenyu again. He hadn't expected that he would actually encounter Wenyu on the way here. Naturally, he would ridicule him. In that battle back then, my strength was originally weak, sneered Chen Su. But now, I can defeat the four of you by myself. Chen Su was extremely arrogant. He took a step forward, directly blocking the path of Fong Chen's group. He wanted to force Fong Chen's group to attack. I'll deal with you. Wenyu's figure flickered. He directly took out his spear and attacked Chen Su. Bang! Bang! Although Wenyu's attack was tyrannical, when facing Chen Su, he actually felt as if he couldn't exert any strength. In an instant, Wenyu felt as if his attack had sunk into a swamp, unable to free itself. Wenyu, is this all you've improved after all these years? Chen Su looked at Wenyu and sneered. Instantly, he exploded with a powerful attack, directly bombarding Wenyu's body. Immediately, Wenyu's body was continuously pushed back. Chen Su's strength completely suppressed Wenyu. Wenyu stabilized his body and looked at Chen Su with an ugly expression. Even Wenyu had been defeated by Chen Su. Situpa and Qinjin were even less likely to be a match for Chen Su. The three of their faces slightly changed as they looked at Fong Chen. The so-called strongest of the Western region's younger generation is only SOSO. Chen Su sneered. Let's go. Fong Chen slightly shook his head and said he didn't want to fight, nor did he want to waste time. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Wenyu and the other two nodded and turned to leave. Just at this moment, Chen Su's furious roar rang out in their ears. Did I say you could leave? Chen Su icily asked. Fong Chen, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Chen Su with his deep eyes. I'm afraid you still don't have the qualifications to decide whether we should leave or stay. Fong Chen softly asked, Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Chen Su coldly snorted. A trace of fury appeared in Fong Chen's heart. He slowly walked closer to Chen Su and said, I just don't want to waste time. You even lost to Wenyu. You dare provoke me? Raged Chen Su. All of you, come at me together, said Fong Chen. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Chen Su became even more furious. This brat was clearly humiliating him. I can defeat you by myself. Chen Su let out a low growl and suddenly launched a fierce attack. Boom! Just at this moment, Fong Chen used the 4th level of the Water Flame sword art. A tyrannical swordlight directly shattered Chen Su's attack and stabbed into his shoulder. Crack! Chen Su's shoulder was instantly mangled and blood continuously flowed out. With a miserable cry, Chen Su's body was sent flying and he crashed to the ground. Let's go! After doing all this, Fong Chen turned and left. The current Chen Su couldn't be bothered with the pain in his shoulder. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Chen Su could sense that when Fong Chen had used that move, he had felt the world become much dimmer. Brother Su, are you all right? Only after Fong Chen and the others had disappeared did Chen Su's subordinates run over and ask anxiously, I'm fine. Chen Su did his best to endure the pain. Once more walking on the path, Wenyu and the others felt even more admiration for Fong Chen. Brother Fong, you're too strong. Wenyu smiled. Yeah, defeating Chen Su in one move. Ha ha ha, that's too satisfying. Situpa laughed. Chen Su was too arrogant. Brother Fong just didn't want to lower himself to his level, said Qin Zhen. Fang Qin shook his head, not saying anything. After encountering Chen Su's group, Fang Chen's group of 4 had a very smooth journey. 5 days later, they safely arrived at the edge of the central region. Standing on the distant ground, Fang Qin looked ahead. There were countless guards guarding the ground. He couldn't help sighing. As expected of the central region, even the border was guarded by countless guards. They were afraid that people from other regions would sneak in. "That's the central region?" asked Fang Qin. "Yes, that's the central region. There are stone tablets at the border that test your strength. As long as we pass the test, we'll be able to enter," said Wenyu. Fang Chen's group of 4 arrived at the border of the central region. However, they were stopped by the guards. "We want to enter the central region," said Wenyu. "Where are you from?" The guard asked coldly. "We're from the west," said Situpa. "Attack this stone tablet. Everyone only has one chance. When the white light on the tablet shines, you'll pass the test and you'll be able to enter the central region," said the guard. Fang Qin and the other 3 nodded their heads. The first one to take the test was Qin Jin. He violently punched out, instantly smashing his fist onto the stone tablet. Buzz the stone tablet made a sound. In the blink of an eye, a gentle light appeared on the tablet. Seeing this, Qin Jin withdrew his fist. "You pass the test." After the guard finished speaking, Wenyu and Situ took the test one after another. They passed the test one after another. The last one to take the test was Fang Qin. Although he was only at the 2nd Qihai realm, his true strength was stronger than Wenyu and the other 2. Therefore, he also passed the test. Passed the test. The 4 of them passed the test. The guard took out 4 identity badges and said, "These are your identity badges. When you enter the central region, do not wander around. Remember not to lose your identity badges." Fang Chen's group of 4 received their identity badges and entered the central region. Central region. After being in the Golden Crown Nation for more than a year, Fang Qin had finally arrived at the core region of the central region. When he left the Divine Wind Nation, Fang Qin was 17 years old. Now he was 18 years old. In this year, Fang Chen's strength had increased by a lot. The moment he entered the central region, Fang Chen's heart actually had a trace of desire. Chapter 274. Jin Guan Country, one of the big countries in the southern mountains of Tianzhou. The Jin Guan Country was divided into 5 regions. Fang Qin had been training in the southern region, but after the trials, Fang Qin went to the western region. By chance, he became an apprentice of an ancient sect. And now he finally got what he wanted and entered the central region. There were 9 cities in the central region, and each of them was extremely spacious. Within these 9 cities, there were 9 superforces. These superforces were not something that the top forces in the western and southern regions could compare with. Fang Qin had heard before he came that these 9 superforces were 9 2-star sects. There was a huge difference between a 1-star sect and a 2-star sect. This difference was too great. In the entire Jin Guan country, there were only 9 2-star sects. The Luo family was one of them. At the border of the central region, there was a city called Jianzhou City. Jianzhou City was a city at the border of the central region. It gathered countless strong sword practitioners in the central region. It could be said that in the central region, if there was a place with strong sword practitioners, it would be Jianzhou City. This was because Jianzhou City was home to one of the 9 superforces, the Reverence Sword Sect. Everyone in the Reverence Sword Sect were sword practitioners. Moreover, the weakest disciples in the Reverence Sword Sect were at the 5th level of the Qihai realm. One could imagine how strong the Reverence Sword Sect was. When Fang Qin and the others first arrived in the central region, they came to Jianzhou City. "Is this Jianzhou City?" Fang Qin stood on the main road and looked at the huge city in the distance. He was shocked. The 9 cities in the central region were too big. Some were even bigger than some small countries. Looking from afar, there seemed to be a huge transparent sword in the sky above Jianzhou City. This huge sword descended from the sky and floated in the sky above Jianzhou City. It was worshipped by countless sword practitioners. At the gate of Jianzhou City, there were 3 bold and powerful words. From these 3 words, Feng Qin could feel a sharp and domineering sword essence. What a strong sword essence! I wonder which almighty person wrote these 3 words, Jianzhou City. Feng Qin thought to himself. At this moment, when you said, "Brother Feng, speaking of Jianzhou City, there is a history that shook the entire Jin-Guan country." Oh, what history? Feng Qin was a sword practitioner. When he saw the huge transparent sword in the sky above Jianzhou City, the golden heart in his body actually started to beat faster. This made Feng Qin's suspicions about Jianzhou City grew. A long, long time ago, the Sword State City wasn't called the Sword State City. As for what it was called, after so many years, people have long forgotten it when you said. Situ Pa continued. It said that Jianzhou City was originally larger than the other 8 cities. But one day, thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by dark clouds. That shocked countless experts in the Jin-Guan country. It was also at that time that they saw a huge sword descend from the sky and forcibly cut Jianzhou City in 2. The Sword Continent City that you see now is only one piece of the Sword Continent City from back then. The other piece was forcefully smashed into the ground by the huge sword that fell from the sky and directly disappeared. Speaking till here, Qin Zhen's face was filled with excitement. A huge sword fell from the sky and forcibly smashed the other half of the Sword Prefecture City into the ground, causing it to disappear. Hearing this legend, Feng Qin's heart was filled with shock. He could imagine just how terrifying something had happened in the sky above Jianzhou City back then. And then, asked Feng Qin curiously, after that huge sword descended from the sky, it disappeared. Countless marquises from the Jin-Guan country came to Jianzhou City to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. Later, the Jin-Guan country's imperial family announced that Jianzhou City would be renamed Jianzhou City, said Wenyu. Furthermore, after this place was renamed Jianzhou City, a transparent sword appeared in the sky. Many cultivators were shocked to find that cultivating in Jianzhou City could increase their cultivation speed, said Situpa. Furthermore, Jianzhou City was filled with sword intent. Over time, it became a holy land for sword cultivators. After hearing the legend of Jianzhou City, Feng Qin's face was filled with shock. A holy land for sword cultivators? Feng Qin had a vague feeling that something major must have happened back then, but with his current strength, he wasn't able to investigate it. Let's go in and take a look, said Feng Qin. Feng Qin's goal in coming to the central region was to get close to the Luo family and then find his mother. But before that, he wanted to familiarize himself with the central region. So he started from Jianzhou City. The 4 of them arrived at the entrance of Jianzhou City, but were stopped by the guards. To enter Jianzhou City, each person has to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, said the guard calmly. Feng Qin was stunned. He didn't expect that he would have to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones to enter Jianzhou City. Seeing Feng Qin's expression, Wenyu took out 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones and gave them to the guard. Then, the 4 of them entered Jianzhou City. Brother Feng, don't be surprised. For us 5th-level Qi High warriors, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones is nothing, said Wenyu. Feng Qin nodded his head to show that he understood. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones was a huge amount for a normal warrior. But normal warriors couldn't even enter the central region, let alone Jianzhou City. As soon as he entered the Sword State City, Feng Qin discovered that there was an extremely dense sword intent coming from all directions. What a strong sword intent! Feng Qin took a deep breath and said slowly, Jianzhou City was indeed a sacred place for sword practitioners. If he trained here, his training speed would be much faster. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, he couldn't see the huge transparent sword in the sky. However, after entering Jianzhou City, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body beat even faster. What is there in Jianzhou City that attracts the golden heart? Fang Chen thought to himself. The golden heart beat faster. He couldn't help but think of the legend of Jianzhou City, but that legend was too far away, and it would be difficult to fully understand it. Let's find a place to settle down first, said Wenyu. After that, Wenyu and the other three found an inn to stay in. I'll go out and ask around. After the four of them settled down, Wenyu left. Fang Chen went back to his room to rest. 2 hours later, Wenyu came back in a hurry. Did you find any news? Asked Situpa. Wenyu nodded and said, I found some news. Usually, cultivators from the 4 great tribes who come to the central region will join a faction. That way, they will be able to survive in the central region. Unfortunately, the Sword Reverence sect only accepts sword practitioners. Otherwise, we could all join the Sword Reverence sect, said Wenyu. Is there a branch of the Luo clan in Jianzhou City? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Wenyu nodded and said, There is a branch of the Luo clan in Jianzhou City. However, this branch of the Luo clan is extremely powerful. In Jianzhou City, they are second only to the Sword Reverence sect. Brother Fang, do you want to join the branch of the Luo clan? Asked Situpa. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I do have that thought. We came at the right time. At this time tomorrow, many sects in Jianzhou City will be recruiting disciples. Brother Fang, you can go and try, said Wenyu. After a silent night, early in the morning of the second day, Fang Chen and the other three appeared on the streets of Jianzhou City. In the center of Jianzhou City, there was a square. This square was where all the sects were recruiting disciples. To be honest, the cultivators who were able to enter Jianzhou City were at least at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Of course, the aboriginals were excluded. Therefore, all the sect's requirements for recruiting disciples were very strict. They wanted to select disciples with outstanding talent. At this moment, in the square, there were many people in charge of recruiting disciples. At every sect's recruitment area, there were many disciples lining up. Fang Chen glanced at the square. In the most conspicuous place, the Sword Reverence sect was recruiting disciples. This time, the person in charge of the Sword Reverence sect was an old man with a white beard. What was surprising was that there were many disciples lining up at the other sect's recruitment areas. Only the Sword Reverence sect's recruitment area was empty. There was not a single cultivator in sight. Could it be that the Sword Reverence sect's recruitment requirements are very high? Fang Chen was puzzled. Situ Pe and the other two chose a sect that was suitable for them and prepared to participate in the recruitment. As for Fang Chen, he wandered around the square alone. That's the Luo clan. Fang Chen saw the Luo clan's recruitment area. Fang Chen went to the Luo clan's recruitment area and started to line up. After waiting for an entire morning, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. You want to join my Luo clan? The person in charge looked at Fang Chen and asked, That's right. Fang Chen nodded his head and said, If you want to join my Luo clan, other than cultivation, you also need to know alchemy. The person in charge said coldly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, I have never come into contact with alchemy. In Jianzhou City, the Luo clan was second only to the Sword Reverence sect. At the same time, it was also a large alchemy clan. So their disciples, other than sword cultivators, also had outstanding talent in alchemy. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the person in charge's expression changed. He immediately shook his head, directly rejecting Fang Chen. After being rejected, Fang Chen's gaze returned to the Sword Reverence sect's area. Since the Luo clan didn't want him, then he would go to the Sword Reverence sect. Once he joined the Sword Reverence sect and became a disciple, Perhaps he would be able to come into contact with the Luo clan. Last night, Fang Chen had sorted out his thoughts. His goal was very simple. He would start with the Luo clan in the Sword State City. If the Luo clan branch in the Sword State City had no news of his mother, then he would go to the imperial capital's headquarters. However, after asking around, Fang Chen understood that a nobody wouldn't be able to get close to the Luo clan, let alone come into contact with the Luo clan's leader. That was why he had thought of joining the Luo clan. Unfortunately, he was destined to be unable to do so. Chapter 275. I want to join the Sword Reverence sect. Fang Chen arrived at the disciple recruitment area of the Sword Reverence sect and said to the white-bearded old man. However, the white-bearded old man didn't react to Fang Chen's words. He didn't even acknowledge Fang Chen, which made Fang Chen speechless. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen discovered that the white-bearded old man had actually fallen asleep. Even if no one signed up, he wouldn't be so bored as to fall asleep, right? Senior, Junior would like to join the Sword Reverence sect. This time, Fang Chen's voice was infused with a bit of spiritual qi and directly transmitted into the white-bearded old man's ears. What? The sleeping, white-bearded old man suddenly opened his eyes and asked in a muffled voice. When he saw Fang Chen, he shook his head to clear his head and carefully sized up Fang Chen. You want to join the Sword Reverence sect? The white-bearded old man asked. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. Only sword cultivators can join the Sword Reverence sect. Are you a sword cultivator? The white-bearded old man asked. Crash! Fang Chen instantly released his sword will. The biting cold sword will surrounded his body and resonated with the sword will in the air of Sword State City. Feeling Fang Chen's sword will, the white-bearded old man nodded slightly and said, Yes, you are indeed a sword cultivator. However, just being a sword cultivator is not enough to join the Sword Reverence sect. The white-bearded old man continued, Next, I will release my sword will to pressure you. If you can withstand it for 5 breaths of time, you will pass the test. After the white-bearded old man finished speaking, a sharp sword will suddenly emerge from his body. This sword will directly surrounded Fang Chen. So strong, Fang Chen felt that this sword was at least at the 2nd level. It might even be at the 3rd level. His bones were cracking. Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat. He hurriedly released his sword will to block, but just as his sword will was released, it shattered with a loud bang. If this continues, I won't even be able to last 3 breaths. In just a breath of time, Fang Chen could no longer resist. His body was constantly trembling. Witnessing this scene, the white-bearded old man shook his head. Looks like this kid won't be able to pass the sword sect's test. Disciples who were qualified to join the Sword Reverence sect were rare geniuses. They had to withstand the white-bearded old man's sword intent for 5 breaths of time. As a result, the number of disciples who joined the Sword Reverence sect was few and far between. Fang Chen growled and pushed his 2-star great path physique to the extreme. His sword will was at its peak as he tried his best to hold on for a few seconds. 2 breaths had passed, but Fang Chen seemed to be unable to resist. His eyes were scarlet. He had never seen such an overbearing sword intent. Can't hold on any longer? Fang Chen thought to himself. The white-bearded old man was about to withdraw his sword intent. However, at this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body started beating rapidly. Suddenly, an invisible aura merged with Fang Chen's sword intent. Buzz! The white-bearded old man only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Then his mind went blank. What's going on? When the white-bearded old man came back to his senses, 5 breaths of time had passed. He withdrew his sword intent and looked at Fang Chen in shock. His heart was in turmoil. That sword intent just now was too overbearing. Even I felt my heart palpitate a little. The white-bearded old man thought to himself as he stared straight at Fang Chen. That terrifying sword intent had caused his mind to go blank. If that sword intent had wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. Too terrifying. This sword intent is even more overbearing than the sect leader's sword intent. The white-bearded old man's heart was filled with shock. Trying hard to calm his heart, the white-bearded old man slowly analyzed. He was sure that the sword intent did not belong to Fangchen. Could it be that he accidentally obtained it and hid it in his body? The white-bearded old man thought. After all, that sword intent was too overbearing. Perhaps it was left behind by a powerful sword Dao expert before they died. Fangchen accidentally obtained it and hid it in his body. It's obvious that he can't control that sword intent. The white-bearded old man thought to himself. Thinking of this, the white-bearded old man looked at Fangchen in a different light. If Fangchen could completely absorb that sword intent, he would definitely become the strongest sword cultivator in the younger generation of the Sword Reverence sect, or even the entire Golden Crown Nation. This child is not simple. In the future, his name will definitely shake the entire Golden Crown Nation. The white-bearded old man thought highly of Fangchen at this moment. At this moment, Fangchen had no idea what had just happened. He only felt his mind go blank. 5 breaths of time passed. "Senior, did I pass the test?" Fangchen asked doubtfully. Hearing Fangchen's words, the white-bearded old man chuckled. "Congratulations, you've officially become a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect." Hearing this, Fangchen grinned. The white-bearded old man's words were heard by all the cultivators in the square. They all looked at Fangchen in shock. Who is he? He's so young, but he actually passed the Sword Reverence sect's test. He's really amazing. The Sword Reverence sect's test is famous for being abnormal, but he actually passed. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. Many cultivators in the square were discussing spiritedly. When they learned that Fangchen had successfully joined the Sword Reverence sect, Situpia and the other 2 were shocked. After a long time, the 3 of them sighed. Fangchen was not a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, he would leap through the dragon gate. At this moment, the most shocked and regretful person was none other than the person in charge of the Luo family. Fangchen had originally wanted to join their Luo family's branch, but he had forcibly driven him away. To be able to join the Sword Reverence sect, his talent must be incomparably outstanding. It's a pity that our Luo family's branch actually missed such a genius. The person in charge of the Luo family thought to himself. After Fangchen joined the Sword Reverence sect, Situpe and the other 2 came to congratulate him. The 3 of them had also joined other forces in the Sword Reverence sect. In the end, Fangchen bid farewell to the 3 of them and left the square with a white-bearded old man, heading towards the Sword Continent City. "Senior," Fangchen called out on the road. "Fangchen, from now on, you're a disciple of my Sword Reverence sect. Call me Martial Uncle," the white-bearded old man said. The white-bearded old man was the current sect chief's junior brother. In the Sword Reverence sect, not only was his seniority high, but his strength was also very strong. The white-bearded old man's heart was filled with excitement. This time he had picked up a treasure. He didn't expect to meet a genius like Fangchen by chance. The white-bearded old man naturally wouldn't tell anyone about Fangchen's secret. He would keep it a secret for Fangchen. "Fangchen, I'll now explain the rules of the Sword Reverence sect to you," the white-bearded old man said. Fangchen nodded, quietly listening. The Sword Reverence sect is located in the depths of the Sword Continent City on a mountain peak that pierces the clouds. It's called the Reverence Sword Peak. The Sword Reverence sect is divided into outer and inner sect disciples. Since you've just joined the Sword Reverence sect, you can only become an outer sect disciple. But I believe that with your strength, it won't be long before you become an inner sect disciple. In the Sword Reverence sect, the strong are respected. All resources must be fought for by yourself. Only with strength can you obtain more resources? The white-bearded old man said. Marshal uncle, then what level do I have to reach before I can meet the Luo family's branch leader? Fong Chen asked. His goal wasn't the Sword Reverence sect, but the Luo family's branch leader. The white-bearded old man didn't ask any more questions. He replied, the Sword Continent City's Luo family may only be a branch, but its strength is second only to our Sword Reverence sect. If you want to meet the Sword Reverence sect's branch leader, you have to be an inner sect disciple. Moreover, you have to be an outstanding inner sect disciple. Hearing the white-bearded old man's words, Fong Chen's brows revealed a trace of bitterness. He didn't expect that meeting the Luo family's branch leader would be so difficult. However, Fong Chen believed that no matter how difficult it was, he would be able to persevere. Under the white-bearded old man's guidance, they soon arrived at the Reverence Sword Peak and entered the Sword Reverence sect. After arriving at the outer sect, Fong Chen brought the white-bearded old man to see the outer sect's deacon. This is the disciple we've recruited this time, Fong Chen, the white-bearded old man said to the outer sect deacon. The outer sect deacon didn't say anything else. He gave Fong Chen an identity token, then gave Fong Chen a small booklet. Finally, he arranged a residence for Fong Chen. As expected of the Sword Reverence sect, everywhere I went, the disciples' auras were extremely dense. Fong Chen's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. After returning to his residence, Fong Chen began to flip through the small booklet. Inside the booklet, there was a detailed introduction of the Sword Reverence sect's outer sect. Within the Sword Reverence sect's outer sect, there are over 100 disciples. Each and every one of them is an elite. Fong Chen said as he looked at the booklet. After a long time, Fong Chen finally finished reading the contents of the booklet. Within the Sword Reverence sect, the most important resource wasn't spirit stones, but the refining of spirit swords. Within the Sword Reverence sect's outer sect, there was a spirit sword that reached the heavens. The reason why it was called a spirit sword was because it had already gained sentience. It was said that this spirit sword was a personal sword left behind by an elder of the Sword Reverence sect. This spirit sword was 10 meters tall and was inserted into a square in the outer sect. Around the spirit sword, there was an extremely dense sword intent. Cultivating near the spirit sword would yield twice the results with half the effort. The refining of spirit swords was the most important resource in the outer sect. Countless disciples fought for this resource with all their might. The competition for spirit swords was held once a month. The strongest outer sect disciple would spend the most time cultivating near the spirit sword, followed by the rest. The spirit sword can refine a martial artist's sword intent. Fong Chen said, other than spirit swords, disciples of the Sword Reverence sect could cultivate in the sword range of Sword Continent City. Of course, the prerequisite was that you could enter the sword range. As for what exactly the sword range was, Fong Chen wasn't sure. There was no record of it in the booklet. Not long after, Fong Chen received news that this month's competition for spirit swords would be held tomorrow. Chapter 276. Sword State City, Sword Sect. Today was the day of the monthly spiritual sword competition. When Fong Chen appeared on the square, there were already many disciples present. As expected of the sword sect, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the disciples. The sword sect was one of the 9 two-star powers of the Jin Guan country. Even the outer disciples of the sect were so strong. Not long after, all the disciples had arrived. Then, a black-haired old man appeared on the platform. Everyone, today is the regular monthly spiritual sword competition. Of course, before that, I would like to announce something. The black-haired old man said. In the next moment, the black-haired old man pointed at Fong Chen in the crowd and said, Yesterday, the sword sect recruited a new disciple called Fong Chen. Because he is a new disciple, he does not have to participate in this spiritual sword competition. The new disciples were too weak. Even if they competed, they wouldn't be able to get anything. Therefore, in order to allow the new disciples to quickly improve their strength, the sword reverence sect did not allow them to participate in the first spirit sword resource competition. Instead, they were given 1 hour of free spirit sword resource competition. After hearing this news, many disciples nodded. They were already used to it. Next was the spiritual sword competition. Although it was called a competition, it was actually a competition of strength. On the square, there was a testing stone tablet. Every warrior used all their strength and punched the tablet. According to their strength, they would be rewarded with spiritual sword resources. Fang Chan watched silently. The first to go up was the number 1 disciple of the outer sect. His name was Xia Hou. He had reached the 7th level of the Qi High Realm and was very strong. Xia Hou tightly clenched his fist, a wild aura gushing out from his body. Immediately after, his fist fiercely smashed onto the stone tablet. Instantly, a wild sound was transmitted into everyone's ears. On the stone tablet, a number appeared. Fang Chen looked and found that the number was 30. Xia Hou, spiritual sword resources for 60 hours. The black-haired old man's words caused an uproar. Last month, Xia Hou only got 60 hours. Who would have thought that he would get 60 hours this month? His strength had increased greatly. Next, time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. When noon arrived, over 100 outer disciples had all passed the test. Fang Chen observed that even the weakest disciple could compete for 2 hours of spirit sword resources. The competition for the spiritual sword resources is over. Everyone, work hard in your cultivation. After the black-haired old man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Some of the disciples were overjoyed, while others were worried. Some of the disciples looked over at Fang Chen with glittering eyes, causing Fang Chen's scalp to go numb. Soon after, Fang Chen arrived at the Spirit Sword Square at lightning speed and plunged into the restriction. Fang Chen was naturally aware of those greedy gazes. They wanted to snatch the resources of his spiritual swords, so he came here as fast as he could and used them directly. As soon as he entered the restriction, Fang Chen felt an extremely powerful sword essence spreading out and pressing down on him. In the center of the restriction, there was a huge spiritual sword. This spiritual sword was surrounded by an ancient aura. Is this the spiritual sword? Fang Chen looked at the spiritual sword with glittering eyes. In the next moment, Fang Chen began to absorb the majestic sword essence of the spiritual sword. Not only did the spiritual sword contain majestic sword essence, but it also contained a very pure spirit qi. Cultivating in the restriction, Fang Chen felt that his bottleneck seemed to have loosened a lot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by sword essence, and his eyes were tightly closed. At this moment, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly, wildly absorbing the majestic sword essence of the spiritual sword. After discovering this, Fang Chen's face revealed a look of ecstasy. Because of the golden heart, his body was absorbing the majestic sword essence faster and faster. In this way, Fang Chen's cultivation for 2 hours was more effective than others who cultivated for several hours. Continue to absorb. Fang Chen worked hard to activate the golden heart, wildly absorbing the majestic sword essence. After 2 hours, Fang Chen felt a roaring sound coming from within his body. Immediately after, Fang Chen discovered that his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised, as expected of the spiritual sword. Cultivating here for 2 hours was more effective than cultivating outside for 20 hours. When the time was up, Fang Chen came out of the spiritual sword restriction formation. Seeing Fang Chen come out, some warriors glanced at Fang Chen and then directly entered the spiritual sword restriction formation. As soon as Fang Chen returned to the courtyard, he felt a surge of energy in his mind. He held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and performed the Sword of Water and Fire. Xiu, the Sword of Water and Fire, was pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. The third level of the transformative realm was extremely powerful. Just as Fang Chen was performing the Sword of Water and Fire, suddenly a roaring sound came from within his mind. Immediately after, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart was beating rapidly. In his mind, the chants of the fourth level of the Sword of Water and Fire appeared. The fourth level of the Sword of Water and Fire. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect that after breaking through the bottleneck, even the Sword of Water and Fire had reached the fourth level. While Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword, and the energy around his body was instantly restrained. Wait until next month. My spiritual sword resources will definitely be abundant. Fang Chen thought to himself. The next day, Fang Chen was walking on the tree-lined road outside the sword sect. Suddenly, a warrior stood in front of Fang Chen, blocking his path. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't frown. He didn't say anything and prepared to take a detour. However, the warrior in front of him directly blocked Fang Chen's path. At this moment, some of the warriors in the distance started to discuss. Lu Shi is bullying the newcomers again. Lu Shi is bullying the newcomers. It has already become the management of the sword sect's outer sect. Almost every new disciple will be bullied by Lu Shi. Yeah, if you don't want to be bullied by Lu Shi, you have to obediently hand over your spiritual sword resources. This kid is also courting death. He used up his spiritual sword resources on the first day. How can Lu Shi not be angry? Hearing the discussions of the surrounding disciples, Fang Chen was slightly startled. He immediately looked up at the person in front of him and asked, "Is there a problem?" "Kid, you just entered the sword sect. Don't you know the rules?" Lu Shi said coldly. "What rules?" Fang Chen asked. "A newcomer who enters the sword sect naturally has to show filial piety to the elders. You received 2 hours of spiritual sword resources, but not only did you not show filial piety to the elders, you actually used it up yourself. What do I get for showing filial piety to you?" Fang Chen retorted. Lu Shi sneered and said, "This is the sword sect, not the secular world. Put away your arrogance. In the past, there were also new disciples who spoke to me like this, but in the end, they were beaten into a pig's head. Every month, they would give me 2 hours of spiritual sword resources." Fang Chen smiled and prepared to leave. Lu Ji extended his hand to stop Fang Chen. "Kid, seeing that you've just entered the sword reverence sect, I won't bicker with you this month. But for next month's spiritual sword resources, you have to give me 2 hours. Fang Chen directly ignored Lu Shi and turned to leave. Lu Shi looked at Fang Chen's departing figure, and a trace of invisibility appeared on his face. In the outer sect of the sword sect, other than being threatened by Lu Shi, Fang Chen hadn't interacted with any other disciples. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. At one point, Fang Chen had a conflict with an outer sect disciple. The reason was that the outer sect disciple was cultivating in the martial arts practice field. When Fang Chen passed by, he disturbed the outer sect disciple, causing the outer sect disciple to be furious. But anyone could see that this disciple had a good relationship with Lu Shi. His actions must have been ordered by Lu Shi. The reason for this was to let Fang Chen know that offending him, Lu Shi, would not end well. "Kid, you disturbed my cultivation." Bien Yu said coldly. "This is the path of the sword sect. Why can't I pass by here? You knew this was a path, but you chose to cultivate here. Who can you blame?" Fang Chen said coldly. Bien Yu's cultivation was only at the mid-5th level of the Qi High Realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. Bien Yu had entered the sect earlier than Fang Chen. He wanted to use this to suppress Fang Chen. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't give him face, Bian Yu's face turned cold. He said coldly, "Kid, are you looking for death?" "The one looking for death is you," Fong Qin said domineeringly. "Good. Today I will let you know that the Sword Sect is not a place where a newcomer like you can behave atrociously." Bian Yu let out a low growl. She clenched her fist tightly and threw a punch at Fong Qin. Seeing Bian Yu's attack, Fong Qin sneered and punched back. Bang! With a loud sound, Bian Yu's body flew out and fell to the ground. This scene was seen by many disciples in the martial arts practice field. Their faces were filled with shock. He sent Bian Yu flying with one punch. Looks like this new disciple is not to be trifled with. He sent Bian Yu flying and completely offended Lu Shi. From now on, he will have a hard time in the outer sect. What a pity for such a talented disciple. In the martial arts practice field, many disciples had different opinions. After sending Bian Yu flying, Fong Qin turned around and left. In a separate courtyard, Lu Shi sat quietly on a stone bench and drank tea. Beside him stood a battered and exhausted Bian Yu. After drinking a mouthful of tea, Lu Shi said coldly, "What a waste. He can't even deal with a new disciple." "Senior brother Lu Shi, that Fong Qin is a bit strange. His strength doesn't seem like a new disciple," Bian Yu explained. "How long until the next spiritual sword resource?" Lu Shi asked. "There are less than 20 days left," Bian Yu replied. Hearing this, Lu Shi nodded. A terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. Chapter 277. After joining the sect, Fong Qin could clearly feel that his strength had increased. His cultivation had increased from the peak of the second level of the Qi High Realm to the beginning of the third level of the Qi High Realm. Combined with the fourth level of the fire and water sword art, Fong Qin was confident that he could fight against a late-stage Qi High warrior. However, Lu Ji was a warrior at the sixth level of the Qi High Realm. Fong Qin was unable to fight against him for the time being. However, Fong Qin was confident that as long as he could obtain more spiritual swords, he would be able to increase his strength even more. After defeating Bian Yu, Fong Qin continued to train, but he soon reached a bottleneck. At this time, Fong Qin accidentally found out that there was a pill shop in the sect. Inside the pill shop there were countless pills and elixirs. As long as one had enough spiritual stones, they could be purchased. Among them, there was a type of pill that was very suitable for outer sect disciples. It was called the Mind Solidifying Pill. The Mind Solidifying Pill was a top-grade origin level pill. It was made by a top blacksmith in the sect and was specially made for outer sect disciples. Today, Fong Qin came to the pill shop of the outer sect. It was noon and the pill shop was empty. As soon as Fong Qin came in, a staff member walked over and asked, "What would you like to buy?" "I need the Mind Solidifying Pill." Fong Qin had learned about the Mind Solidifying Pill before. After a warrior swallowed the Mind Solidifying Pill, his sword intent would become more condensed. This way, it would be beneficial for increasing one's sword cultivation. Fong Qin was originally a sword cultivator. After joining a sword sect like the sect, he tried everything to increase his strength. The Mind Solidifying Pill is a top-grade origin level pill. It was made by Grandmaster Mu, so it is very expensive, the staff member said. The price is 100 upper-grade spiritual stones. Hearing this, Fong Qin's face showed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that the sect didn't use middle-grade spiritual stones, but upper-grade spiritual stones. One must know that upper-grade spiritual stones contained spiritual qi that was many times stronger than middle-grade spiritual stones. Therefore, upper-grade spiritual stones were very precious, while middle-grade spiritual stones were very common. Fong Qin's spatial ring now had more than 4 billion middle-grade spiritual stones, but he didn't have a single upper-grade spiritual stone. "Can't I buy this with middle-grade spiritual stones?" Fong Qin asked. The worker shook his head and said, "You must be from one of the other 4 tribes." in our Golden Crown country. The other 4 tribes basically use mid-grade spirit stones, while our central region uses upper-grade spirit stones. Where can I exchange for it? Asked Fong Qin. Full Moon Pavilion, Sword State City, the staff member said. After bidding farewell to the staff, Fong Qin prepared to leave the Sword Reverence sect for the Sword Continent City. A short while later, Fong Qin left the Sword Reverence sect, appearing on the streets of the Sword Continent City. The Sword State City was very prosperous. Fong Qin asked around and found the location of the Full Moon Pavilion. Arriving at the Full Moon Pavilion, Fong Qin directly stated his purpose. I want to use middle-grade spiritual stones to exchange for upper-grade spiritual stones. Fong Qin said, Okay. An old man said, What's the exchange rate? Fong Qin asked, Let's see the purity of your middle-grade spiritual stones. The old man said. Fong Qin shook his wrist, and a spiritual stone appeared in his palm. Fong Qin then passed it to the old man. The old man took the spiritual stone and carefully observed it. After a while, the old man was done. He shook his head and said, Generally, middle-grade spiritual stones with a higher concentration of spiritual qi have 100 to 1 exchange rate with upper-grade spiritual stones. But your middle-grade spiritual stones concentration is very low. Fong Qin was a little puzzled. How could there be such a difference between middle-grade spiritual stones? Seeing Fong Qin's puzzled expression, the old man took out a middle-grade spiritual stone and let Fong Qin feel it. Fong Qin held the middle-grade spiritual stone in his hand. Suddenly, a rich spiritual qi directly drilled into his body, making him feel comfortable all over. It's really different. Fong Qin was amazed. He didn't expect the middle-grade spiritual stone to contain such a high concentration of spiritual qi. Compared to it, his spiritual qi was simply trash. Could it be because of the middle-grade spiritual stones circulating in a small country like Shinfeng country? Fong Qin secretly thought in his heart. After thinking for a while, Fong Qin stopped thinking about it. Then, how do I exchange middle-grade spiritual stones for upper-grade spiritual stones? Fong Qin asked. After some understanding, Fong Qin learned that middle-grade spiritual stones had a concentration of spiritual qi. As for upper-grade spiritual stones, they were considered high-quality spiritual stones. The concentration was the same and the spiritual qi was very rich. As for Fong Qin's middle-grade spiritual stone, the old man had given him a conversion rate of 1,000 to 1. That's too low. Fong Qin slightly shook his head. Although the difference between his middle-grade spiritual stones and the old man's middle-grade spiritual stones was large, it wasn't that large. The old man was clearly cheating him. 800 to 1. I can't go any lower, the old man said. Fong Qin pretended to leave. Seeing this, the old man clenched his teeth and said, 600 to 1. This is already the best price. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded with satisfaction and said, Let's exchange for 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones first. 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones, according to the conversion rate of 600 to 1, would require 6 million middle-grade spiritual stones. For Fong Qin, this was simply a drop in the ocean. When the old man handed over the 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones to Fong Qin felt an incomparably rich spiritual qi hit him in the face, worthy of being called upper-grade spiritual stones. Fong Qin thought to himself. Before the conversion, Fong Qin had more than 3 billion middle-grade spiritual stones. After subtracting the middle-grade spiritual stones, he had exactly 3 billion middle-grade spiritual stones left. Even if these 3 billion middle-grade spiritual stones were exchanged for upper-grade spiritual stones, it was still not a small amount. However, Fong Qin didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he only exchanged for 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. After exchanging the middle-grade spiritual stones, Fang Qin left the Full Moon Pavilion and prepared to return to the Sword Reverend sect. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Fang Qin suddenly stopped. He saw that there were many cultivators in front of him, and then he heard a familiar voice. At this moment, on a slightly remote street in Sword Continent City, there was a warrior. His face was filled with anger, and in front of him, there was a warrior with a mocking smile on his face. Qin Zhen, you should obediently hand over the thought-condensing pill. You're not a sword cultivator, so it's not suitable for you to take it. The cultivator sneered. Humph, Qin Fa, stop dreaming. This is a pill I obtained. Why should I give it to you? Qin Zhen's heart was full of anger. When he had come to Sword State City with Fang Qin and the others, he had joined a sect called the Wood Spirit Sect. And this cultivator in front of him, called Qin Fa, was also a disciple of the Wood Spirit Sect. This time, he had come out with Qin Fa to complete a mission. During the mission, he had inadvertently obtained a thought-condensing pill, but it had been discovered by Qin Fa. Qin Fa was a sword cultivator. After being rejected by the Sword Reverend sect, he had joined the Wood Spirit sect. So when he saw the thought-condensing pill, his eyes lit up and he wanted to snatch it from Qin Zhen's hands. Qin Zhen refused, and the two of them quarreled. Qin Zhen, you should know that you're just a new disciple of the Wood Spirit sect. If you dare offend me, you won't be able to take a single step in the Wood Spirit sect in the future. Qin Fa coldly said. I won't give you the thought-condensing pill, said Qin Zhen icily. If you don't give it to me, do you think you can keep it with your strength? Qin Fa prepared to snatch it, but at this time, Fang Qin walked over step by step. As for Qin Zhen, he also instantly noticed Fang Qin. His face was filled with excitement as he directly walked in front of Fang Qin. With a flick of his wrist, he handed the thought-condensing pill to Fang Qin. Brother Fang, you've come at the perfect time. I obtained a thought-condensing pill. I'll give it to you. Qin Zhen smiled slightly. Fang Qin nodded to Qin Zhen. The thought-condensing pill was extremely important to him. He didn't say anything and directly put it away. They had both come from the western region and had entered Sword State City together. Seeing Qin Zhen in trouble, he naturally had to help. As for Qin Zhen, the reason he had given the thought-condensing pill to Fang Qin was because he knew that with Fang Qin's strength, he didn't fear Qin Fa. Qin Zhen, you'd rather give the thought-condensing pill to an outer sect disciple than give it to me. Qin Fa was finally infuriated. He's my good friend. I naturally have to give it to him, said Qin Zhen. Good, very good. Kid, obediently hand over the thought-condensing pill. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a grave. Qin Fa turned to Fang Qin. Are all the Wood Spirit sects disciples like this? Asked Fang Qin calmly. Seeing that Fang Qin didn't have any fear, Qin Fa gloomily said, Kid, I am the Wood Spirit sect's Qin Fa. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and hand over the thought-condensing pill. Otherwise, you're dead. Is that so? Asked Fang Qin. Courting death. Seeing the expression on Fang Qin's face, Qin Fa finally exploded. With a shout, a long sword appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword flew through the air and appeared in front of Fang Qin. Insignificant skill. Fang Qin saw this and sneered. He gently extended his finger and caught Qin Fa's long sword in front of everyone's eyes. Qin Fa tried his best to swing his long sword, but he realized that after his long sword was caught by Fang Qin, it didn't move at all. Who are you? Qin Fa coldly asked. Now you know fear. Fang Qin sneered and waved his finger. In the next moment, a miserable scream was heard. Qin Fa was hit by the rebound force of his own long sword and his body flew backwards. Many of the surrounding martial artists were shocked. Qin Fa's cultivation had reached the mid-5th level of the Qi High Realm. They didn't think that this warrior would be able to defeat him in one move. This Chin Efe, who was lying on the ground, was shocked. When he saw Fong Chen's bloodthirsty eyes, he quickly stood up and staggered away. "Brother Fong, thank you." Seeing Fong Chen's powerful strength, Qin Zhen also sighed. Chapter 278. Although the mind-solidifying pill was a top-grade origin-level pill, its value was definitely comparable to a low-level spirit-level pill. Especially in Sword State City, its value was even higher. Qin Zhen gave Fong Qin a mind-solidifying pill. Although he didn't need it, he could still sell it. "Be careful when you go back. Be careful of Chen Efei's revenge." Fong Qin gently patted Qin Zhen's shoulder and said, "I will be careful," Qin Zhen said. Before Fong Qin left, he gave Qin Zhen 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The mind-solidifying pill's medicinal effect was comparable to a low-level spirit-level pill. It was very expensive. Any spirit-level pill's price would double. In the outside world, a mind-solidifying pill was around 800 high-grade spirit stones. But in Sword State City, the price of a mind-solidifying pill was 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for an ordinary warrior was a huge sum of money. After all, not every warrior could have so many spirit stones like Fong Qin. When Fong Qin returned to the Sword Reverence sect, he didn't rush to exchange for medicinal pills. Instead, he chose to absorb the mind-solidifying pill to see its effect. In the courtyard, Fong Qin sat cross-legged with a mind-solidifying pill in his hand. His whole body was shrouded in a dense sword intent. Sword intent, sword concept. Long ago, Fong Chen's sword intent had reached the first minor realm. However, it had been stuck at the first minor realm, unable to break through. When the sword intent reached its peak, Fong Qin swallowed the mind-solidifying pill. After the mind-solidifying pill entered his body, it instantly dispersed. A majestic aura directly spread to Fong Chen's limbs and bones. Hiss, hiss, hiss as the name suggested. The mind-solidifying pill condensed the sword intent in a warrior's body. When the sword intent was compressed to the extreme, it could reach the second minor realm. After a quarter of an hour, Fong Qin opened his eyes. His eyes were full of smiles. As expected of the mind-solidifying pill, its medicinal effect was very overbearing. He only absorbed one mind-solidifying pill, but he could feel that the sword intent in his body was obviously compressed a little. If I can absorb a large number of mind-solidifying pills, my sword intent will definitely reach the second minor realm, Fong Qin thought to himself. In the following time, Fong Qin went to the pill shop to buy 9 mind-solidifying pills and swallowed them all. After swallowing all 9 mind-solidifying pills, Fong Qin felt his sword intent compress a little more. However, if he wanted to compress it to the extreme, he would need a large number of mind-solidifying pills. In the blink of an eye, the second spirit sword battle was about to begin. Fong Qin left the Sword Reverence sect, heading to the Sword State City. Once again arriving at Sword State City, Fong Qin arrived at the Full Moon Pavilion with ease. After the previous transaction, Fong Qin clearly knew the process this time. After he found the old man, he told him the reason for his visit. "How many high-grade spirit stones do you need?" asked the old man. Fong Qin pondered for a moment, then said, "I want to exchange 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones." Hearing Fong Qin's words, the old man's face was full of shock. He looked at Fong Qin and hurriedly asked, "Are you sure you want to exchange 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones?" The old man had been in the Full Moon Pavilion for so many years, but he had never encountered such a large transaction. At this moment, his face was full of anxiety. When he received Fong Qin's confirmation, he became excited. It had to be known that every time he exchanged, he would be able to get a commission. With such a large amount of spirit stones exchanged, the commission he would get was simply unimaginable. "Young master, the amount you want to exchange is quite large." This old man can make the decision to adjust the exchange ratio to 500 to 1. The old man excitedly said, even if it was 500 to 1, he would still make a lot of money. The other most important point was that he hoped Fong Chin would still visit their full moon pavilion. Okay, Fong Chin said, 1 million high-grade spirit stones, according to the 500 to 1 ratio, would require 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. After Fong Chin paid the mid-grade spirit stones, he received 1 million high-grade spirit stones. After spending 500 million mid-grade spirit stones, Fong Chin still had 8 billion mid-grade spirit stones. This is also a kind of resource. Fong Chen's face was full of smiles. After the exchange, Fong Chen immediately returned to the sect. Then Fong Chen went to the pill shop and directly bought 100 mind condensing pills, spending 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tomorrow is the spiritual sword resource competition. After the resources are obtained, I will use the mind condensing pills in the spiritual sword restriction. Fong Chin said. When the next day arrived, countless martial artists all went to the square. As usual, the black-haired old man presided over the competition. This spiritual sword resource competition officially begins. One by one, the disciples came forward to take the test. After 6 hours, it was Fong Chen's turn. Seeing Fong Chen make his move, Lu Shi's face was full of disdain. Fong Chen walked to the center of the square, gathered all the strength in his body, and punched the stone tablet. Suddenly, the stone tablet shook, and a number appeared on it. When Fong Chen saw this, a smile appeared on his face. The number on the stone tablet was 7, which meant that Fong Chen had 14 hours of spiritual sword resources this month. Seeing this, Lu Shi's eyes lit up. This kid's progress is amazing. I must suppress him. After all the disciples had taken the test, Fong Chin turned to leave. However, at this moment, Lu Shi stopped Fong Chin. Fong Chin, hand over 4 hours of spiritual sword resources. Lu Shi said coldly. Fong Chin frowned. With his current strength, he could at most fight against a warrior at the late or peak of the 5th level of the Qi Hai realm. He had no chance of winning against a warrior at the 6th level of the Qi Hai realm. He didn't want to fight with Lu Ji. Crash! Lu Che's powerful aura gushed out of his body in an instant and squeezed Fong Chen's surroundings. Kid, you won't have a good ending if you go against me, Lu Shi said coldly. He wanted to use his strength to force Fong Chen to hand over the spiritual sword resources. However, right at that moment, Fong Chen lightly sighed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black stone appeared in his hand. The moment the stone appeared, Lu Shi's face changed. He immediately restrained his aura and exclaimed, "This is..." Although Lu Shi did not know what was in Fong Chen's hand, he could feel that the black stone in Fong Chen's hand contained a majestic power. "Do you still want to steal my spiritual sword resources?" Fong Chen raised his head and asked Lu Shi. Lu Shi took a deep breath and glanced at Fong Chen before turning around to leave. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Seeing that Lu Ji had left, Fong Chen put away the black iron stone and went straight to the Spirit Sword Square. Arriving at the Spiritual Sword Square, Fong Chen went straight into the Spiritual Sword Restriction Array. This time, Fong Chen was more familiar with the Spiritual Sword Restriction Array. He sat cross-legged and did not want to waste any time. While he was refining his sword intent in the Spiritual Sword Restriction Array, Fong Chen was also swallowing the mind-solidifying pill. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. Fong Chen had already swallowed 10 mind-solidifying pills, and his sword intent had been compressed by 30%. After another 6 hours, Fong Chen had swallowed 30 mind-solidifying pills, and his sword intent had been compressed by 70%. There are still 2 hours left. I must complete the compression of my sword intent, Fong Chen said to himself. Then Fong Chen swallowed 20 mind-solidifying pills in one breath. Suddenly, the The majestic medicinal effect directly acted on Feng Chen's body. Feng Chen felt that the sword intent in his body was constantly being compressed. He even felt a little pain. Hiss! However, just as the medicinal effects of the 20 intent coagulation pills were about to erupt, Feng Chen's golden heart suddenly started beating rapidly. Immediately after, the medicinal effects of the 20 intent coagulation pills were completely absorbed by the golden heart. Why did the sword intent stop being compressed? Feng Chen was a little puzzled. Just now, he could clearly feel that the sword intent was being extremely compressed, but all of a sudden, the medicinal effect disappeared. Could it be that there aren't enough mind-solidifying pills? Feng Chen wondered. Then he swallowed all the remaining mind-solidifying pills into his stomach. However, no matter how Feng Chen controlled the medicinal effect of the mind-solidifying pills, he was still unable to compress the sword intent. This made Feng Chen puzzled. However, when Feng Chen saw the golden heart, his face darkened. Those mind-solidifying pills were all absorbed by him. Feng Chen looked at the wriggling golden heart. The luster on the surface was obviously much brighter. Feng Chen was a little speechless. He had bought the mind-solidifying pills at a high price and was prepared to compress his sword intent in the spiritual sword restriction so that his sword intent could break through to the second, minor realm. However, he did not expect that most of the mind-solidifying pills were actually absorbed by the golden heart. At this time, Feng Chen's time was up. He helplessly walked out of the spiritual sword restriction. Damn it! Feng Chen couldn't help but curse. The golden heart had absorbed the mind-solidifying pills, but it didn't bring him any benefits. This made him very depressed. After checking his sword intent, he found that it had been compressed to 70%. It didn't move anymore. He had wasted so many mind-solidifying pills. The resources of the spiritual sword had been used up, and the mind-solidifying pills were unable to compress the sword intent. Feng Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was at this time that the white-bearded old man found Feng Chen. Not bad. Your cultivation has broken through. The moment the white-bearded old man saw Feng Chen, his eyes lit up. As expected of a sword genius, the white-bearded old man said, "Martial uncle." Feng Chen cupped his hands towards the white-bearded old man. "Feng Chen, I know about your performance in the outer sect, but you haven't reached my expectations. I came to find you to tell you something." The white-bearded old man said, "What is it?" Feng Chen asked, "You should know about the sword range, right?" The white-bearded old man asked. Feng Chen nodded, indicating that he knew a little. The sword range is on a plain west of Sword State City. Not long ago, some new disciples from the other sect of Sword State City entered the sword range to gain experience. The white-bearded old man said, "I came to find you to let you enter the sword range to gain experience." Sword Range. Chapter 279. After informing Feng Chen, the white-bearded old man left on his own. Feng Chen wanted to inquire about the sword vein from the white-bearded old man, but the old man ignored him and told Feng Chen to find out for himself. After a short rest, Feng Chen left the sword sect and went to Jianzhou City. On a wide plain in Jianzhou City, the reason why this plain was famous was because of the existence of the sword vein. It was said that the sword vein had existed since ancient times. Until now, no one had been able to find out the ins and outs of the sword vein. However, all the warriors in Jianzhou City knew that the sword vein was a very magical place. In the sword range, sword cultivators could even obtain supreme sword techniques. Once, a sword cultivator accidentally entered the sword range and obtained a supreme sword technique. Since then, the sword cultivator's strength increased by leaps and bounds. In the end, he shocked the entire Jingguan country. Although there had been countless legends about the sword range over the years, many of them were false. After Feng Chen arrived on the streets of Jianzhou City, He found the right direction and directly rushed towards the sword vein. After walking for about an hour, Fong Chen arrived at the plain. In the center of the plain, there was a mountain range that was hundreds of meters long. This mountain range was like a long sword lying quietly on the plain. Around the sword vein, there was an incomparably rich sword intent. This is the sword vein. Fong Chen's eyes were filled with shock when he saw the sword vein for the first time. Jianzhou City was worthy of being called the Holy Land of Sword Cultivators. Just the sword vein was enough to make countless warriors blush with shame. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and immediately arrived at the edge of the sword vein. At this moment, a young warrior appeared above the sword vein. This is the sword vein. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Quickly leave. Hearing the voice of the warrior, Fong Chen said his name. I am a new disciple of the sword sect. Oh, so you are a new disciple of the sword sect. The warrior nodded and then let Fong Chen enter the sword vein. As soon as Fong Chen entered the sword vein, he felt that the sword intent in his mind was strongly impacted. He felt a little dizzy. Fong Chen could clearly feel that within the sword vein, there was a sword essence that shot up to the sky. This sword essence was too overbearing. Just what is inside the sword range? Fong Chen was puzzled. As soon as he entered the sword range, Fong Chen prepared to explore the sword range. But at this moment, several martial artists appeared in the distance. When they saw Fong Chen, it was as if they were looking at their prey. Haha, here comes another idiot. One of the warriors pointed at Fong Chen and grinned. Humph. Youngsters these days are really impatient. Just anyone dares to enter the sword range. That's right. How can random people enter the sword range? Let's go and teach him a lesson. After saying that, these cultivators came in front of Fong Chen and looked at Fong Chen gloomily. Brat, which sect's disciple are you? Sneered the leader of the group. Sword Reverence Sect, Fong Chen. So it's a new disciple of the Sword Reverence Sect. A sinister smile appeared on the leader's face. The other warriors' eyes flashed, and they prepared to attack. They were all disciples of the Wood Spirit Sect. They had already entered the sword range for some time. In the past few days, they had discovered that a large sect's new disciple had come to the sword range to train, so they had deliberately made things difficult for him. Originally, the Wood Spirit Sect's disciples had been prepared to make things difficult for Fong Chen and then leave. But when they heard Fong Chen's name, they instantly made the decision to ruthlessly teach Fong Chen a lesson. The Wood Spirit Sect's Chen Efei was their good friend. Not long ago, Chen Efei had angrily returned to his sect and told them that he had been defeated in one move by a nobody. Afterwards, in order to get revenge for Chen Efei, they had asked around and found out that the person who had defeated Chen Efei was actually the Sword Reverence Sect's Fong Chen. Brat, Chen Efei was injured by you? Another warrior asked coldly. Humph, Chen Efei is my brother. You dare to touch Chen Efei? You're courting death. Let me teach him a lesson and teach him a lesson. A burly young warrior shouted and attacked Fong Chen fiercely. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face slightly changed. He immediately used the hidden dragon sword in his hand and used the 4th level of the fire and water sword arts. With a thrust of the sword, the burly warrior was instantly sent flying by Fong Chen. He fell to the ground, his breath weak. You're courting death. Seeing this, the other disciples of the Wood Spirit Sect attacked together, wanting to avenge the burly warrior. However, they were no match for Fong Chen. In the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground. Fong Chen put away the hidden dragon sword, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. For the current Fong Chen, unless he met a warrior at the 6th level of the Qihai realm, no one would be his match. Just like this, after Fong Chen entered the sword range, he continued to advance. He found that the deeper he went into the sword range, the faster the golden heart in his body beat. What is hidden in this sword range? Fong Chen was puzzled. As he continued to advance, Fong Chen met many new disciples from other sects. When these new disciples saw Fong Chen, their eyes were filled with vigilance. After about 2 hours, Fong Chen finally stopped. He couldn't advance any further. The sword and tent in front of him was too strong. He couldn't even get close. This is probably the real sword range. Fong Chen looked in front of him. His heart was filled with shock. He originally thought that he had entered the sword range, but when he arrived here, he found that the place he was at was not the real sword range. Fong Chen tried his best to lift his foot, wanting to take a step forward, but his body was not under his control. Once he touched the boundary of the sword range, he was instantly bounced back. This is the real sword range. How can I enter? Fong Chen's heart was filled with shock. He couldn't enter the sword range. At this moment, he remembered the strange smile in the white-bearded old man's eyes when he told him about the sword range. Just as Fong Chen was deep in thought, many martial artists arrived intermittently. Fong Chen looked around. These disciples were all new disciples from different sects. Among them were people he was familiar with, such as Wen Yu, Situ Pe, and the others. Brother Fong. Seeing Fong Chen, Wen Yu and the other two quickly walked over. What is going on here? Do you know? Fong Chen asked. Situ Pe and Qin Zhen exchanged a glance before looking at Wen Yu. I know a thing or two, said Wen Yu. Oh, what's going on? Fong Chen asked. Wen Yu glanced at the true sword range before her and said, When I was in the Heavenly Fire sect, I once heard an elder mention this sword range. We're currently in the outer area of the sword range. Any cultivator can enter the outer area, but in front of us is the sword range's inner area. It's too difficult to enter the inner area. Just how can we enter the sword range's inner area? Asked Fong Chen. Other than having a denser sword intent than the outer area, there was nothing special about the outer area. What truly moved Fong Chen was the inner area. I'm also not too sure. I only heard an elder say that only those with heaven-defying talent in the sword Dao can enter the sword range's inner area, said Wen Yu. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Fong Chen sunk into contemplation. Just what kind of standard was it for someone with heaven-defying talent in the sword Dao to be able to enter the sword range's inner area? Just as they were speaking, some cultivators refused to believe it and tried to force their way into the sword range's inner area. But they all failed. Swish! After a certain martialist failed to force his way into the inner area, a ball of light suddenly shot out from the inner area. Seeing this ball of light, many cultivators cried out in alarm. It's a priceless treasure. The sword range's inner area would often shoot out inheritances or priceless treasures. This was no secret in the Sword Prefecture City. All the cultivators knew about it. When they saw this ball of light, their eyes widened and they all began to fight over it. Priceless treasure! Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the ball of light. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and brandished the hidden dragon sword in his hand. Immediately, a powerful sword light appeared in front of him and blasted away several figures in front of him, clearing a path for him. Swish! At this time, the black ball of light was flying in the direction of Fong Chen. Many cultivators cried out in alarm and kept attacking. The ball of light is mine. A cultivator pushed off the ground and his body touched the ball of light. He grabbed the ball of light with a wild smile on his face. However, before he could finish his words, he heard a miserable scream. His wrist had turned bright red, and blood was flowing out from it non-stop. His palm was cut off by a sword. The hand, holding the ball of light, fell to the ground. The ball of light lost control and flew into the sky again. No one can snatch the ball of light from me. Countless martialists shouted one after another, all of them trying to snatch the ball of light. However, after a fierce battle, Fong Chen grabbed the black ball of light and stood on the ground. Boy, give me the ball of light. You can't protect him. A ferocious cultivator appeared directly in front of Fong Chen. He exuded a terrifying aura and said coldly, The ball of light is an ownerless object. I got it, so it's mine. Fong Qin said calmly. You don't know what's good for you. The ferocious cultivator said coldly. In the next moment, he exploded with tyrannical fighting strength, wanting to kill Fong Qin. In front of the ball of light, all the cultivators went crazy. No matter which sect you were from, getting the ball of light was the most important thing. Puchi Fong Qin slashed out with his sword and directly pierced the cultivator's arm. The cultivator immediately fell to the ground. After seriously injuring the cultivator in one move, a small number of cultivators were finally intimidated. Who is this boy? He seems to be very strong. I recognize him. He's the only disciple the sword sect has accepted this time. His name is Fong Qin. Chapter 280. Brat, hand over the ball of light. With your strength, you won't be able to keep it. That's right. If you don't hand over the ball of light, this will be your burial ground. Ha ha ha, a little brat wants to snatch the ball of light from the sword range? You're really looking for death. Aside from the disciples who were intimidated by Fong Qin, there were also some disciples who weren't afraid of death and thought they were stronger than Fong Qin. They were threatening Fong Qin. Fong Qin heard this, and his eyes flashed. He held the black ball of light tightly in his hand and said coldly, The ball of light is here. Whoever wants it, come and take it. Fong Qin's eyes were filled with malevolence when he said that. At that moment, he was filled with killing intent. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, being kind to others was the same as being cruel to yourself. In order to not be bullied by others, Fong Qin could only choose to be strong. He stood there quietly, his body emitting a wild aura. Behind him, Qin Zhen and the other two saw this and sighed. They hadn't been in Sword State City for long, but Fong Qin had already become so strong that it made them feel ashamed. I want to see how strong you are. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man took a step forward and shouted. He clenched his fist, surrounded by dense spirit qi, and punched out. Wherever his fist passed, the air would scatter in all directions. Kacha! Fong Qin did not move at all as he stood quietly on the ground. A cracking sound rang out in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Fong Qin didn't seem to have moved at all from the beginning and broke the tall and sturdy man's hand. At this moment, the tall and sturdy man was lying on the ground, screaming miserably. His wrist was bleeding profusely. You're looking for death. Seeing that the tall and sturdy man was injured, a late-stage Qi high warrior snorted coldly. He stepped on the ground and stabbed his long sword towards Fong Qin. He had a good relationship with the tall and sturdy man. Seeing that the tall and sturdy man's hand was broken, his heart was filled with anger. Seeing this strong man make a move, all the martial artists cried out in surprise. It's Luo Xian. It's actually Luo Xian from the Luo family's branch. Looks like the black ball of light is Luo Xian's. That's right. It said that when Luo Xian joined the Luo clan's branch, he successfully defeated several veteran experts of the younger generation of the Luo clan. His reputation in the Luo clan is very high. Most importantly, Luo Xian is not only powerful, but he is also an alchemist. It was Luo Xian who had attacked Fong Qin. Luo Xian had come to the central great land from the north. He had been the disciple of the most famous alchemy grandmaster in the north, Luo He. The reason he had come to the central great land was to temper himself in this mortal world. Coincidentally, Luo Xian was also a sword cultivator, so he came to Sword State City. He didn't join the sword worship sect, but the Luo clan's branch. Because he had a powerful master behind him, Luo Xian's status in the Luo clan was very high. Now that Luo Xian had made his move, no one was optimistic about Fong Qin. Petty tricks. Fong Qin kept the black ball of light into his spatial ring. Then a low-level spiritual weapon, the hidden dragon sword, appeared in his hand and he swung it towards the sky. A majestic sword light of water and fire suddenly shot out towards Luo Xian. Luo Xian was only a warrior at the late stage of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. If Fong Qin used his full strength, he could defeat a warrior at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High realm. Luo Xian was nothing in front of Fang Qin. Boom! After the two sword lights collided, there was an explosion. The majestic energy directly hit Luo Xian's body, causing him to continuously retreat. Trying hard to stabilize his body, Luo Xian's eyes shot out a ray of golden light. His sword skill is too strong. If I can get this sword skill, I might be able to step into the 6th level of the Qi High realm. Luo Xian's eyes showed a hint of greed as he thought to himself. In the next moment, Luo Xian used his ultimate skill, the Profound River Sword skill. Profound River Sword skill. Luo Xian shouted as he used the Profound River Sword skill. The Profound River Sword skill was very powerful. It was said that when it was cultivated to the peak, it could create countless sword lights and form a river of swords. Of course, only when the Profound River Sword skill was cultivated to the transformation realm could one form a river of swords. The current Luo Xian was still far from that stage. Swoosh! Many sword lights appeared in the sky. The sound of flowing water could be faintly heard from these sword lights. Their momentum shook the heavens. Among the newcomers in Sword State City, no one has been able to force me to use the Profound River Sword skill. You are the first. You should be proud to die under my Profound River Sword skill. Suddenly, Luo Xian bellowed. His eyes were scarlet red. Just at that moment, he waved the long sword in his hand. The boundless sword light in the sky moved side by side and rapidly pierced towards Fang Qin. Profound River Sword skill. Seeing Luo Xian use the Profound River Sword skill, Fang Qin's eyes flickered. Immediately, he used the 5th level of the Water Fire Sword skill. The Water Fire Sword skill was a very special cultivation technique. Although it was only a 3rd-grade cultivation technique, the 5th level power that Fang Qin used was clearly beyond the scope of a 3rd-grade cultivation technique. Of course, this was only the 5th level. However, the 5th level was enough to deal with Luo Xian's Profound River Sword skill. If you could cultivate the Profound River Sword skill to the transformation realm, I might be a little wary. But right now, you are not qualified to make me wary, Fang Qin muttered to himself. Fang Qin could tell at a glance that Luo Xian's Profound River Sword skill had not reached the complete realm, let alone the transformation realm. Swoosh! Fang Qin's water and fire sword lights collided with the Dusk River sword light forcefully. The two opposing sword lights collided with a loud bang. Crack! To everyone's astonishment, Fang Qin's water fire sword light crushed Luo Xian's Profound River sword light. Cracking sounds could be heard incessantly. Boom! When the two sword lights in the sky exploded, Luo Xian, who had been brandishing his long sword, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, his body retreated rapidly. Evidently, he had suffered a backlash from the Profound River Sword skill. Uft! When Luo Xian stabilized his body, he was still spitting out blood. He had suffered a serious injury. How is this possible? At that moment, Luo Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that Fang Qin would be so powerful. No, how can he be stronger than me? Just as Luo Xian was shouting, Fang Qin pushed off the ground and appeared in front of Luo Xian in an instant. The hidden dragon sword in his hand stabbed out violently. Luo Xian would definitely die under this stab. In a moment of desperation, Luo Xian shouted, "I am a disciple of the Luo family. You can't kill me." Buzz! As soon as Luo Xian said that, Fang Qin's hidden dragon sword appeared in front of Luo Xian's chest. However, when Fang Qin heard the words Luo family, the hidden dragon sword suddenly stopped a centimeter away from Luo Xian's chest. A buzzing sound entered Luo Xian's ears. His heartbeat quickened. If Fang Qin had stopped just a second later, the hidden dragon sword would have pierced his heart. At the moment, Luo Xian's body was trembling a little. His forehead was full of sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Fang Qin. a disciple of the Luo family. Fang Chen glanced at Luo Xian and muttered softly. Then, Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword and turned to leave without even looking at Luo Xian. Many martialists shook their heads as they watched Fang Chen's departing figure. A hint of fear welled up in their hearts. Even Luo Xian wasn't a match for Fang Chen. Among the newcomers of Jianzhou City, who could beat him? Few. Once Fang Chen was far away, Luo Xian's body relaxed. He let out a sigh of relief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Many of the surrounding disciples were secretly thinking that Fang Chen was still a bit afraid of the Luo family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly stopped when he heard Luo Xian mention the Luo family's disciple. However, they didn't know that the reason Fang Chen had stopped when he heard the Luo family's disciple was because he wanted to get in touch with the Luo family's branch in the future. He didn't want to ruin his relationship with the Luo family right now. Finding his mother was the most important thing. Everything else was fleeting. A long time after Fang Chen left, Luo Xian recovered. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He hated Fang Chen bitterly. Who was Luo Xian? He was the only disciple of the northern region's alchemy grandmaster, Luo He. His status was extremely noble. Among the northern region's younger generation, no one could match him. He had come to the central region with countless honors. Now that he had come to the central region, his head was still held high. He had just joined the Luo family's branch. Because of his master, Luo He had been heavily nurtured by the Luo family's branch. Back then, when the head of the Luo clan's branch had asked him to come to the sword range, he had warned him to be careful after entering the sword range. However, when Luo Xian learned that most of the people entering the sword range were newcomers to Sword Prefecture City, he had become extremely arrogant. He had thought that his strength was unrivaled among the newcomers. He had even thought that he was the king of newcomers in Sword Prefecture City. So after entering the sword range, he had been completely confident that the sword range's treasures would definitely belong to him. When Fang Chen had snatched the black sphere of light, Luo Xian had attacked. He had thought that he would be able to defeat his opponent and snatch the sphere of light. He hadn't expected that he would almost lose his life. To Luo He's disciple, this was a great humiliation. He wanted revenge. Fang Chen, just you wait. One day, I, Luo Xian, will definitely trample you beneath my feet, said Luo Xian. Of course, to Fang Chen, a mere Luo Xian was nothing. In terms of masters, his master, Guzong, wasn't inferior to Luo He. A blacksmith grandmaster and an alchemy grandmaster had similar statuses. Therefore, no matter how Luo Xian jumped up and down, he was still a clown. He couldn't enter Fang Chen's eyes. At this moment, Fang Chen had returned to the Sword Reverence sect after bidding farewell to Qin Zhen and the other two. Chapter 281. After returning to the Sword Reverence sect, Fang Chen went straight to his courtyard and closed the door. He then took out the black ball of light from his interspatial ring. At this moment, the little mouse came out of the special interspatial ring and jumped onto Fang Chen's arm. When it saw the black ball of light, it actually wanted to bite it with its teeth. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen hurriedly stopped him. He clearly knew that the little mouse's teeth could even crush meteorites from outer space. They were extremely tough. If the little mouse crushed the black ball of light, Fang Chen would cry, "Let me see what's inside first." Fang Chen said to the little mouse. The little mouse nodded and jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen's eyes focused on the black ball of light. He could clearly feel that there was a restriction around the black ball of light. However, this restriction was relatively simple. Let's try using spiritual energy. Fang Chen poured the liquefied spiritual energy from his Qi Si into his palms. He then held the black ball of light with both hands. Suddenly, a majestic amount of spiritual energy drilled into the black ball of light. Traces of light shot out from the black ball of light. Crack! In a moment, a crack appeared on the black ball of light. Seeing this crack, Fong Chen's face was full of smiles. Next, he increased the amount of spiritual energy. Soon, the restriction on the black ball of light was completely shattered. The black aura instantly disappeared. What appeared in Fong Chen's hand was a square seal. On the front of the seal, there was a drawing of a sharp sword. On the back of the seal, there was a drawing of a dragon's head. What is this? There were only 2 drawings on the seal. There was nothing else. Fong Chen could clearly feel that the seal was filled with biting cold sword intent. What is this thing? Fong Chen was a little puzzled. The light orbs that others obtained were either cultivation techniques or inheritances. Why did he obtain such a strange thing? After studying it for a long time, Fong Chen still could not figure out what the seal was for. In the end, just as Fong Chen was about to put the seal into his interspatial ring, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be a map? As he thought of this, Fong Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He hurriedly held the seal in his hands and studied it carefully. This observation really made Fong Chen's eyes light up. Just now he had only looked at the front and back of the seal, not the side of the seal. At this time, Fong Chen found that there was a complicated curve on the side of the seal. The position of these curves was messy and there was no pattern at all. However, when Fong Chen saw the edge of the seal, he suddenly found that the straight curve was suddenly broken. Could it be that there's more than one seal? Fong Chen thought to himself, if this seal was a map, then there was definitely more than one seal. That could be seen from the curve on the side of the seal. The more Fong Chen thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. In the end, he determined that this seal should be a map of the sword range's inner area. Engraving the map on the seal and separating it means that this treasure is not ordinary. Fong Chen was excited. However, a moment later, he bitterly smiled. He had only obtained 1 seal. If he wanted to find the other seals, it would be too difficult. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now, said Fong Chen. This seal could be considered his harvest from this trip to the sword range. Although he hadn't obtained anything substantial for the time being, it was better than nothing. Fong Chen put away the seal and went to rest. The little mouse looked at the seal that Fong Chen had put away. Its little eyes twinkled. It was unknown what it was thinking. Over the next few days, Fong Chen went to the pill shop to exchange for 100 mind condensing pills. His sword intent had already been compressed. If he could compress it again, then his sword intent would be able to break through to the 2nd minor realm. However, this time Fong Chen had only exchanged for 100 mind condensing pills. Before he could swallow them, they were all eaten by the little mouse. What? When Fong Chen discovered that the little mouse had swallowed all 100 mind condensing pills, his heart was filled with shock. It didn't even let go of the mind condensing pills. Fong Chen looked helplessly at the little mouse. After interacting with the little mouse for a long time, Fong Chen discovered that the little mouse not only had hard teeth, it also had an extremely good appetite. No matter what it was, it could swallow it. It was as if it had been the reincarnation of an evil spirit in its previous life. The little mouse looked at Fong Chen with a wronged expression, chirping and gesticulating. What did you say? After interacting with the little mouse for a long time, Fong Chen could already understand most of the little mouse's gesticulations. At this moment, the little mouse's incessant gesticulations surprised Fong Chen. You're saying that you want me to enter the sword range. Fong Chen looked at the little mouse and asked in surprise. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the little mouse's face was full of smiles as it nodded incessantly. Fong Chen was puzzled. Why would the little mouse want him to enter the sword range? Could it be because of the seal from yesterday? Fong Chen vaguely felt that the little mouse seemed to have some understanding of the sword range. He nodded at the little mouse and said, Okay, then I'll enter the sword range again. After speaking, Fong Chen prepared to leave the sword reverence sect and head to the sword range. When Fong Chen passed by the outer court's martial arts practice field, a cultivator suddenly walked directly toward Fong Chen. The cultivator staggered left and right and directly bumped into Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to help the disciple up, the disciple suddenly attacked with lightning speed. A long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was suffused with cold light. Crash! The long sword in the cultivator's hand suddenly pierced toward Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched out. Before the long sword could reach him, his fist landed on the disciple's body, and his body quickly retreated. Seeing that his attack did not succeed, the disciple stopped attacking and coldly looked at Fang Chen. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense aura. "I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me?" Fang Chen looked at the green-clothed disciple and asked coldly, "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending senior brother Lu Ji." The green-clothed disciple said coldly, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect your reaction to be so quick." The reason why the green-clothed disciple attacked Fang Chen was because he was afraid of the trump card in Fang Chen's hand. Even Lu Ji, who was at the 6th level of Qi Hai, was afraid of it, not to mention him. Under Lu Ji's suggestion, the green-clothed disciple thought of this method. Once he severely injured Fang Chen, the latter would not be able to use the trump card, and he would be able to kill Fang Chen without any fear. After all, Fang Chen was only a new disciple. In the eyes of the older generation, he was nothing. If he was killed, then he would be killed. At most, he would be reprimanded by the elders. However, he obviously underestimated Fang Chen's ability. His attack did not succeed. "You are not worthy enough for me to use my trump card." Fang Chen was smart. From the tone of the green-clothed disciple, he could tell that something was wrong. "Fang Chen, if you didn't have that trump card, you would already be a dead man." The green-clothed disciple said coldly, "Sooner or later, I will kill Lu Ji with my own hands." Hearing the two words Lu Ji, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with anger. This Lu Ji had humiliated him time and time again, causing him to be extremely angry. Now, because Lu Ji was afraid of his black ironstone, he actually sent another disciple to kill him. This was intolerable. "Fang Chen, do you dare to fight me fair and square?" The green-clothed disciple looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, "You are not worthy enough for me to fight." Fang Chen shook his head slightly and turned to leave. He did not even have the mood to fight this kind of trash. "Stop right there." The green-clothed disciple saw Fang Chen's actions and shouted angrily, "Whoosh!" Just as he finished speaking, a cold light shot towards him. He tried his best to dodge, but the distance was too close. There was no way he could dodge. That cold light directly pierced his arm. "Ah!" A miserable cry rang out. The green-clothed disciple's arm was covered in blood. If he hadn't circulated his spiritual qi to protect his body at the critical moment, his arm would have definitely been crippled by Fang Chen. He endured the pain and looked up. He was shocked to see that Fang Chen had already disappeared. "Fang Chen, I will tear you to pieces." The green-clothed disciple roared furiously. When Fang Chen left the Sword Reverence sect and headed towards the Sword Range, there was suddenly a piece of news about him in the outer sect. Outer sect disciple Emohan had gone to the elder group to apply for a life-and-death battle with Fang Chen. Of course, this was definitely instigated by Lu Ji. The elder group quickly approved Emohan's application. At this moment, in a certain hall of the elder group, there was a green-clothed old man with an expressionless face. Beside him stood Emohan. "Grandfather, I will tear Fang Chen to pieces." Emohan's eyes were filled with coldness as he said, "You said that he has a small black stone on his body. This stone contains a vast amount of energy. Even Lu Ji, who is at the 6th level of the Qi Hai realm, is afraid of it." The green-clothed old man suddenly asked, "That's right. Senior brother Lu Ji wanted to teach him a lesson, but he took out that small stone which made senior brother Lu Ji afraid." According to senior brother Lu Ji, he felt that if that stone was crushed, even a warrior at the 7th level of the Chi-Hai realm would not be able to survive. Emo Han said, "At such a young age, he actually has such a precious treasure." The green-clothed old man's eyes flickered as he said. After pondering for a moment, the green-clothed old man looked at Emo Han and asked, "Are you confident?" "Don't worry. If we fight face to face, I will definitely be able to kill him. At that time, his trump card will also be mine," Emo Han said sinisterly. Emo Han was Emo I-Ching's grandson. This was not a secret in the outer sect of the Sword Reverence sect. The reason why Emo I-Ching asked Emo Han now was to ensure that nothing would happen to Emo Han. After all, Emo Han was his grandson. He could not let him take any risks. But when he found out that Emo Han was only a new disciple, he was relieved. He knew Emo Han's strength. Normal warriors were not his match. Chapter 282. Fang Chen didn't know that Emo Han would challenge him to a life-and-death battle after he left the Sword Reverence sect. He was now in front of the sword range. The outer area of the sword range could be entered at any time, but it was very difficult to enter the inner area of the sword range. It could even be said that it was almost impossible. Fang Chen arrived at the periphery of the sword range with ease. He tried to enter the inner area, but to no avail. He was unable to enter the inner area of the sword range. At this time, the little mouse suddenly jumped down from Fang Chen's shoulder and gestured to Fang Chen. Under Fang Chen's shock, the little mouse directly entered the inner area of the sword range. This Fang Chen was dumbfounded. He had tried every method he could think of, but he was still unable to enter the sword range's inner area. Yet the little mouse had easily entered. What kind of race is it? Fang Chen was very curious about the little mouse. After a while, the little mouse appeared from the inner area of the sword range. At this time, it was holding a spiritual grass in its mouth. Fantasy sword grass. Seeing the fantasy sword grass in the little mouse's mouth, Fang Chen's face was full of shock. "It's actually a fantasy sword grass." Fang Chen was very excited. The fantasy sword grass was a very precious spiritual grass. This spiritual grass could be refined into a very important pill called the mind-gathering pill. The mind-gathering pill was a genuine low-tier spirit level pill. Moreover, the mind-gathering pill was the upgraded version of the mind-solidifying pill. One mind-gathering pill was equivalent to many mind-solidifying pills. If I can take a mind-gathering pill, maybe I can break through to the second minor realm, Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. Fang Chen tried to suppress his excitement. He looked at the little mouse and said, "Can you still go in?" No wonder the little mouse asked him to come to the sword range. It turned out that it could easily enter the inner area of the sword range. Moreover, it took out a fantasy sword grass the first time it entered. The little mouse shook its head and gestured with its little hands. Yes, entering the sword range's inner area consumes a lot of energy. With your current strength, you can only enter once a day, Fang Chen said as he watched the little mouse's gestures. The little mouse nodded and jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. The restrictions in the inner area of the sword range are very strong. It is already very impressive that the little mouse was able to enter, Fang Chen muttered to himself. If the little mouse could enter without any restrictions, it would be too heaven-defying. However, going in once a day was not a bad idea. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face again. The little mouse handed the fantasy sword grass to Fang Chen as if to say that it was compensation for eating the mind-solidifying pill. Fang Chen put away the fantasy sword grass in a good mood. I need to find an alchemy grandmaster to refine the mind-solidifying pill. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, slowly. Soon after, Fang Chen arrived at the Sword State City. In the Sword State City, Fang Chen asked around and found out that the most powerful alchemists in the city were all in the Luo clan. No wonder the Luo clan first looks at alchemy talent. Fang Qin muttered to himself. Since all the alchemists were in the Luo clan, Fang Chen would definitely go to the Luo clan to find those alchemy grandmasters. For the current him, the attraction of the mind-solidifying pill was quite big. Not long after, Fang Qin arrived at the Luo clan's residence. The Luo clan's residence was located in the central west of the Sword State City. It occupied a large area, and the buildings were very luxurious. A small branch of the Luo clan is already so glorious. I wonder how glorious the Luo clan's headquarters in the imperial capital is. After seeing the Luo clan's residence, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. He was too naive at that time. Now it seems that even if he became an inner disciple of the Sword Reverence sect, he might not be able to meet the current head of the Luo clan's branch. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Before I find my mother, I'll just treat these experiences as training. Moreover, even if I find my mother now, without strength, everything is useless. Fang Qin said. To put it bluntly, strength is everything. When your strength reaches a certain level, you don't need to look for them. The head of the Luo clan's branch will personally come to see you. Strength. Fang Qin clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. Before arriving at the Luo clan's residence, Fang Qin was stopped by 2 guards. This is the Luo clan's residence. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. One of the guards said coldly, I'm here to request an audience with Grandmaster Luo Hanshan. Fang Qin said, Humph, you think any random person can meet Grandmaster Luo Hanshan? What a joke. There are tons of people like you every day. Hurry up and leave. The other guard sneered. Fang Qin shook his head. It seemed that wanting to see an alchemist grandmaster was still a bit difficult. Just as Fang Qin was about to turn and leave, 2 people suddenly walked out of the Luo clan's residence. The 2 of them were talking and laughing. They didn't see Fang Qin at all. Brother Xian, your strength has improved too quickly. It really makes people envious. One of the cultivators laughed. Beside him, Luo Xian was walking with a smile. Brat, you just don't work hard. Luo Xian smiled. Brother Xian, how can I compare to you? You're Luo He's only disciple. After joining the Luo clan's branch, you immediately received the Luo clan's focus. Even the Luo clan's consecrator, Grandmaster Luo Hanshan, said that if you want to learn alchemy, you can go find him at any time. Luo Xian shook his head. His eyes were filled with pride. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with anger as he looked in front of him. Brother Xian, what's wrong? Seeing Luo Xian's abnormality, the Luo clan's disciple hurriedly asked. Luo Xian paused for a moment. Then a strange smile appeared on his face. He walked step by step over to Fang Qin. I met an acquaintance. Luo Xian softly said. Brother Xian, the acquaintance you mentioned is him. Who is he? The disciple looked curiously at Fang Qin. Fang Qin also noticed Luo Xian. He didn't say anything. He just quietly looked at Luo Xian. Fang Qin, why have you come to my Luo clan? Luo Xian looked at Fang Qin. Just at this moment, a guard walked in front of Luo Xian and whispered, Young Master Luo Xian, this person said he wanted to see Grandmaster Luo Hanshan, but I chased him out. I didn't expect him to be an acquaintance of yours. I was wrong. When the 2 guards heard Luo Xian's words, they were terrified and their bodies trembled. It's none of your business. Luo Xian waved his hand. The 2 guards rejoiced and quickly left. At this time, Luo Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Qin. You want to see Grandmaster Luo Hanshan? Fang Qin nodded. Correct. Luo Xian rolled his eyes and said, I can bring you to see Grandmaster Luo Hanshan. Fang Qin was silent for a moment. In the end, he nodded. If he didn't borrow Luo Xian's hand, it would be too difficult to see Grandmaster Luo Hanshan. Luo Xian should hate him. Why would he treat him like this? Could it be that he was plotting something? After thinking about it for a moment, Fong Qin stopped thinking about it. So what if he was plotting something? He followed Luo Xian into the Luo clan's residence. Only after entering did Fong Qin realize how big the Luo clan's residence was. It was not something he had imagined. Luo Hanshan was the strongest alchemist of the Luo clan. As a grand alchemist, the place he lived in was naturally extraordinary. After a while, Luo Xian brought Fong Qin to a beautiful place. This place was behind a mountain and facing a river. It was definitely a good place to cultivate. Even Fong Qin couldn't help sighing. This place was truly beautiful. "Xianer, you've come." Just at this moment, a heavy voice rang out in Fong Qin's ears. Then Fong Qin saw a white-haired elder drinking tea in a pavilion at the center of the lotus pond. "He's Grandmaster Luo Hanshan." When Fong Qin saw Grandmaster Luo Hanshan, his pupils constricted. He could feel a wild aura coming from the latter. "Uncle Master Hanshan, I've come to see you," whispered Luo Xian. "I don't usually see you come here. Why did you bring an outsider this time?" Smiled Luo Hanshan. "Uncle Master Hanshan, his name is Fong Qin. He is a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect. In the Sword Range, he once stole a priceless treasure that belonged to me," said Luo Xian calmly. Killing intent flashed in Luo Hanshan's eyes. Although Luo Xian hadn't gone into the details, he could guess at some of the details. "Why did you bring him here?" asked Luo Hanshan. "He said he wanted to see you, so I naturally brought him here." Luo Xian's eyes were filled with ridicule. Luo Hanshan had lived for so many years. How could he not understand Luo Xian's meaning? He laughed heartily and looked at Fong Qin. "What business do you have with me?" asked Luo Hanshan. "Junior Fong Qin greets Grandmaster Luo Hanshan. The reason I've come to find Grandmaster Luo Hanshan is to ask Grandmaster Luo Hanshan to refine a mind-gathering pill for me." Fong Qin cupped his hands and said, "Yes, refining a will-condensing pill?" asked Luo Hanshan. "Correct. Junior urgently needs a will-condensing pill. How can I get Senior to help me?" asked Fong Qin. "Do you have the materials to refine a will-condensing pill?" asked Luo Hanshan. Fong Qin took out the illusory swordgrass. "Junior has already prepared it." "Let me see it," said Luo Hanshan. Fong Qin handed the illusory swordgrass to Luo Hanshan. He was secretly delighted. Since Luo Hanshan had said this, it seemed he would help him refine a will-condensing pill. But he didn't know what price he would pay. As long as it didn't exceed Fong Qin's bottom line, he would agree. However, just as Fong Qin was fantasizing, Luo Hanshan put away the illusory swordgrass and icily said, "I'll take the illusory swordgrass. Now scram from the Luo family." Luo Hanshan's voice was like thunder rumbling through the air. Fong Qin was startled. He looked at Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan's face was filled with ridicule. Fong Qin's heart was immediately filled with endless fury. So everything Luo Xian had done was to humiliate him. Yes, it was to humiliate him. Luo Hanshan clearly hadn't agreed to help him, but he was still mocking him. It was all to humiliate him. Fong Qin was ashen. He was filled with fury, but he had no way to vent it. He viciously glared at Luo Xian. If looks could kill, Luo Xian would have already been killed countless times over. "You stole Xiener's things, and still dare to come find me to refine a pill? You really are courting death." Luo Hanshan sneered. To the side, Luo Xian's face was filled with ridicule. From the moment he had met Fong Qin, Luo Xian had already planned to use Luo Hanshan to humiliate Fong Qin. "Fong Qin, you really are naive. You really did come with me to see Uncle Master Hanshan, ha ha ha." Luo Xian was extremely happy to see Fong Qin's humiliated appearance. "Luo Xian." Fong Qin's voice was incomparably heavy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to go berserk. Still not scramming, Luo Hanshan icily said. Each of Luo Hanshan's words was like a ray of sword light stabbing into Fang Chen's heart. Fang Chen was filled with endless pain. Before coming, he had inquired about Luo Hanshan's character. Luo Hanshan was an easygoing person, but he had never expected Luo Hanshan to have such a relationship with Luo Xian. As long as he could pay the price, he would be able to get Luo Hanshan to refine a pill for him. Fang Chen had only come to find Luo Hanshan because of that. At the gate, Luo Xian had said he would bring Fang Chen to see Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan had thought about it for a moment, but in the end he had still followed. He hadn't expected to be greeted with such humiliation instead of Luo Hanshan helping him. Trash! You dare come to the Luo family's residence to make a spectacle of yourself? You really don't know what's good for you. Luo Xian constantly insulted Fang Chen. Fang Chen clenched his fists, doing his best to suppress his fury. He wasn't Luo Hanshan's match. He couldn't be impulsive. I'll definitely return this humiliation 100 times over in the future. Fang Chen's eyes were red as he slowly said each word. After saying that, Fang Chen immediately turned and prepared to leave. The fantasy sword grass had already been taken away by Luo Hanshan, so it was impossible for him to get it back. He could only leave first. Stop! Just as Fang Chen turned around to leave, Luo Hanshan suddenly let out a low shout. In an instant, a majestic aura abruptly emanated from his body and directly enveloped Fang Chen. Crack! Fang Chen's bones creaked. The places he had put his life on the line were completely useless. Traces of blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Chapter 283. Hand over the things that belong to Xian. Luo Hanshan's voice thundered into Fang Chen's ears, causing his eardrums to hurt. At this moment, Fang Chen was surrounded by Luo Hanshan's tyrannical aura. He didn't even have the ability to move his body. His eyes were scarlet. If he could safely escape today, he would definitely kill Luo Hanshan, that old bastard. Hearing Luo Hanshan's words, Fang Chen furiously glared at him. The things in the sword range originally had no owner. If I obtained them, they were mine. When did they become Luo Xian's? Fang Chen didn't yield. He still had a trump card. If Luo Hanshan went too far, he wouldn't mind using his true trump card. Are you challenging my patience? Luo Hanshan looked down at Fang Chen like he was looking at prey. He could kill Fang Chen at any moment. Crash! As soon as Luo Hanshan's words left his mouth, an even more boundless aura suddenly appeared around Fang Chen's body. A cracking sound instantly rang out. Fang Chen's entire body creaked. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He was a bit confused. At this time, Fang Chen took out the black ironstone from his spatial ring with difficulty and gently held it in his hand. When he held the black ironstone in his hand, a crazed light shone in his eyes. Since it's in my hand, it's mine. How can I give it to such a vile person? Fang Chen said with difficulty, You're courting death. Luo Hanshan was thoroughly enraged. A mere martial practitioner actually dared to oppose him like this? He was truly courting death. It seems that I, Luo Hanshan, haven't fought in a long time. Many people have already forgotten my existence. Luo Hanshan clenched his fists, a terrifying golden light shooting out of his eyes. Luo Hanshan's killing intent was stirred. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen, this is the Luo family's residence. With my martial uncle Hanshan here, do you think you can escape? Luo Xian icily glared at Fang Chen. Pucci, just as Luo Xian's voice fell, Luo Hanshan suddenly punched out, causing space to distort. A majestic fist light instantly struck Fang Chen. This fist radiance was too large, and Fang Chen was unable to block it at all. His body was sent flying uncontrollably. However, just as Fang Chen was sent flying, a strange smile appeared on his face. Boom! Suddenly, the entire earth trembled as a majestic aura erupted from Fang Chen's palm. In the next instant, all the experts in the Luo clan were shocked. A dazzling light appeared in the sky, like the darkness before dawn, rushing towards Luo Hanshan. When Luo Hanshan saw this, his body trembled. He roared furiously, and oh! With a flick of his wrist, Luo Hanshan tossed Luo Xian far away, while he used all of his strength to resist. Luo Hanshan's body was trembling uncontrollably. This was the most tyrannical power he had encountered in so many years. Luo Hanshan did his best to resist, but his body was also flickering. Boom! The earth trembled. When the darkness struck Luo Hanshan's body, it exploded with a loud bang. A tyrannical air current instantly engulfed the earth. Luo Hanshan's body was directly swept away by that chi flow. The courtyard he was in instantly turned into ruins. Uncle Master Hanshan, Luo Xian, who had been tossed far away by Luo Hanshan, had managed to avoid this calamity. His body was constantly trembling as he saw Luo Hanshan being devoured by that chi flow. What happened? Did an expert come to my Luo clan's residence to cause trouble? What's going on? The source of the sound is Grandmaster Luo Hanshan's courtyard. Did something happen to Grandmaster Luo Hanshan? At the same time, the Luo clan's upper echelons quickly rushed over to Luo Hanshan's courtyard. When that chi flow scattered, the entire courtyard had been turned into ruins. It was as if a heaven-shaking battle had occurred there. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed throughout the entire ruined courtyard. Standing in the distance, the trembling Luo Xian was horrified to see a battered and exhausted figure in the center of the ruins. It was Luo Hanshan. Damn it! Luo Hanshan's body was covered in wounds. Blood was constantly flowing from them, and one of his arms had suffered an enormous injury. He was infuriated. He had actually been plotted against by a junior. He was a grand alchemy grandmaster. His heart was burning with fury. Swish! At this time, several of the Luo clan's upper echelons appeared in front of Luo Hanshan's courtyard. When they saw the courtyard had been turned into ruins, shock appeared on their faces. Grandmaster Hanshan, are you all right? Asked one of them nervously. Grandmaster Hanshan, just what happened? Did an expert come to fight you? Asked another elder. The courtyard has been turned into ruins. There must have been a peerless expert fighting with Grandmaster Luo Hanshan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Grandmaster Luo Hanshan is at the 9th level of the Chi High Realm. To be able to beat Grandmaster Luo Hanshan into this state, it must be someone on the martial marquee list. Could it be an enemy of Grandmaster Luo Hanshan? If it was an ordinary martial marquee, they would definitely fear our Luo clan's power. Several elders were discussing amongst themselves. At this time, Luo Hanshan, who was battered and exhausted, saw the several elders, and his expression constantly changed. I'm fine. You can leave. Doing his best to suppress the anger in his heart, Luo Hanshan said coldly, Grandmaster Hanshan, if there's anything, you must tell us. The elder in the lead turned and left. Since Luo Hanshan wasn't willing to speak, then he definitely didn't want others to know. The elders tactfully left. Martial Uncle Hanshan. Luo Xian walked in front of Luo Hanshan in fright. Looking at the battered and exhausted Luo Hanshan, he said in a low voice, Don't tell anyone about this. Luo Hanshan said coldly, I will take that kid's life sooner or later. At this moment, Luo Hanshan's anger had reached its peak. He looked around and couldn't find Fang Chen's figure. It seemed that when the boundless energy appeared, Fang Chen took the opportunity to escape. He was a dignified alchemist grandmaster and also a Chi High expert. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Chi High realm. Although he wasn't on the martial marquee list, his status was not any lower than those on the list. But now he was actually beaten into such a sorry state by a younger generation warrior. If this matter were to spread, how would he, Luo Hanshan, be able to survive in Sword State City? So, even if he was furious, he still suppressed this matter and told Luo Xian not to tell anyone. As for the Luo clan branch, The explanation he gave was that an expert had sparred with him, causing the courtyard to be turned into ruins. Fang Qin, this old man will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. As Fang Qin crushed the black ironstone, he tried his best to endure the injuries on his body and rushed out of the Luo clan residence. Luckily, Luo Hanshan's courtyard wasn't far from the Luo clan residence's entrance. In the process of escaping, Fang Qin didn't meet any Luo clan elders. After escaping from the Luo clan residence, Fang Qin quickly disappeared from Sword State City. Relying on his last bit of willpower, Fang Qin arrived at the Reverend Sword Peak. But before he could return to the Reverend Sword Sect, Fang Qin fell into a coma. The unconscious Fang Qin's breath was weak and his life force was slowly dissipating. The little mouse jumped out from the special spatial ring, its body emitting a purple glow. Its little claws scratched Fang Qin's wounds, as if it was healing Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin's injuries were very serious, and it couldn't do anything about it. In this way, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Because Luo Hanshan deliberately suppressed this matter and the Luo clan branch didn't want to publicize it, the other powers in Sword State City didn't know. At this time, on the life and death arena of the Reverend Sword Sect, Mo Han stood quietly. Below the life and death arena stood many outer disciples. They were all here to watch the life and death battle between Mo Han and Fang Qin. Why hasn't Fang Qin come yet? Mo Han had already waited for half an hour, but Fang Qin still hadn't come. This made him very unhappy. At this moment, on the platform, other than the elders in charge of the life and death battle, there was also Elder Mo Iching. A trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. Fang Qin must be afraid of Mo Han, so he doesn't dare to accept the life and death battle. However, since the elders have already approved, even if he escapes, it's useless. Let's wait for another half an hour. If Fang Qin still doesn't come, we'll punish him according to the sect rules, said Mo Iching coldly. Just like that, time flew by quickly amidst the discussions of many cultivators. All the cultivators were waiting for Fang Qin's arrival, but after half an hour, Fang Qin still hadn't come. Could it be that Fang Qin is really afraid? No! I remember that Fang Qin left the Reverend Sword Sect before Mo Han proposed the life and death battle. He hasn't returned yet. He definitely doesn't know about the life and death battle. That's right. I think Fang Qin also doesn't know about the life and death battle. Otherwise, why would he be afraid of Mo Han? Who knows? Maybe Fang Qin really is afraid of Mo Han. Many disciples had different opinions. After waiting for half an hour, Mo Han finally exploded. Fang Qin is as cowardly as a mouse. He doesn't dare to accept my life and death battle. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to be a disciple of the Reverend Sword Sect, said Mo Han coldly. Hearing Mo Han's voice, Mo Iching also spoke. According to the rules of the life and death battle, as long as one side requests and the elders agree, the other side must accept the battle. Now that Fang Qin is afraid, according to the sect rules, he should be severely punished. This disciple believes that this kind of disciple who disregards the sect rules should be crippled of his cultivation and expelled from the sect, said Mo Han to the elder in charge of the life and death battle. Chapter 284. Hearing Mo Han and Mo Iching's words, the enforcement elder in charge of the death match shook his head. He stood up and said, "The news I heard doesn't seem to match what you two said." Enforcement elder, Fang Qin's cowardice is well known. What else is there to say? Mo Iching said, although Fang Qin didn't participate in the death match, and that is his fault, our sword reverence sect isn't an unreasonable sect. Fang Qin still hasn't returned to the sect. Perhaps he doesn't even know about this so-called death match. Enforcement elder, what if Fang Qin never returns? Mo Han asked coldly as he stared at the enforcement elder. The enforcement elder thought for a moment and then said, "We'll wait 3 days. If Fang Qin doesn't return in 3 days, Then we'll deal with him according to the sect rules." After that, Elder of Law Enforcement turned around and left. Mo Han and Mo I Ching exchanged a glance. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Just like that, the death match between Mo Han and Fong Qin became a joke, because Fong Qin didn't return to the Sword Reverence sect in time. However, Mo Han didn't give up. He had been waiting for Fong Qin to return. Of course, in Mo Han's heart, it would be even better if Fong Qin didn't return, because after these 3 days, Fong Qin would be expelled from the sect. At that time, he would be at his mercy. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, there was no news from Fong Qin. All the disciples were puzzled. Could it be that Fong Qin was really cowardly? No matter how they guessed, they couldn't guess that Fong Qin had already returned to the Sword Reverence Peak. He just hadn't entered the Sword Reverence sect. The place where Fong Qin had fainted was a very secluded place on the Sword Reverence Peak. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't come here, let alone discover the unconscious Fong Qin. Fong Qin had been in a coma for 2 days. During these 2 days, the little mouse had been guarding Fong Qin, as if it was afraid that Fong Qin would be hurt. After being unconscious for 2 days, Fong Qin finally woke up. It hurts. As soon as Fong Qin woke up, he wanted to move his arm, but he found that his whole body was sore. Damned Luo Xian, damned Luo Hanshan. Thinking of Luo Xian and Luo Hanshan, Fong Qin's heart was filled with hatred. If it weren't for the black ironstone, Fong Qin would have already died at Luo Hanshan's hands. If he did not take revenge, he would not be a gentleman. Fong Qin secretly swore in his heart that when he was strong enough, he would definitely slaughter that old man, Luo Hanshan. However, it was too unrealistic to think about these things right now. He needed to heal his injuries first, and when he was fully healed, he would return to the Sword Reverence sect. These past few days, Luo Hanshan must have been frantically searching for him. In this dangerous situation, the Sword Reverence sect was the safest place. Even as an alchemy grandmaster, Luo Hanshan didn't dare to enter the Sword Reverence sect without permission. Chirping. Seeing that Fong Qin had woken up, the little mouse chirped with a face full of smiles. Fong Qin looked at the little mouse and nodded. He began to circulate the spiritual qi in his qi to heal his injuries. An hour later, Fong Qin was able to move freely. He slowly sat up, but at this time, Fong Qin discovered that his dantian's qi had been damaged. Fong Qin's face was filled with helplessness. He hadn't expected that old man Luo Hanshan would secretly do something like this, almost crippling him. The qi was the symbol of a qi expert. Once the qi was destroyed, a martial artist would instantly become a cripple. That old man Luo Hanshan was too sinister. He actually wanted to secretly destroy his qi. Fortunately, with the Black Ironstone's power, Fong Qin was able to escape quickly. His qi had only been damaged a little. Luckily, I had the Black Ironstone. Fong Qin secretly said in his heart. The Black Ironstone was Fong Qin's trump card. He had originally planned to use it in a life and death situation, but he hadn't expected to use it on Luo Hanshan. Without his trump card, he would have to be careful when he went out in the future. The damage to my qi caused my spiritual qi to be unable to circulate smoothly. My strength has decreased greatly. I must repair my qi as soon as possible. Fong Qin said. 2 hours later, other than the damage to his qi, Fong Qin's injuries had basically healed. He stood up and looked around, then brought the little mouse back to the Sword Reverence sect. If he wanted to repair his damaged qi, he would need to go to the Sword Reverence sect's pill shop to buy some powerful pills. Otherwise, with Fong Qin's strength, it would be impossible for him to repair his qi. Fong Qin didn't know that his return had caused a huge uproar in the outer sect. Countless disciples cried out in alarm when they saw that Fong Qin had returned. There were even some disciples who directly went to call Mo Han. When Mo Han heard the news of Fong Chen's return, he had quickly rushed over. "Fong Chen, you still dare to come back?" Mo Han blocked Fong Chen's path, and he coldly said, "Why wouldn't I dare to come back?" Fong Chen looked at Mo Han, his eyebrows raised in displeasure. "I'm very curious. What kind of courage do you have to stand here and block me?" Hearing Fong Chen's words, Mo Han laughed heartily. "Fong Chen, 2 days ago when we had a life and death battle, you actually didn't dare to come back. I thought you would continue to hide outside and not return to the Sword Reverend sect." Life and death battle? Fong Chen was a bit puzzled, but when he heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples, his face became completely gloomy. In Jianzhou City, he had almost died at Luo Hanshan's hands. He hadn't expected that, as soon as he returned to the Sword Reverend sect, he would hear someone propose a life and death battle. Fong Chen's heart was filled with fury. Clenching his fists, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You want to have a life and death battle with me?" Fong Chen icily asked. "Humph, 2 days ago was the time for our life and death battle, but you didn't come. Now that you've returned, we can have a life and death battle," said Mo Han. Just as Mo Han was speaking, a figure appeared in the crowd. "Fong Chen, you've returned." The enforcement elder looked at Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded to the enforcement elder. The latter explained the matter of the life and death battle to Fong Chen. Fong Chen completely understood. How sinister! Fong Chen looked at Mo Han and thought to himself, if he had not woken up in time and missed these 3 days, he would definitely be expelled from the sect. When that time came, his life would be in Mo Han's hands. "Since you want me to die, then I'll let you die first." Fong Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Mo Han. The enforcement elder saw that Fong Chen's expression was a bit ugly. He immediately said, "2 days ago I said that I would wait 3 days for Fong Chen. Now only 2 days have passed. Fong Chen has just returned. The life and death battle between the two of you will be set for tomorrow." Mo Han didn't dare oppose the enforcement elder's words. He coldly looked at Fong Chen, his heart filled with anger. After saying that, the enforcement elder turned and left. Fong Chen was just about to leave when he suddenly felt a powerful force behind him. He subconsciously dodged, but with a bang, his body flew out uncontrollably. Bang! Fong Chen's body directly fell to the ground. "Humph, tomorrow will be the day you die." And Mo Han retracted his fist. His eyes were full of disdain. He coldly snorted and turned to leave. The surrounding warriors shook their heads. Fong Chen couldn't even withstand a punch from Mo Han. Tomorrow's life and death battle was destined to be a bloody day. Fong Chen, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to leave, leaving the crowd to see the vicissitude of his back. Everything was because of his damaged Qi. If Fong Chen's Qi hadn't been damaged, he wouldn't have had to dodge that blow. He could even have made a sharp counterattack. However, because of his damaged Qi, Fong Chen suddenly couldn't circulate his spirit Qi, allowing Mo Han's punch to land on his body. "I'll let you be proud for a day." Fong Chen said coldly. Fong Chen went straight to the pill shop. After arriving, Fong Chen directly told the staff that he needed elixirs to repair his Qi. "I need elixirs to repair my Qi." Fong Chen said, "Wait a moment." The staff smiled and said. After a while, the staff gave Fong Chen the details of an elixir and said, "In our recipe, there are a total of 3 kinds of elixirs that can repair one's Qi. One of them is a top-grade origin level elixir, and the other 2 are low-level spirit level elixirs." Fong Chen looked at it. The top-grade origin level elixir cost 500 upper-grade spirit stones each, while the low-level spirit level elixir cost 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones each. 100 of each. Fong Chen said, "Okay." The staff heard this, and his face was full of smiles. Then he went to prepare. In a short while, 300 elixirs were prepared. The top-grade origin-level elixir cost 500 upper-grade spirit stones each, so 100 elixirs cost a total of 50,000 upper-grade spirit stones. As for the low-level spirit-level elixirs, there were 200 elixirs in total. Each elixir cost 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones, so the total value was 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The 3 elixirs cost Fang Qin a total of 250,000 upper-grade spirit stones. This may be a large number for others, but for Fang Qin it was nothing. After paying 250,000 upper-grade spirit stones, Fang Qin still had 550,000 upper-grade spirit stones left. After buying the elixirs, Fang Qin left the pill shop and returned to his courtyard. Time was of the essence. He had to repair his damaged qi within a day. Otherwise, he would not be Amo Han's opponent in tomorrow's death match. It was because of the large number of spirit stones that Fang Qin was so confident. Crash! In the courtyard, Fang Qin sat cross-legged. He chose to eat the top-grade origin-level elixir first. He grabbed a handful and swallowed it directly, then began to digest the elixir. Hiss! Hiss! When the elixir was completely digested, Fang Qin found that his damaged qi seemed to be better, but did not reach Fang Qin's expectations. Next, when Fang Qin swallowed all 100 top-grade origin-level elixirs, his damaged qi was finally repaired by 10%. Low-level spirit-level elixir. Fang Qin whispered and swallowed one of the low-level spirit-level elixirs. Suddenly, Fang Qin felt a wave of heat surrounding his qi. This is worthy of being a low-level spirit-level elixir. It is much stronger than the top-grade origin-level elixir. Chapter 285. Just like this, Fang Qin continuously swallowed the low-level spirit-level pills. After 2 hours, Fang Qin's qi had been repaired by 50%. This made Fang Qin even happier. There are still 100 low-level spirit-level pills left. You must succeed, Fang Qin said. But Fang Qin was not worried. If these spirit-level pills were not enough, he could always go to the pill shop to buy more. The last type of low-level spirit-level pill was called the Sea of Qi pill. This type of pill was specially used to repair the qi. Its medicinal effect was very strong. Moreover, this pill was made by a famous master and was very precious. Fang Qin took the Sea of Qi pill and swallowed it. Immediately, the Sea of Qi pill spread out and a strong medicinal effect surrounded the damaged qi, constantly repairing it. The medicinal effect of this pill is even stronger than the previous one. Fang Qin was pleasantly surprised. Next, Fang Qin swallowed all 100 Sea of Qi pills. At this time, Fang Qin's qi had been repaired by 99%. Just a little more, and my qi will be completely repaired. Fang Qin grinned. At this time, Fang Qin felt that the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. In the next moment, Fang Qin was surprised to find that there was a formless qi within the golden heart. This qi contained a majestic sword intent. When this stream of energy fused with his damaged qi, his damaged qi actually started to heal on its own. This, Fang Qin was already used to the strength of the golden heart, but at this moment he was still shocked. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin's damaged qi was completely repaired. Boom! At this time, Fang Qin's mind exploded. In the next moment, his qi began to expand. Am I going to break through? Fang Qin saw this, and his face was filled with joy. After a moment, his qi finished expanding. Fang Qin found that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the qi realm. Peak of the 3rd level. Fang Qin was overjoyed. He didn't think that the damage to his qi would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. He broke through to the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High realm. Right now, I am not even afraid of Lu Jia, who is at the early stage of the Chi-Hai realm, Fang Qin said coldly. His words were filled with killing intent. When Fang Qin was at the early stage of the third level of the Chi-Hai realm, he could easily kill a warrior at the peak of the fifth level of the Chi-Hai realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the third level of the Chi-Hai realm, he could easily defeat a warrior at the early stage of the sixth level of the Chi-Hai realm. All of this was thanks to Fang Qin's mysterious golden heart. "Tomorrow is the day you die," Fang Qin said through gritted teeth. After a night of silence, the next morning, countless disciples gathered in front of the life and death arena. These disciples were here to watch the battle between Fang Qin and Emo Han. "Sigh, after today's battle, Fang Qin is probably going to die." "That's right. You all saw what happened yesterday. Fang Qin couldn't even take one punch from Emo Han. Emo Han is bullying people with his power. How hateful. Keep your voice down. If Elder Emo Iching hears you, you are dead meat." Just as the disciples were discussing, Emo Han appeared. Elder Emo Iching also appeared with Emo Han. At this moment, Elder Emo Iching's face was full of smiles. Not long after Elder Emo Iching arrived, the law enforcement elder who was in charge of the life and death arena also appeared. Crash! Emo Han jumped onto the life and death arena and waited for Fang Qin's arrival. 3 minutes later, Fang Qin appeared. His face was calm without a trace of fear. He walked step by step towards the life and death arena. "Fang Qin, today is the day you die." Emo Han looked at Fang Qin and said in his heart. When Fang Qin stood on the life and death arena, the law enforcement elder said, "The two of you should be clear about the rules of the life and death arena. As long as one of you is standing on the life and death arena, the battle will only end when one of you dies. Moreover, the relatives of the one who dies in the life and death arena cannot take revenge on the other party." The law enforcement elder said in a deep voice. Emo Han and Fang Qin nodded at the law enforcement elder. Emo Iching gently stroked his beard. Obviously, he was very confident in his grandson. On the life and death arena, Emo Han looked at Fang Qin. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He said, "Fang Qin, today is the day you die." "Coincidentally, I also want to kill you today," Fang Qin said. Hearing this, a wild smile appeared on Emo Han's face. He believed that his strength was many times stronger than Fang Qin's. At this time in the crowd, Lu Sher's face was full of a mocking smile. The reason why Emo Han and Fang Qin had a life and death arena was all because of him. He wanted to force Fang Qin to use his trump card. Then, Emo Iching would become angry and deal with Fang Qin. "Trash doesn't deserve to go against me," Lu Sher said softly. At this time, on the life and death arena, Fang Qin obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with Emo Han. "Today I will kill you. No one can stop me," Fang Qin said coldly. "You won't say that in a while," Emo Han said coldly. In the next moment, a wild aura surged from Emo Han's body. A silver long sword appeared in his hand. This silver long sword was surrounded by a layer of yellow light. The Milky Way sword. This was a top-quality, origin-grade weapon that Emo Han had obtained from his grandfather, Emo Iching. Because of the Milky Way sword, Emo Han was almost invincible in the same realm. Fang Qin's cultivation wasn't as high as his, so Emo Han believed that Fang Qin wasn't his opponent. "My Milky Way sword hasn't absorbed blood for a long time," Emo Han shouted in a low voice. In the next moment, Emo Han's wrist shook. Countless cold lights burst out from the Milky Way sword. These cold lights, under the control of the Milky Way sword, directly condensed into an illusory sword. As soon as the illusory sword appeared, a thunderous sound appeared in the sky. Then a majestic sword intent filled the entire life and death arena. "What are you going to use to fight me?" Emo Han held the Milky Way sword in his hand and performed a powerful and domineering swordsmanship. He attacked fiercely towards Fang Qin. This was Emo Han's strongest attack. He wanted to use the power of thunder to kill Fangchen and let everyone know that he, Emohan, wasn't easy to bully. When Emohan took out the Milky Way sword and displayed such an exquisite sword technique, Lu Shi even thought that the battle was about to end. Fangchen would definitely die under Emohan's Milky Way sword. Crash! Emohan held the Milky Way sword in his hand and directly stabbed towards Fangchen. In the sky, the illusory sword also stabbed towards Fangchen. However, in the face of such a tyrannical attack, Fangchen didn't move. He didn't even bat an eyelid. Is Fangchen scared silly? Why isn't he moving? Could it be that Fangchen thought that he couldn't resist Emohan's attack and gave up? Impossible. This is a life and death battle. Even if he knows that he can't win, he shouldn't give up. There's still a chance to live if he fights back. But if he gives up, he'll die. Many disciples were discussing. Haha, Fangchen, you're dead. Seeing that the Milky Way sword was about to pierce Fangchen's body, Emohan's face revealed a wild smile. Boom! The entire life and death ring was wrapped in majestic sword intent. The Milky Way sword in Emohan's hand was less than a fist's distance away from Fangchen. Just when Emohan thought that Fangchen was about to die, Fangchen suddenly raised his head. His eyes revealed a trace of a sneer. From the beginning to the end, he had never regarded Emohan as his opponent. Not in the past, not now. I will personally take back the humiliation I suffered. As soon as Fangchen finished speaking, the hidden dragon sword in his hand suddenly brandished out a majestic sword light. This majestic sword light immediately collided with the illusory long sword in the sky and exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, the hidden dragon sword in Fangchen's hand also hit Emohan's Milky Way sword. Crack! The Milky Way sword did not even have the chance to resist and was shattered. In the next moment, Fangchen's hidden dragon sword did not stop and directly pierced Emohan's chest. Puchi! Emohan spat out a mouthful of blood. The smile on his face abruptly disappeared. Dong! The entire life and death ring trembled. The explosion in the sky resounded through the sky. The wild aura instantly swept through the entire life and death ring. Mo Iching, who was on the VIP platform, felt that something was wrong. He suddenly stood up and wanted to check it out. Elder Mo Iching, outsiders are not allowed to interfere in the life and death ring. Seeing this, the law enforcement elder spoke out to stop him. Hearing this, Mo Iching sat back on the VIP platform. He secretly thought that Emohan would definitely kill Fangchen. Boom! At this moment, another earth-shattering sound was heard. In the next moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the life and death ring and heavily hit the ground. His aura was weak and his vitality was fading away. Who is it? Many disciples looked over. It's Emohan. Oh my God, it's Emohan. What's going on? Did Fangchen defeat Emohan? Is Fangchen dead? Many disciples exclaimed when they saw that the figure that flew out was Emohan. At this moment, Mo Iching finally could not bear it. His figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Emohan, reaching out to support him. Han, or how are you? Mo Iching asked hurriedly. At the same time, he channeled his spiritual energy and directly poured it into Emohan's body. However, Emohan's injuries were too serious. The broken Milky Way sword was stabbed into his body. No matter how much spiritual energy Mo Iching channeled into Emohan's body, it was of no use. Hanner, you must hold on. Mo Iching shouted loudly. Emohan's face was filled with pain. His aura was extremely weak. His hand stretched out halfway and could not move. Help me. Before Emohan could finish his last sentence, he lost his vitality. Ah, Hana! Seeing this, Mo Iching shouted angrily. When Emohan was very young, Emohan's parents died in an accident. Since then, Emohan had been by Mo Iching's side. It was Mo Iching who watched Emohan grow up. It could be said that Emohan was the closest person to Mo Iching. In the sword worship sect, because of Mo I Ching, no one dared to bully Mo Han. Even the inner disciples would give Mo I Ching face. Therefore, Mo I Ching was not worried about his grandson Mo Han's safety. However, just now, Mo Han died in front of his eyes. His heart was filled with anger. He wanted to avenge Mo Han. Mo I Ching placed his palm in front of Mo Han's eyes and gently closed them. Then he said in a deep voice, "Grandpa will avenge you." After Mo I Ching said this, a majestic aura emerged from his body. Chapter 286. Mo I Ching placed the lifeless Mo Han on the ground and slowly stood up. At this moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He turned around and looked at Fong Chun with frightening eyes, as if he wanted to tear Fong Chun apart. Mo Han was my only grandson. Mo I Ching stared at Fong Chun and said calmly. He should have been furious, but he was surprisingly calm. Fong Chun also looked at Mo I Ching cautiously. He held the hidden dragon sword tightly in his hand. There were some fragments of the Milky Way sword on the combat ring. Crash! The law enforcement elder's eyes were filled with shock. However, he had no time to be shocked. His body flashed and appeared in front of Fong Chun. He said, "Elder Mo, this is a life and death battle. Life and death shall not be discussed." But he killed my only grandson. Mo I Ching's voice was filled with anger. Mo I Ching's heart was burning with anger. He wanted to kill Fong Chun, but he could not do so in front of the law enforcement elder. This is the rule of the life and death battle. Mo Han's death has nothing to do with Fong Chun, the law enforcement elder said. Boom! As soon as the law enforcement elder finished speaking, a majestic aura was emitted from Mo I Ching's body. His long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He walked up to the combat ring step by step and stared at Fong Chun behind the law enforcement elder. He said coldly, "Although I can't kill you because of the rules, I can't get rid of my hatred if I don't break your arm." Swoosh! Mo I Ching suddenly swung his fist. A majestic fist light bypassed the law enforcement elder and appeared in front of Fong Chun. The law enforcement elder wanted to stop him, but Mo I Ching stopped him. "Elder of law enforcement, my only grandson died in his hands just like that. I'm only going to cut off one of his arms. Are you going to stop me?" While the law enforcement elder was hesitating, Mo I Ching's fist light was infinitely close to Fong Chun. Fong Chun activated his Taoist body in an attempt to block it. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Then a blinding light appeared and blocked Mo I Ching's fist light with a bang. Mo I Ching, you dare to disregard the rules of the reverent sword sect? A thunderous roar could be heard from afar. Mo I Ching's expression changed slightly as he halted his movement. In an instant, a figure appeared on the life and death arena. His face was filled with rage. If he had arrived a little later, Fong Chun would have been crippled by Mo I Ching. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with anger. Mo I Ching, as an outer sect elder, how dare you attack an outer sect disciple? The white-bearded old man said angrily. Seeing the white-bearded old man, Fong Chun knew that he was safe. Even if Mo I Ching had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to attack him in front of the white-bearded old man. However, Fong Chun hated the feeling of being controlled by others. He wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he protect himself from others. Sword Elder. Seeing the white-bearded old man, the enforcement elder, and Mo I Ching cupped their hands and greeted him. Who was the white-bearded old man? He was the junior brother of the Reverent Sword sect leader. In the Reverent Sword sect, his seniority was only slightly lower than the sect leader. Seeing the white-bearded old man so angry, Mo I Ching's expression kept changing. Sword Elder is right. I couldn't control my anger because of my grandson's death. Mo I Ching said in a low voice. Obviously, Mo I Ching did not want to offend the white-bearded old man. After all, in the Reverent Sword sect, the white-bearded old man had the highest authority. Humph! The white-bearded old man snorted and left with Fong Chen. When they arrived at Fong Chen's courtyard, the white-bearded old man checked Fong Chen's body. Seeing that there were no injuries, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, I got the news that you had a life-and-death battle with Emo Han. I came in time." "Thank you, Martial Uncle." Fong Chen thanked him. "It's nothing. Why did you have a life-and-death battle with Emo Han?" The white-bearded old man waved his hand and asked. Fong Chen briefly told him the whole story. The old man nodded and said, "You should be careful of Emo Iching in the outer gate. He is a vengeful man. You killed his grandson this time. He must hold a grudge against you." Fong Chen nodded and said, "You should be careful of Emo Iching in the outer gate." "I know," Fong Chen said. In the end, before the white-bearded old man left, he praised Fong Chen, saying that Fong Chen's progress was very fast. How long had it been since he entered the Reverence Sword sect? But he was already able to kill Emo Han. After the white-bearded old man warned Emo Iching, he left. The news of Fong Chen killing Emo Han spread like wildfire in the Reverence Sword sect. Countless disciples were discussing it. Their hearts were filled with shock. Fong Chen had entered the Reverence Sword sect for less than 3 months, and his strength had already reached such a level. Some people even thought that in the near future, Fong Chen would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xia Hou. Of course, many people did not agree with this point of view. Without mentioning anything else, Xia Hou's cultivation level had already reached the terrifying 7th level of the Qi-Hai realm, while Fong Chen was only at the 3rd level of the Qi-Hai realm. There was a difference of 4 levels. Every level of the Qi-Hai realm had a huge difference. The difference of 4 levels was enough for some people to spend their whole life trying to catch up. After killing Emo Han, Fong Chen had been resting in the courtyard. Occasionally he would go out for a stroll. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was the time for the monthly spiritual sword competition. On this day, Fong Chen came to the square. Many disciples began to compete for the spiritual sword competition. Xia Hou was still as outstanding as before. No one could compare to Xia Hou. His stunning fist made countless disciples endlessly envious. After an entire morning, the spiritual sword competition finally came to an end. This time, Fong Chen had managed to obtain 24 hours. This was definitely good news for him. Cultivating within the spiritual sword competition was countless times better than cultivating outside. Just as Fong Chen was about to leave, he suddenly noticed Lu Shi at the edge of the square. His eyes flashed, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Soon after, under the gaze of many disciples, he slowly walked towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi, who was about to leave, also noticed Fong Chen walking towards him. "Before I could find trouble with him, he came to find me." Lu Shi squinted his eyes and looked at Fong Chen as he muttered to himself. Fong Chen walked in front of Lu Shi. Under the gazes of all the disciples, he said something that left everyone dumbfounded. 8 hours of spiritual sword competition. Fong Chen said, "You want to give me 8 hours of spiritual sword competition?" Lu Shi thought he heard wrong and repeated, "Wrong. You want to give me 8 hours of spiritual sword competition?" Fong Chen said with a smile. When he was still weak, Lu Shi had publicly asked him for spiritual sword competition. If he didn't have the black iron stone, the spiritual sword competition would have been snatched away by Lu Shi. Now, Fong Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi-Hai realm. Naturally, he was not afraid of Lu Shi, so he wanted to take revenge on Lu Shi. "What do you mean you want to snatch my spiritual sword competition?" Hearing Fong Chen's words, Lu Shi felt as if he had heard a very funny joke. When you snatch someone else's spiritual sword competition, you should be prepared to be snatched away by someone else. Fong Chen said with a smile. Lu Shi's face became completely gloomy. "You think that after killing Emo Han, you can do whatever you want in the outer sect?" Lu Shur said coldly. In front of me, Lu Shur, you are still trash. Lu Shur's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Qi High realm, and Fang Chen's strength was only at the 5th level of the Qi High realm. Lu Shur did not care at all. Therefore, when he heard that Fang Chen wanted his spiritual sword competition, he laughed madly. His laughter was filled with ridicule. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Fang Chen said, in the reverence sword sect, the strong were respected. As long as you had the strength, even if you snatched someone else's spiritual sword competition, the higher-ups would not say anything. However, as the outstanding outer sect disciples of the reverence sword sect, they were all proud and arrogant. They would not do such a thing. Only Lu Shur would bully the newcomers. On the square, there were still some disciples who had not left yet. They were watching the show. No need to consider. I will take all your spiritual sword competition. Lu Shur said with a cold smile, if that's the case. Fang Chen did not say the second half of a sentence. He used his actions to tell Lu Shur that he had the ability to take Lu Shur's spiritual sword competition. Boom! A majestic sword intent appeared in Fang Chen's mind and surrounded Fang Chen's body. In an instant, the surrounding disciples could not help but retreat. So strong! Many disciples said in their hearts. Their faces were full of shock. You are courting death to fight with me, Lu Shur. Lu Shur was naturally furious when he saw Fang Chen make a move. He was afraid that Fang Chen would use his trump card. His figure flashed, and he acted first. Whoosh! A cold light shot out from Lu Shur's long sword and immediately shot towards Fang Chen. Fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen displayed the 5th level of the fire and water sword technique. Together with the elementary spiritual weapon, the hidden dragon sword, it exploded with a fierce attack. Bang! Bang! The fire and water sword technique collided with Lu Shur's sword light. It instantly shattered Lu Shur's sword light, causing Lu Shur's body to continuously retreat. Yes, Lu Shur stabilized his body. His eyes flashed, and he said coldly, no wonder you dare to steal my spiritual sword competition. So you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. You think that you can steal my spiritual sword competition just because you have a breakthrough in your cultivation? Lu Shur looked down at Fang Chen and said coldly, I originally wanted to leave you some spiritual sword competition, but now I have changed my mind. I want all of your spiritual sword competition. Fang Chen said, Lu Shur's spiritual sword competition this month was a total of 30 hours. To an ordinary disciple, this was definitely a huge number. Hearing Fang Chen's arrogant words, Lu Shur squinted his eyes and laughed. Humph. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to keep your spiritual sword competition. Lu Shur's cultivation was about to break through to the mid-6th Qi High realm. He originally planned to first cultivate in the spiritual sword competition. Once he broke through to the mid-6th Qi High realm, he would then deal with Fang Chen. Obviously, this plan had to be brought forward. Chapter 287. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen's face was calm without a trace of fear. Fang Chen snatching Lu Shur's spiritual sword was a trivial matter. Hand it over. Fang Chen said calmly. However, there was a tyrannical pressure in his calm tone. At this moment, Lu Shur was furious. Fang Chen dared to be so arrogant in front of so many people. This was an insult to him. Lu Shur had once sworn that he would cripple anyone who insulted him. You have successfully angered me. Lu Shur was so angry that he laughed. Boom! A majestic aura surrounded Lu Shur's body. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Lu Shur's hand, and he displayed the exile swordsmanship. That's right, it was the exile swordsmanship. This swordsmanship wasn't originally called exile swordsmanship. After Lu Shur obtained it, he changed its name to exile swordsmanship. The explanation he gave was that every martial artist who went against him should be banished. banished by him personally. Exile swordsmanship, exile the world. Lu Shi shouted as he waved the long sword in his hand. A majestic swordlight appeared and shot towards Fang Qin. Seeing this, Fang Qin used the hidden dragon sword and displayed the 5th level of the water-fire swordsmanship. Whoosh! The two sword lights collided. Lu Shi's exile swordsmanship didn't banish Fang Qin's swordlight as he had expected. Crack! The exile swordlight was shattered by Fang Qin's water and fire swordlight under everyone's watchful eyes. What swordsmanship is this? Even Lu Shi was a little surprised when he saw Fang Qin's water-fire swordsmanship. Fang Qin's swordsmanship was too exquisite. This was the first time Lu Shi had seen Fang Qin display such an exquisite swordsmanship. The swordsmanship is very exquisite. It should be very suitable for me to use, Lu Shi thought to himself. In the next moment, Lu Shi's wrist shook, and the long sword danced chaotically. Sword lights were suspended in the sky. Exile swordsmanship, exile the firmament. As Lu Shi roared, a golden sword appeared in the sky. This illusory sword seemed as though it was going to rip the void apart. Buzz! A series of thunderous roars entered the ears of the crowd. Exile the firmament is a joke. Fang Qin pushed the 5th level of the water-fire sword to the extreme. The water-fire swordsmanship directly shattered Lu Shi's exile swordlight. Bang! At the same time, the hidden dragon's sword collided with Lu Shi's longsword. With a cracking sound, Lu Shi's longsword shattered. Is this a low-tier spirit weapon swordsmanship? Lu Shi's longsword was easily shattered, which shocked the surrounding disciples. One had to know that Lu Shi's longsword was a top-grade Yuan weapon. A weapon that could easily shatter a top-grade Yuan weapon was definitely a spiritual weapon. Lu Shi, his swordsmanship. Within the outer court of the sword reverence sect, the only disciple who possessed a spiritual weapon was Xiaowu. Now, there was an additional Fang Qin. Amongst the outer sect disciples, being able to possess a top-grade Yuan weapon was already very impressive. Those who were able to possess a spirit weapon were those powerful inner sect disciples. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Fang Qin's spirit weapon had shattered Lu Shi's Yuan weapon. The battle seemed to have become even more interesting. Swordsmanship, spirit weapon. How does he have so many treasures? Lu Shi was filled with shock. However, Fang Qin didn't give him the chance. He waved the hidden dragon sword and appeared in front of Lu Shi. Lu Shi wanted to block, but his weapon had already shattered. He was unable to block Fang Qin's attack. In an instant, the hidden dragon sword's tip was pressed against Lu Shi's throat. If it weren't for the fact that killing wasn't allowed in the plaza, Lu Shi would have already died. Spirit, sword resources. I don't want to repeat myself, said Fang Qin coldly. Lu Shi's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but in the end he chose to surrender. Fang Qin's strength had already surpassed his. Damn it, if it wasn't for his exquisite swordsmanship and spirit weapon, he wouldn't have been my match. Lu Shi thought to himself. He still believed that the reason Fang Qin was able to defeat him was because of his exquisite swordsmanship and spirit weapon. Humph! Lu Shi looked at the sword that was pressed against his throat and snorted. His face was filled with unwillingness. In the end, he threw away the identity token in his hand. Fang Qin flicked his wrist and stored Lu Shi's spirit sword resources into his identity token. He then put away the hidden dragon sword and turned to leave. Damn it. Wait until I break through to the mid-6th Qi realm. I'll definitely take your life. Lu Shi said angrily as he looked at Fang Qin's disappearing figure. Everyone was shocked by this result. In the past, it was always Lu Shi who stole other people's spirit sword resources. Who would have thought that this time, Lu Shi would steal other people's spirit sword resources? Moreover, he finished stealing all of them in just 30 hours. After Fang Qin left the square, he directly entered the spirit sword restriction. He already had 24 hours. Adding Lu Shi's 30 hours, he had a total of 27 hours. I'll try my best to break through my sword intent. Fang Qin said softly. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In a secluded courtyard, Mo Yiqing was holding a teacup and sipping tea. Beside him stood Lu Shi. The scene was very quiet. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, Mo Yiqing drank a mouthful of tea. His face had a dark expression. It was obvious that Mo Han's death was a huge blow to him. "You lost to Fang Qin?" asked Mo Yiqing. Hearing Mo Yiqing's words, Lu Shi replied, "He has an exquisite swordsmanship and a spirit weapon. That's why I lost to him." Lu Shi wanted to explain, but Mo Yiqing waved his hand to stop him. "A loss is a loss. That kid didn't defeat you by luck. His talent is monstrous." In such a short time after entering the sword-worshipping sect, he was able to grow to such a level. If there are no accidents along the way, he will soon become a monstrous genius, like Xiahou Wu. Mo Yiqing said in a deep voice. However, geniuses can be found everywhere in the Jingguan country. Those who can laugh until the end are geniuses. Those who die in the middle are not geniuses. Elder Mo, what do you mean? Lu Shi's eyes flashed. "From today onwards, I will provide you with all the resources you need. You only need to work hard to cultivate and improve your cultivation," Mo Yiqing said. This. Lu Shi was still a little puzzled and was about to ask. At this time, Mo Yiqing finally turned around and looked at Lu Shi with a dark face. He asked, "Don't you want to take back the humiliation you suffered today?" Hearing this, Lu Shi finally understood why Mo Yiqing supported him so much. He wanted to use him to avenge his grandson Mo Han. "Elder Mo, don't worry. As long as I make a breakthrough in my cultivation, I will definitely take Fang Chen's dog life," Lu Shi said. Hearing this, Mo Yiqing nodded with satisfaction. Luo Hanshan's courtyard in the Luo clan's residence. "Xian, your talent in alchemy is very strong. In time, you will definitely become an existence like your master." Luo Han carefully instructed Luo Xian. Luo Xian was Luo He's disciple, and he was Luo Hanshan's senior brother. Therefore, Luo Han looked at Luo Xian as if he was his own disciple. Luo Xian slightly shook his head. His eyes flashed. "Martial uncle, I want to improve my cultivation." Luo Hanshan's face darkened. "Xianer, don't worry. Fang Qin won't live." But then Luo Han said, "Xianer, from today onwards, I will teach you the profound river sword technique." This was because Luo Han would be in seclusion for a period of time to seek a breakthrough, so he couldn't take revenge. "Thank you, martial uncle." Luo Xian smiled. As long as his strength improved, he would be able to defeat Fang Qin and even kill him. The profound river sword technique was taught to him by his master. It was a very profound sword technique. Luo Xian still hadn't completely grasped the essence of the profound river sword technique. Now that he heard that Luo Han wanted to teach him, he was very happy because Luo Han had a very unique understanding of the profound river sword technique. If he could receive Luo Hanshan's guidance, his sword technique would definitely improve. He might even be able to make a breakthrough. "Fang Qin, the next time we meet, it will be the day you die." Luo Xian's eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Just as Luo Xian was about to cultivate, a disciple suddenly sent a message. Chapter 288. Something is wrong with the sword range. Hearing the disciple's report, Luo Hanshan's expression changed, and he asked, "What is wrong?" "Master Han, not long ago, the sword range shook and alerted many experts in the Sword State City. They all went to the sword range to take a look and found that there is a weakness in the sword range's defense mechanism." The disciple said, "Yes, the sword range's defense mechanism is showing signs of weakness." Hearing this, Luo Hanshan's expression changed. He knew clearly what it meant for the sword range's defense mechanism to be weak. The head of the house and the other experts believed that in 3 days there will be a gap in the defense mechanism. At that time, the various factions will send their disciples in. The disciple said, "All right, you can leave." Hearing this, Luo Hanshan waved his hand and dismissed the disciple. After that, Luo Hanshan looked at Luo Xian. Luo Xian had not said a word. "Xian, this is your chance." Luo Hanshan spoke first. "Martial uncle, you mean?" Luo Xian asked. "Since the head of the house has sent a disciple to inform me, I think that even if the defense mechanism is broken, the strong warriors will not be able to enter. Only the weak warriors will be able to enter. Therefore, in 3 days you must enter." Luo Hanshan said. The sword range had a long history in the Sword State City. Every warrior knew that there were countless opportunities in the sword range, but to enter the inner area was too difficult. It could even be said that it was almost impossible to enter the inner area. But this time, for some unknown reason, the sword range showed signs of weakness. If the defense mechanism was broken, it would cause a war between the various factions. "Xian, in these 3 days, I will do my best to help you reach the 6th level of the Qi High Realm," Luo Hanshan said. Hearing this, Luo Xian's face was filled with excitement. The truth was just as Luo Hanshan had guessed. The sword range's defense mechanism was showing signs of weakness, but warriors of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm and above would be repelled once they got within 1 meter of the sword range. After the experts of the Sword State City saw this, they all came to the same conclusion. This time, when the defense mechanism was broken, only warriors of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm and below could enter. In other words, warriors of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm and above would not be able to enter. This news spread like a gust of wind into the ears of all the martial artists in the Sword State City. Their hearts were filled with shock. No matter how crazy the outside world was, Fang Qin had no idea at all. At this moment, he was seriously cultivating in the spirit sword's restriction. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin had been cultivating in the spirit sword restriction for 20 hours. He had a total of 77 hours of resources, and he still had 78 hours left. After 20 hours of cultivation, Fang Qin felt that his sword intent had been compressed again. However, what made Fang Qin a little speechless was that although he was only 1 step away from entering the 2nd minor realm of sword intent, he couldn't break through no matter what he did. Continue cultivating. Fang Qin's eyes flickered with a golden glow. He clenched his teeth and continued to cultivate. After trying again and again, Fang Qin's sword intent finally broke through to the 2nd minor realm, just as the spirit sword was about to be used up. After the breakthrough, Fang Qin's 5th level of the fire and water sword arts also naturally reached perfection. This allowed Fang Qin's strength to increase again. Although Fang Qin's cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm, his overall strength had increased. At this moment, even if he met a warrior of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, he wouldn't be afraid. If my cultivation can break through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, I won't be afraid even if I fight against a disciple of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Qin suddenly opened his eyes and thought to himself. After the spirit sword was used up, Fang Qin walked out of the spirit sword restriction. When Fang Qin passed by the martial arts practice field, he heard a few disciples talking. Soon after, Fang Qin realized that something big had happened in the Sword State City while he was cultivating. However, before Fang Qin could ask the others, the white-bearded old man came looking for him. "Fang Qin, you're finally done cultivating." The white-bearded old man looked at Fang Qin and grinned. "Martial uncle," Fang Qin said, "while you were cultivating, something big happened in the sword range of the Sword State City. At this moment, countless warriors in the Sword State City are focusing their attention on the sword range," the white-bearded old man said. After that, the white-bearded old man told Fang Chen everything that had happened. After Fang Chen finished listening, an excited smile appeared on his face. The inner area of the sword range. Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Last time, the little mouse had casually entered the inner area of the sword range and obtained a fantasy sword grass. One could imagine how many treasures there were in the inner area of the sword range. How much time do we have? Fang Chen asked. There's still a little more than a day. Prepare well, the white-bearded old man said. After Fang Chen bid farewell to the white-bearded old man, he prepared to go back and prepare. But at this moment, he encountered the person he had defeated before, Lu Shi. At this moment, Lu Shi's face was filled with a cold smile. When he looked at Fang Chen, his eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. Fang Chen ignored Lu Shi's provocative gaze and turned to leave. Fang Chen, I'll let you live a little longer. Wait until we enter the inner area of the sword range. Lu Shi, will definitely kill you, Lu Shi said coldly as he looked at Fang Chen's back. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, the gap in the inner area of the sword range was about to open. At this moment, countless forces had gathered in the outer area of the sword range. Among these forces, the sword reverence sect was the most powerful. Fang Chen stood in the group of the sword reverence sect, quietly looking at the inner area of the sword range. At this moment, the people of the Luo clan arrived. This time, the leader of the group was the Luo clan's alchemist master, Luo Hanshan. Behind Luo Hanshan was Luo Xian. At this moment, Luo Xian's face was filled with smiles. In these few days, with the help of Luo Hanshan, his cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, Luo Xian was even more confident. The next time he saw Fang Chen, he would definitely kill Fang Chen. After the arrival of the Luo clan, almost all the big and small forces of the Sword State City had gathered. The gap is opening. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and discovered that the gap in the inner area of the sword range was slowly opening. All the warriors stared at the gap in the sword range's barrier with burning eyes. But at this moment, Luo Hanshan's gaze fell upon Fang Chen. His face instantly darkened. Brat, you still dare to appear here? You're courting death. Luo Hanshan roared. Suddenly, his body flashed and appeared in the area of the sword reverence sect. He clenched his fist and punched out. Luo Hanshan's punch was extremely fast. The people of the sword reverence sect didn't even have time to react. But Fang Chen noticed Luo Hanshan's movements. When Luo Hanshan attacked, his body flashed, wanting to dodge Luo Hanshan's attack. Bang! The law enforcement elder of the sword reverence sect coldly looked at Luo Hanshan and said, Grandmaster Luo Hanshan, why did you attack a disciple of the sword reverence sect for no reason? Although Fang Chen couldn't be considered a genius in the outer sect of the sword reverence sect, attacking a disciple of the sword reverence sect in front of so many people was a provocation to the sword reverence sect. As one of the top forces of the Sword State City, the law enforcement elder of the sword reverence sect naturally wouldn't allow Luo Hanshan to do such a thing. He forcibly blocked Luo Hanshan's punch. This brat has a grudge with me. I'll kill him. Luo Hanshan angrily roared. What grudge? The law enforcement elder coldly asked. Luo Hanshan was speechless. He couldn't say that Fang Chen had entered his courtyard and injured him. He was a grand alchemy grandmaster. Luo Hanshan coldly snorted, glaring angrily at Fang Chen before turning to leave. Behind Luo Hanshan, Luo Xian disdainfully looked at Fang Chen. Since his martial uncle couldn't do anything here, then once they entered the sword range's inner area, he would use his thunderous methods to kill Fang Chen. After this farce, everyone's attention was once more drawn to the gap in the formation. Time passed bit by bit. The gap in the restriction continued to grow. After 6 hours, the gap stopped growing. At this time, the gap was just big enough for one person to enter. "The gap in the formation has opened. We can go in," shouted a disciple. Suddenly, countless martialists wanted to enter the inner area. Swish! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of everyone. It was one step ahead of them, approaching the inner area of the sword range, trying to get into the gap. However, when the black shadow was 1 meter away from the inner restriction of the sword range, a bloody light suddenly shot out from the gap in the restriction and hit the black shadow directly. "Ah!" A pitiful cry came out of the black figure's mouth. In the next moment, the black figure fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This sudden scene caused all the disciples to stop in their tracks, not daring to move forward. But when they saw the black figure clearly, they all cried out in surprise. The black figure was a famous disciple in Sword State City called Elder Shueyu. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the Qi High realm. At this moment, everyone understood that Elder Shueyu didn't believe the rumors and wanted to force his way into the sword range's inner area. But when they saw Elder Shueyu's weak qi and heavily injured appearance, everyone was shocked. The sword range's formation was too overbearing. Elder Shueyu was at the 9th level of the Qi High realm, but he was heavily injured by a blood-red light. Elder Shueyu is heavily injured. This proves once again that no one above the 7th level of the Qi High realm can enter. A disciple said, but at this moment, no one was paying attention to Elder Shueyu. Their gazes were all focused on the gap in the formation. No one knew who shouted, but martial artists swarmed into the sword range's inner area like a swarm of locusts.